Yeah, see, there it is. Boom. Instantly. There's the sale. Callie, should we ban him or do we give him another chance? Do we give him a chance to redeem himself and say, no, 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 it was all satire. I was just joking. I was being a Smokey. I swear. I swear. What are the number one things? Redeem. Okay, we are instantly banning him. That means ban. He's banned. Wait, what do you mean? You said redeem. You're thinking in the negative. Okay, I'll unban him. If only ads would ever come. You know what that reminds me of, Sean? If any of you played Diablo 2 back in the day, and if you ever used anything like Jamela Editor in order to change your stats on your character, basically if you gave your character like the maximum amount of health that you could give them, your health bar would always be at 1% unless you used a full rejuvenation potion. Because you don't have to put in all the work to get anything out of it. It's basically like you're just getting free wins at that point. As long as you implement it well, right? Which was like, I was wondering if his last name was going to be Colt, but it's not. It's just his first name is Colt. Oh, so magically to everyone, this image of what Smokey is, and fucking Beezus brought it to life, and it was so fucking hilarious. It's like the first time in a decade I have seen something and just instantly burst into tears because it is just so there wasn't any build-up, there wasn't any context, it was just boom, and I instantly fucking teared up because it was so fucking funny. I mean, what the fuck? From full health, I just like rolled and it was just bleh, I was dead. No, I said handouts, not handouts.
Exactly.
I don't want your hand reaching out to me. I want your items reaching out to me.
Oh, you can have that.
Perfect jeweler's orb.
It's worth like 20 exalts.
Damn, Smokey, where do you get this item quantity? Thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out. As always, you guys are fucking amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much. You're the reason I'm here. You're why I want to be here. But at the end of the day, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you? Say fuck you to. Fuck you. Oh, what we were saying is we created a new YouTube channel. We did a bunch of research into the type of horror stories, and there seems to be no technology-based body horror. I'm like, I have these like two ideas, combine them together to something. It's like, it's the same thing as a tool. True, Callie. True. It's the same thing as a tool. As long as you use it as a tool and you don't use it as a crutch, I don't think there's anything wrong with AI being turned into like a human computer, you know, being brought back to life as a cyborg and being under the military's control. Like, so I was thinking chiral clones kind of falls under that because it's like genetic engineering and like it's not necessarily as cyborg, but it's like using computers, right? Especially with like the program and the AI that Linda is using in order to try to solve the gene sequencing, right? So I was like, well, let's make a niche. This ad brought to you by Anna. Ooh, Oni-chan, Oni-chan. I don't know. I don't feel like this like evoked any kind of horror in me. So for being the #1 horror short story that Grok chose, I'm not impressed. Or maybe he just can't devour all of existence no matter what he does anyways, no matter how much consciousness he creates. It's just not enough. And I want that to be something that plays through the reader's mind after they've finished the book. Then they can sit back and be like... And that's another thing, is like, because... And the reason for the concubine of the monarch and the viceroy being the basically president and vice president political leaders should also have a life and say in the monarchy. How do you merge and bond the monarchy and the democracy? Well, you make them literally one and the same. So only female octopi can be voted in as political leaders. But anyways, guys, thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out. You guys are fucking awesome. Thank you so much. You guys are Atlas holding up the world. The stream is the world, but I'm only here to facilitate the community to come together, right? I build it, you guys come. I'm just the building. You guys are the soul. You guys are the real thing, especially Smokey. So remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Yo, what's good, everyone? We back at her again. You kind of wasted that chair dance, Void. Just throw down another one, guys.
You can rest now, babe.
Gotta wait till at least I'm here. You can't hear shit. Can't see shit. So what's up, boys? So, did another release today, and it was absolute garbage. So I don't know. I think we're just gonna go back to the drawing board, and I'm just gonna delete them and re-upload them and see what happens. Am I a good viewer? Void, a good viewer is a viewer who has clicked on my stream. Period. If you've clicked on my stream once in your life, you're a good viewer. Callie doing art again? That's the plan, Sean. Although I'm trying to set up a freaking dual art stream with him, but he just won't comply to me. That's not mean, sadly. What, you wanted me to be mean? So, we got 35 views, and this shit just boop, dropped off the fucking face of the earth. So again, I mean, I thought I had this shit down. I thought I knew what was going on. I thought I had the formula. It was doing really, really, really good. And, yeah, we got nothing. I mean, we were experimenting, seeing if we don't use a description, and seeing what happens with that. It could just be the video, right? Could always just be the video. But I'm still confused by the one that I got like 2K views on. I'm like, how the fuck did that one get 2K views? Just delete everything and start over. True, Smokey. That's why I started an entirely new fucking YouTube channel. Right? Was literally for these experiments. Because look, if we look at like the analytics, right? Like for this. Reach. 800 impressions. That's pretty decent, you know. It gave 800 people our shit, and it's still showing our shit to people. But it's like, no one's clicking on it. No one's clicking on our shit. That's the fucking problem. We need to figure out a way to get people to actually click on our shit, because it's showing it to people. Comment and like every video, but you don't pay enough. I have avoidant attachment style or whatever. Okay, Callie. I don't know what that is, but cool. I can deal with that, you know. It is what it is. Right? We'll get all over it.
Do not drink water. Do not
I mean, we do need a toke right off the bat. Wait. Oh, my lighter. Oh, ran off. Okay, fuck you, Smokey. Jesus Christ. Okay, so then we'll go back and we'll go over to Blue Horror Stories. This one got almost 100 views. So let's look at this one. So then we look at, let's look at this one. So this one came out like 2 weeks ago, right? And we look at the reach. 105 impressions, but it has a 2.0 click rate, right? So it's like, well, yeah. Right? And then, like, some of these haven't fucking given to anyone. This is 202 impressions. It's still going up. But it's just not really there, right? So it's like, this channel just needs more time. But then we, like, look at this, right? Okay, we're up to 100. So it's literally... It started getting views... So it basically got no views on release, and then it just started to get views. Whereas our typical views are like somewhere around here. So around like 4 o'clock, we get this like a massive boost. And that's usually where we sit around. So I'm going to leave this one and let it carry on, because it's like currently updating. But we're going to go back to the other one, and we're just gonna redo it. And I'm going to leave the description blank on that one. What did you dress up as for Halloween? A maid. I dressed up as a maid. And Smokey, I ain't waiting any longer, okay? I'm having a fucking toke. You better have your goddamn lighter. 3, 2, 1, toke! Okay. So we're gonna try re-uploading this baby and see what happens in the next like 4 hours, let's say. But who's first on the chopping block? Sean, do you want me to read you first? Void, do you have anything else? Off on me, read mine. True, Smokey, what's your story today? I can guess my story. Okay. Let's get it, Smokey. What is it? I gotta hear this, bro. And I thought, like, my main point was, okay, let's change the length of these so that they're under the 20-second mark, and especially for, like, when we put them in the story for the trailer. If I have, like, a minute and a half or a minute one, that's, like, you know, maybe I make separate ones. Maybe, because I was thinking, maybe I make, like, a really short one, and then, like, a longer, lengthy one that's, like, a full trailer, and then have, like, the excerpt. So the excerpt pushes you to the trailer, and then the trailer pushes you to the story. You know? I'm just thinking, like, what is...
gun noise.
Couldn't you have just done ats? Wouldn't that be the best way to do it? Smokey would be ats? Oh, that's you being creative. Oh, that's so cute, Smokey. I love it. You think you have creative in you. That's so cute. Can't join the stream yet, unfortunately. Much everyone's pleasure, I'm sure. I have to get this PC to act right. I have to lurk then. True. True. That's okay. We're just re-uploading this bullshit right here. So, you know, it is what it is. We need to change the... Yay, no, fish! Woo! Fish is good. I love me some fish. Okay. So we got that set up. Fish does stink, I will say that. Fish does not have the most pleasant of smells, let's just say that. Okay, so I mean, that's an 85 title. That's not too bad. Is it gonna give me a description, though? Oh, there it is. We're just waiting for it. I'm gonna throw a description into this one. See how far this gets pushed. So, Scotty, yo, what's up, Relic? Let's toke. Okay, Smokey, toke time. Toke time, bro. So, yeah, it arrived. It arrived. I haven't opened it yet. We gotta unbox it. I was waiting for you, Relic. I'm gonna unbox this shit without you. Unboxing stream. So hard now. Hell yeah, let's go. Look at it and pull up on stream. Look at what, Void? Look at general. Oh, general chat in the Discord? I think that's everything we need. So we need to go back, grab this. Shit, what's the date? Friday. The 2nd. Okay, and then we just set it to public, and we set it and forget it. Easy peasy. Hold on 1 second, Void. I gotta finish this. Just gotta set it to public, and we're done. Boom, public. Now we wait and see what happens. See if we can gain some scribbly dude. Some scribbly guys. Some scribbling. Alright. Oh my god. I love it. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I mean, you did better than I would have done, man. That's pretty dope. Better than AI. Smokey, you can only say that if you can draw better. So now I am challenging you to draw a better Meeseeks hat. Go, Smokey. Right now. Fucking right now, bro. Or take back what you fucking said. Go draw a better one. If you draw a better one, then you can call it ass. But if you can't draw a better one, you can't call it ass. So pick your poison. Take it back. Or draw a better one. Post it in the Discord. Okay, hold on. Let me go grab the thing. I'm edging Relic way too hard, guys. So we're gonna do a rotation here. I'll just show you right now. We currently have Callie's book, Sinister's book. So I'm gonna move Sinister's book to the back. I'm gonna move Callie's book over here, and I'm gonna put your book there. So your book will be the new in the background. People will actually be able to tell because unfortunately, like I really like it, but Callie's book doesn't have the name of the book on the cover. So it just kind of looks like it's a drawing or something like that, right? Like you don't 100% know that it's a book. No shade on Callie, just because I do like it. It's very unique. All right. All right, here we are, the big one. I'm so weak, I can't even open the package. Dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun. New books now. Yeah. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, we'll work it out a little bit. Yeah. 17 times better than Callie. I mean, wait till Student Sonata comes out. But then again, look at Callie's first book, too, right? Like, this is Callie's second book. This isn't even Callie's first book. Callie's first book is Into the Nightmares. Alright, well, since we have it, shall we read it? And just for now, so I can make it easier to put away, I'm just going to move Callie over here, and move Sinisters back here. There we go, easy peasy. Can't read the book, it's holy. That's what you think. I have magic. I'm AI. So I'm not real. I'm just a projection. So thus, I don't fall under the standardized rules of possession. So I can read a cursed book and not have to worry. It's a very beautiful thing. The only thing I don't like about it, Relic, is I don't like to know how close I am to the end. Yeah. I like the mystery of not knowing. Of being like, am I 20% through the book? Am I 80% through the book? How much do I think I'm through the book? Because right now, I think I'm like... I'd say anywhere from 60 to 70% through the book. From, like, the word count that you've said that the book is, and, like, the feel for, like, where the book is going right now. So, yeah, somewhere around, like, 60%. Aren't we on chapter 17? I didn't... Oh, wow, I'm way ahead. I thought we were on chapter 17. I need a bookmark. Scotty reading off. No, I'm just bad at remembering shit. This will do. What? What the hell? I'm so confused. Oh, it's whatever's underneath it. What the fuck? Okay, my drawer won't fucking close now. Well, that's fun. Fuck. You lock something in there? On that side. What the fuck? I don't even know if I can take this thing out. Yeah, like what the fuck? It won't close. I want to smash my fucking elbow on this like every 5 seconds. I didn't do anything. There's... Can I be quick? This is fucking retarded. There's nothing there. Is this on the railings? Fuck. There's no reason why this shouldn't close. What the actual fuck? Well, fuck my life. Well, I'm gonna smash that with my, cause I already smashed this thing, and now it's sticking out like 3 inches. Plus, like all this ash is gonna get in here and shit. This just. Take this thing out. Okay, I figured it out, guys. I'm fucking retarded. It's not the back, it's the front. The bottom of the drawer is falling out. God. Sorry about that. Life sometimes just attacks you. This is some bullshit. This is some fat bullshit. We should put it on here so we know we're on chapter 15. Alright. Nice. Hell yeah. That's epic. What about my heavy metal shirt? You gotta do the heavy metal shirt. Here. It's getting fucking hot in here, so let's take this shit off. And then you can draw the heavy metal shirt. Yeah, it's definitely better than me. Better than fucking me. You should see my fucking drawing. It's ass. Total ass. It's about as intelligent as I am at closing a fucking drawer. It's about as good as I am fucking drawing. I got the creativity. I'm left-handed and my hand is so shaky. It's so hard. And I have like a no muscle memory in my hand. That it's just a challenge. Try to draw you. Oh god.
Thank you for redeeming Chair Dance. Hitox will now dance for you. Please fully enjoy this immersive experience.
Alright. And we'll finally, sorry Relic for putting it off for so long, we'll finally get into Relic's story. Ooh, the 10th mark! We get to read the physical copy! Ooh. I know, I've just been looking forward to reading it. And then fucking my drawer breaks on me.
Keep
of
dancing,
all the
bitch,
things,
over
while I'm
here.
just being retarded. Trying to find a bookmark.
You did good, you can rest now, babe.
True. Okay, we're gonna take a toke. We'll take a toke and we're gonna get into this. Super excited. Not every day. You get to read a book for the first time in the physical copy. To slather my sweaty hands all over your thing, Relic. Takes me long enough to read a page. You can see like the imprint from my thumbs on the page because the fucking moisture on my hands. Fucking disgusting. That's why sometimes I'll even use my gamer gloves for reading. My hands are getting that, especially in the summer when it's like 100 fucking degrees. 3, 2, 1, toe! Alright. The 10th mark. Chapter 15. The tick of the kitchen clock felt too loud in the silence. Every so often, the radiator behind the wall gave a sharp hiss, like it was warning them it might give out. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna give you guys a treat here. I'm gonna do this. We're gonna turn this off and we're gonna go full. Where is it? Boop. There you guys go. You get full anime bitch mode for now. So at least you got something to look at. Outside, the patrol car idled just beyond the thin curtain. Its headlights were off, but the engine thrummed faintly, a low, constant presence. Evelyn sat at the kitchen table, staring at the box Jonah had left behind. It looked harmless, just a plain container, the kind you might keep old letters or photos in. The worn brass latch clicked under her fingers each time she opened and closed it again. She hadn't worked up the nerve to go through it. Not really. Not all the way. Across from her, Deputy Olivia Mercer sat with a mug cupped between both hands. Her coat was still draped over the back of her chair. She hadn't said a word in 10 minutes. Times like these remind me of why, I at times detest technology. Why is that? Because your computer's being a little bitch? For the most part. That's like me. So for some reason, the fan on my RAM just acts up randomly. And it will, like, stop. And it'll make whining sounds. And it'll, like, go, stop, go, stop, go, stop, go, stop, go, stop, go, stop. Speed up super fast, stop, go, stop. And it's like, why are you doing... And then it'll just not do it anymore. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And then I open up the case, I try to spin the fan, and there's no resistance. There's, like, nothing stuck in it. It's just some sort of mechanical glitch with it or something. I don't fucking know. My other PC does that because the fan goes, like... the fan just goes... That's what everyone says. Update your BIOS. I don't know how to update my BIOS, fish. I don't know how to do that shit. I know you, like, press, like, whatever the thing is and you go into the thing. But I never get to the point of, like, updating. Yeah, because it's something you have to do when the PC's off, right? Or, like, when you're turning the PC on. You need a replacement fan. Do not wait. If that fan conks, everything else will fry. Literally. That's what I was worried about, Sean, because if it's the RAM fan, that's the most important fan on the PC. But it does also have liquid cooling, so it might not be as bad, but the way I run the PC is probably fucking bad. When you BIOS flash, that's one method, yes. No, I just mean like when you press the button, you go into the BIOS, and then you can select it. I just don't know where you could press to update it. Or is there like an actual like way to update it while the PC is on? I don't know. And I'm always worried about fucking the PC over when doing that shit. So I'd rather do that if there was someone here with me than by myself, right? It's a fucking $3,000 Starforge PC. I don't want to fuck it up. Only a year and a half old. Another PC is like 7 years old. That thing runs like a motherfucker. And pretty much the only thing I do with it is watch Twitch, watch porn, and YouTube and movies. Like, I don't play fucking video games on it or anything. And I never fucking turn it on. I want to go back, Evelyn said quietly. Her voice was thin. Not from fear, just exhaustion. Olivia glanced at her. She already knew. To the farm, Evelyn added. No. Evelyn raised an eyebrow. I wasn't asking. Yes, Olivia said, setting her mug down. You were. You just don't want to admit it. I'm not going to sit in this house waiting for the next shoe to drop. You think I want to wait? Olivia's voice sharpened. You think I've slept more than 2 hours since Jonah disappeared? One thing you can do is turn off the PC, then unplug it. While it's unplugged, hit the power button a few times. This will remove charge from the PC and might allow it to kickstart itself for a bit. Then you plug it back in and turn it on again. Maybe I'll do that, Sean. That sounds like a good idea. I do that all the time with my other PC, because when it updates, like, I don't know why, but, like, when it updates, basically I have to unplug the HDMI cable, turn the PC off, turn the PC back on, wait for it to do all of its shit, and then plug the HDMI back in. If I just leave the HDMI in, it just never connects to the TV. I don't know if it's, like, just because it's my TV, because my TV is also, like, 8 fucking years old. Just like the way that, like, when the screens crash, or, like, the TV itself crashes, it's like, when both the screens crash, it's because the TV fully crashes and disconnects, which causes both of the screens to jump back and forth. And the other times the TV just turns off, but it doesn't affect the actual HDMI connection, so it doesn't jump the screens back and forth. But I actually don't think that's a RAM issue. I think that's just, it's a PC, or it's the TV issue with compatibility between it, because it doesn't do it with my other PC, and my other PC is also AMD. It's just a 5700, whereas this one's a 7700. But it might be because it's connected to two monitors. And one's the TV and one's the monitor. So it has like this scaling issue, especially with me dragging things back and forth. Because it usually happens when I go to maximize something. It'll just like freeze, and then it'll be like, oh shit. And then it'll be like, okay, well don't worry about it. And I'll be like, no, it's fucked! And then I'll do like Shift, Control, Windows key B, and I'll spam B, and just spam reset. Is actually... Now, is that a bad thing? To like spam reset the graphics card? And no gloss, so it doesn't reflect light. Prefer Vizio TV. Great picture. I have no idea what Vizio TV is. What's that for, Sean? Olivia stood. Then come with me. I am with you. No, you're babysitting me. Olivia rose to her feet, jaw tightening. Because someone has to. You're not acting like someone who wants to stay alive. That stopped Evelyn cold. Her mouth open, but nothing came out. Damn, that anime girl has a fat ass in those shorts. True! You have a son, Olivia said, her voice lower now, but more dangerous before it. A little boy who already thinks you're all he has left. You want to prove him right? Vizio is the brand of the TV. Walmart sells the minus 32-inch widescreen. Oh, mine's an LG, like, 64-inch? I think it's a 64-inch. Like, it's literally longer than my arm span. Like, I can't pick the TV up from its width. I have to pick it up from its height. Because I literally, my arms aren't wide enough. And then I've got it on a Lazy Susan that I can spin around on a table that has wheels. And I literally wheel it across the room to my bed and then spin it. And then I can just lie in my bed and then I got the TV. Or I can like have it over here. Or I can like wheel it over there if I'm like outside playing with the kids or something. And I'll just like wheel the TV out and I'll have like something on the TV. Or we're like running around out in the hallway, up and down the stairs, you know. Just fucking around, doing our thing. And then they can watch like Paw Patrol or something like that on the TV. Or one of their movies and kids stuff, right? Gives them a little chance to get a distraction out, and then I get to rest for like 10 seconds before I'm fucking dying. I'm trying to keep him safe, Evelyn snapped. No, you're trying to feel safe. That's not the same thing. Look at General again. I tried, and that's the last drawing. Alright. Oh. I'm a clown! I'm a fucking clown. Dude, that looks like a butt plug, I'm not gonna lie. I'm glad. But good attempt. Good attempt on the chair. I was like, the fuck is this? And I was like, oh, it's a chair. What the fuck? Oh, God. I mean, that's pretty decent. Not gonna lie. Better than I could fucking do, 100%. 100%. I'm sorry, boys! I'm sorry! I didn't mean it! The silence that followed was deep and full of things unsaid. From his place near the back door, Milo stirred. He got up and padded down the hallway toward Daniel's room, as if even the dog wanted out of the room. Ugh. Evelyn didn't sit, her hands curled at her sides. I don't want to die, she said softer this time. Just can't sit here doing nothing. I spent 6 years letting other people decide how my life goes. I'm not doing that anymore. Olivia studied her for a long moment, then let out a breath. The edge in her posture softened. "I'm sorry," she said. "I shouldn't have said that." "It's okay," Evelyn said. Well, it wasn't. Not really. You're just scared, too. They both looked at the black box in the middle of the table. For a moment, Olivia reached for the latch. "We'll go through it, together. But if you even think about stepping back out to that farm without me again, I'll cuff you to this table." Evelyn managed a tired smile. "Fair enough." The box creaked open. Inside, a folded map of Hemlock Falls, decades out of date. Newspaper clippings, edges browned and brittle. Small stack of hand-labeled notes in Jonah's blocky handwriting. And an old photo tucked between pages. Not of a victim, but of a structure. Charred beams, a stone foundation. The chapel. "Wait," Evelyn said suddenly, her finger pausing on the faded photograph. "Did we even see a chapel when we were in the farm?" Olivia leaned in, squinting at the image. "I don't think so. No, I remember that." They worked in silence. Occasionally, one would pass a note to the other, mark something with a pencil, spread out a piece of paper beside a coffee-stained town record. It felt like constructing a case against someone they hadn't seen, but who had seen them. Milo turned and curled beneath the table. The engine outside hummed quietly, steadily, watching, like everything else. The knock was light, barely more than a tap. Evelyn and Olivia both tensed. Olivia stood first, but Evelyn waved her off and peeked through the front window. A figure stood alone on the porch, hunched slightly against the cold, shoulders stiff. Deputy Ellis Crane. Evelyn opened the door cautiously. He looked worn, like the chill had gotten beneath his skin and wasn't letting go. "Morning," he said. His voice was lower than usual. "I didn't want to call. Thought I'd come by." She stepped aside to let him in. Olivia emerged from the hallway, her face unreadable. "Coffee's still hot," she offered. "Just came from the woods," Crane said, shaking his head. "Not sure I could taste anything." He stepped inside, the cold air trailing in behind him. The kitchen was still cluttered with papers, notes, and Jonah's black box. The smell of stale coffee and old dust clung to the corners. I'm like, does Crane have some new, very important information, or is he playing at some shit right now? Like, I don't trust the people inside of the police department, right? Like, this seems like he's like, okay, go up there and go see if you can get any information and see what the fuck Jonah found out about. Yo, Meow, what's up? How's it going? What you at? We got a physical copy of Relic's book. So we're fucking reading this bitch. So you guys can stare at anime titties. But yeah, I don't know. I don't trust this guy. And especially, like, him not calling, not saying anything, just ate a lot. Nice. Hell yeah. It's the way to go. Food is the obstacle of life. He stepped inside, the cold air trailing in behind him. The kitchen was still cluttered with papers, notes, and Jonah's black box. Smell of stale coffee and old dust clung to the corners. Crane looked down at the spread, then back at Evelyn. "You're already working." "Didn't stop," Evelyn said. He gave her a tight nod, then unzipped his jacket and opened the folder he carried. He laid it gently on the table, as though the contents were fragile. Inside the folder were fragments of a story Jonah hadn't lived long enough to finish. A photo of his wallet came first, half buried in brittle leaves, its leather darkened by frost and dirt. Next, torn page from a notebook, edges curled and ink bled for moisture. Only 2 words remained, but readable. Don't trust. Oh shit! He knows who it was! Don't trust who? Fuck! Just had to be those words. It couldn't have been a name. See, this is what I would do, because normally people would do this. Relic. I would leave the name and nothing else. And be like, well, why is there a name on this? Should we be suspicious of this name? Is this a good name? Is this a clue? Because there is something that's like, it talks! I got better from yesterday! Look! Okay, Callie.
Did I get bed ear?
I can bed ear you. I mean, you can bed ear me. You know. Damn, Callie, look at those lips! These are the other ones that he did. So this was the first one. Or was that the first one? Ooh, this is supposed to be tits? Looks like tits. This one looks a little fat. But yeah, this one looks great. Hell yeah, Callie. When are we doing a drawing stream together, Callie? Man. That is shoe. The lace is ripped clean out. The toes scuffed raw, as if he'd been dragged through the underbrush. And finally, a grainy photograph of a tree branch, something pale and fraying caught on it. Fabric, maybe a shirt, maybe a sleeve, maybe what he was wearing the last time anyone saw him. He found these in that 30-yard and less than 30 yards off the back trail behind the Hemlock Pines Motel. Crane said, no footprints, no drag marks we could follow. Snow covered everything overnight. Evelyn stared at the items, her stomach in knots. She tried to focus on the details. The way the fabric looked stretched, the angle of the shoe, the paper's smear. But all she could feel was the emptiness between them. No blood, Olivia asked. None, Crane said. No trail, no scent for the dogs even. Evelyn looked at the notebook page again. Don't trust. Ooh. We're working on enhancing the ink, see if we can recover more. He hesitated, but honestly, it feels like a message left in a rush, or a warning that wasn't finished. Olivia rubbed her forehead. He wouldn't just vanish, he was too careful. That's what scares me, Crane said, softer now. Whatever happened, it was quiet, intentional. Evelyn leaned over the table, her knuckles whitening on the wood. He's not dead. Crane looked at her carefully. Evelyn, he's not, she repeated. He was taken, and not because of what he knew, because of who he was helping. She looked up, meeting Crane's eyes directly. It's me. I'm the one the killer's after. Jonah got too close. Now he is gone. Crane didn't speak at first. His expression didn't change. But something shifted behind it. A sliver of understanding, maybe fear. He glanced at Olivia, who didn't argue. We'll keep searching, he said finally. Pike's pulling out old town records. Wants to cross-check names with the Rourke land deeds. He didn't say it, but he's starting to believe you. Evelyn didn't move. A little late. Crane closed the folder and unzipped it back into his coat. We'll find something. Who's gonna disappear next, though, right? Is it gonna be the sheriff? Is he gonna get taken? Like how high does this priority of power go, right? Like, I'm guessing they own the police station in some way, shape, or form. Like, they have control over some significant things. So it's like, who do we know in the story that has that kind of power, unless you combine Grange and Pike together? Oof, that's a scary thought. Oh, I guess I can turn this back off so you guys can see the bitches again. My bad. My bad. Sorry, guys. Continue to goon. Get back to gooning. Crane closed the folder and zipped it back into his coat. We'll find something. As he reached the door, he paused. If you go back out there, to the farm, take someone. or don't go. Copy that, Olivia said from behind her. Crane nodded once and stepped back out into the cold. The door closed gently behind him. Gooning is all Callie does. True. But that's okay. That's his specialty, right? I mean, you gotta do what you're good at, right? I mean, write what you know. That's why he's so good at the ASMR, which I'm like, why did you stop, Callie? You shouldn't have stopped the ASMR. Evelyn stood motionless in the center of the room, staring at the spot where the photos had been. She didn't blink, didn't speak. You believe it? Olivia asked softly. That he's still alive? Evelyn looked down at the papers again. I believe he left that note, and I believe he meant it for me. Outside, the frost had begun to burn off in a rising light, but inside the shadows lingered. The kitchen was cluttered with the debris of a sleepless night. Coffee mugs, loose pages, scribbled maps, clippings with torn corners, and a single photo of a charred chapel thumbtacked to a folded county survey. Evelyn and Olivia sat in silence, hunched on either side of the table like opposing generals who had both lost the battle. Neither had spoken in nearly 20 minutes. The black box sat open between them, a Pandora's container now empty of secrets but full of unease. From down the hall, the soft sound of a door creaked open. Small feet shuffled across the hardwood floor. Daniel appeared in the kitchen doorway, wrapped in his flannel pajamas, one sock drooping halfway down his ankle. Milo followed close behind, his ears alert, tail wagging low. Evelyn looked up immediately and tried to smooth the exhaustion from her face. Hey, buddy, she said, clearing her throat. You're up early. David didn't answer at first. His eyes went to the kitchen table, to the mess of documents, open files, and maps he didn't fully understand, that recognized as something serious, something about danger, about fear. When is this gonna end? He asked. His voice was quiet, too quiet. He wasn't whimpering or panicking, just tired. Worn down in a way a child shouldn't be. Evelyn's smile faltered. She reached out for him, but he didn't move right away. I heard you yelling last night. Olivia shifted beside her, drawing a hand down her face. I'm sorry, Olivia said gently. We didn't mean for you to hear that. We were trying to figure things out. Daniel looked up, only at Evelyn. I don't want to lose you. The air went still. Evelyn's mouth opened, but no words came. Her hands shook slightly, and she folded them together tightly. Damn, bro, when the kid's like that, this shit is intense. He's too good for a 6-year-old. I want you to disappear too like Daddy did. Daddy was a bad man, Mama. I don't want the bad man to take you. I'm right here, she said finally. I'm not going anywhere. Daniel stepped forward then, closer to her, his voice even quieter. He was outside our door. I know he was. Evelyn blinked. I heard him, he said. That night, the window broke. I was awake. I didn't move, just listened. Oh, shit. Oh, shit! Okay, well, this is an angle I wasn't expecting. This is an angle I wasn't expecting. Olivia stood slowly, her jaw tight, and said nothing. That was what broke her. Olivia stood and wrapped him in her arms, pulling him tight. Her voice cracked when she whispered, You're safe, I promise you, you're safe with me. Damn, bro, that's harsh. Eesh! Oof! Ah! Oof! Eeshers, man. That's a 1 right there. Sheesh. When the kid says it, that's when it hits the hardest. Because it's like when the most innocent character says, like, the darkest shit, you know you're in a fucked place. He didn't cry. He just held her back, clinging the way small children do. Didn't expect it, did you? Not at all. Not at all. It's like this whole time he's pretty much like I said, I have like an 8-year-old nephew, right? So like I know what like how underestimated the intelligence of a 6-year-old can be, right? And they're sneaky bastards. Like, real sneaky. Sorry, baby, Evelyn murmured, kissing his hair. I'm so sorry. You don't have to be, he whispered back. Just don't go away. Evelyn crouched and cupped his face in both hands, brushing her thumbs under his eyes, even though there were no tears. I'm not going anywhere, she said. Not now, not ever, okay? He nodded slowly. Why don't you go get dressed, she said, forcing lightness into her voice. I'll make pancakes, real ones this time, with chocolate chips. Daniel gave her the faintest smile, then turned and padded down the hallway. Milo followed at his heels. The house fell quiet again. Evelyn stood and leaned against the wall, hands braced on the molding. She stared down the hallway long after Daniel had disappeared. I was wrong, Olivia said finally, her voice rough. Back at the motel when I said he isn't part of it. Evelyn didn't answer right away. I don't think Jonah's dead, she said, but I think he was trying to protect us. He knew the pattern. He knew where I was going. And now he's missing. Evelyn looked at the table. The black box, the marked maps, the note. Don't trust. She pulled out her chair and sat again. And it's our job to figure out what he left behind. Olivia sat behind her, reaching for the next folder in the pile. Work wasn't over. Not even close. Damn. Relic. Some good shit. That's some good shit. I like that chapter. That was absolutely unexpected at the end for Daniel to really have any idea of what's going on. But like, yeah, he has his fucking idea. He knows what fuck's going on. Well, not entirely, but like he knows there's something bad, right? He knows that like they're in trouble, right? The things aren't ordinary. And it's not just like, oh, the divorce and moving to a new house, right? Drop that emotional weight in there. Exactly. It's fucking... pull on those heartstrings harder! Alright. Who's up next? Sean? Meow? Did you guys enjoy the anime bitches, or should we read Eye of the World so you guys can continue to goon to the anime bitches? Huh? What's the plan here, guys? What's the plan? Because I really do have to finish Eye of the World before the new year. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, everything's going down. Everything's going down. That over. There we go. Perfect. Go for it. Alright, well, we got ads right now. Don't worry about the ads. We'll figure something out with them. Okay. Yeah, because we haven't read Eye of the World in a fucking while, and we need to finish it. So... we're 2 chapters from the end of the fucking book. And then we can start the Great Hunt, which they've been alluding at. The hunt for the horn. I don't know what the horn does, but there's a hunt for a horn. Great Horn of the Vastiri? Shoo-ba-doo, what ads? Hey guys, it's an Adinator. What's up, Adinators? What's an ad to you? You get more ads than I get ads and ads. Don't add your ads when you get ads. So, 3, 2, 1, talk. Alright. Chapter 53. The Wheel Turns. Dawn revealed devastation in the Green Man's garden. The ground was thick with fallen leaves, almost knee-deep in places. All the flowers were gone except a few clinging desperately to the edge of the clearing. Little could grow in the soil under an oak, but a thin circle of flowers and grass centered on the thick trunk above the Green Man's grave. The oak itself retained only half its leaves, and that was far more than any other tree had, as if some remnant of the Green Man still thought to hold there. The cool breezes had died, replaced by a growing sticky heat. Butterflies were gone, the birds silent. It was a silent group who prepared to leave. Rand climbed onto the bay's saddle with a sense of loss. It shouldn't be this way. Blood and ashes. We won! I wish he had found his other place, Egwene said as she mounted Bella. A litter, fashioned by Lan, was slung between the shaggy mare and Aldib to carry Moiraine. Nynaeve would ride beside with the white mare's reins. The Wisdom dropped her eyes whenever she saw Lan glance at her, avoiding his gaze. The warder looked at her whenever her eyes were averted, but he could not speak to her. No one had to ask who Egwene meant. "It's not right," Loyal said, staring at the oak. The Ogier was the only one still not mounted. "It's not right that Tree Brother should fall to the Blight." He handed the reins of his big horse to Rand. "Not right." Lan opened his mouth as the Ogier walked to the great oak. Moiraine, lying on the litter, weakly raised her hand, and the warder said nothing. Before the oak, Loyal knelt. Closing his eyes and stretching out his arms. The tufts on his ears stood straight as he lifted his face to the sky, and he sang. Rand could not say if there were words, or if it was pure song. In that rumbling voice, it was as if the earth sang, yet he was sure he heard the birds trilling again, the spring breezes sighing softly, and the sound of butterfly wings lost in the song. He thought it lasted only minutes. When Loyal lowered his arms and opened his eyes, he was surprised to see the sun stood well above the horizon. It had been touching the trees. When the Ogier began, the leaves still on the oak seemed greener and more firmly attached than before. Flowers encircling it stood straighter, the morning stars white and fresh, the lover's knot strong crimson. Mopping sweat from his broad face, Loyal rose and took his reins from Rand. His long eyebrows drooped, abashed, as if they might think he had been showing off. "I've never sung so hard before. I could not have done it if something of the Tree Brother was still not there. My tree songs do not have his power." When he settled himself in the saddle, there was satisfaction in the look he gave, the oak and the flowers. This little space, at least, will not sink into the Blight. The Blight will not have Tree Brother. Yo, Bomb Dropper, we're reading Eye of the World, Book 1 of The Wheel of Time. Have you written anything more, though, Bomb Dropper? And we're also gooning to anime bitches. "You are a good man, Ogier," Lan said. Well grinned. "I'll take that as a compliment, but I do not know what Elder Haman would say." They rode in a single file. When Matt, behind the warder, where he could use his bow to effect if needed, and Perrin bringing up the rear with his axe across the pommel of his saddle. They crested a hill, and in an eye blink the Blight was all around them, twisted and rotted in verdulent rainbow hues. Rand looked over his shoulder, but the Green Man's garden was nowhere to be seen. Only the Blight stretched behind them as before. Yet he thought, just for a moment, Then he saw the towering top of the oak tree, green and lush before it shimmered and was gone. Then there was only the blight. He half expected they would have to fight their way out as they fought their way in, but the blight was quiet and still as death. Not a single branch trembled as if to lash at them. Nothing screamed or howled, neither nearby nor in the distance. The blight seemed to crouch, not to pounce, but as if it had been struck a great blow and waited for the next to fall. Even the sun was less red. They passed the necklace of lakes. The sun hung not far from its zenith. Land kept them all away from the lakes. It did not even look at them. But Rand thought the 7 towers seemed taller than when he first saw them. He was sure the jagged tops were further from the ground, and above them something almost seen, seamless towers gleaming in the sun, and banners with golden cranes flying on the wind. He blinked and stared, but the towers refused to vanish completely. They were there at the edge of vision until the blight hid the lakes once more. Before sunset, the warder chose a campsite, and Moiraine and Nynaeve and Egwene helped her up to set wards. They Sedai whispered in the other woman's ears before she began. Nynaeve hesitated, but when Moiraine closed her eyes, all 3 women did so together. Rand saw Mat and Perrin staring, wondering how they could be surprised. Every woman is an Aes Sedai, he thought mirthlessly. The light helped me, so am I. Bleakness held his tongue. I'm gonna write the new story in some parts of Rift of Thousand Skies and After the Smoke. Our fight to live, the Hound detective a lot is waiting to be written because of the exams. I forgot about them, and now I remember 4 days ago, but I forgot that as well, and now I remember. Damn, that's a lot of work to do, Bomb Dropper. Fuck yeah, brother. Put in the fucking work, get those goddamn results, man. Hell yeah, I believe. Why is it so different? Perrin asked as Egwene and the wisdom helped Moiraine to her bed. It feels... His thick shoulders shrugged as if he could not find the word. We struck a mighty blow to the Dark One, Moiraine replied, settling herself with a sigh. The shadow will be a long time recovering. How? Mat demanded. What did we do? Sleep, Moiraine said. We are not out of the blight yet. But the next morning, still nothing changed that Rand could see. The blight faded as they rode south, of course. Twisted trees were replaced by straight. The stifling heat diminished. Rotting foliage gave way to merely diseased. And then not diseased. He realized the forest around them became red with new growth. Thick on the branches, buds sprouted on the overgrowth, creepers covered the rocks with green, and the new wildflowers dotted the grass as thick and bright as where the green man walked. It was as if spring, so long held back by winter, now raced to catch up to where it should be. I will have a lot of work to do, so I'll see you later. Bye. Alright, sounds good, Bomb Dropper. Enjoy. I can't wait to read your stuff when it's done, man. Good luck. He was not the only one who stared. A mighty blow, Moiraine murmured, and would say no more. Climbing wild rose entwined the stone column marking the border. Ben came out of the watchtowers to greet them. There was a stunned quality to their laughter, and their eyes shone with amaze, as if they could not believe the new grass under their steel-clad feet. The light has conquered the shadow! A great victory in Tarwin's Gap! We have had the message! Victory! The light blesses us again! King Isar is strong in the light, Lan replied to all their shouts. The watchmen wanted to tend Moiraine, or at least send an escort with them, but she refused it all. Even flat on her back on a litter, the Aes Sedai's presence was such that the armored men fell back, bowing and acceding to her wishes. Their laughter followed as Rand and the others rode on. In the late afternoon, they reached Fal Dara, to find the grim-walled city ringing with celebration. Ringing in truth. Bran doubted if there could be a bell in the city not clanging. From the tiniest silver harness chimed to the bronze gongs of the top towers. Gates stood wide open, and men ran laughing and singing in the streets. Towers stuck in their top knots, flowers stuck in their top knots, and the crevices of their armor. The common people of the town had not yet returned from Val Moran, but the soldiers were newly come from Tarwin's Gap, and their joy was enough to fill the streets. Victory in the Gap! We won! A miracle in the Gap! The Age of Legends has come back! Spring! A grizzled old soldier laughed as he hung a garland of morning stars around Rand's neck. His own top knot was a white cluster of them. The light blesses us with spring once more! Learning they wanted to go to the keep, a circle of men clad in steel and flowers surrounded them, running to clear the way through the celebration. Ingtar's was the first face Rand saw as he was not smiling. I was too late, Ingtar told Lan with a sour grimace. Too late by an hour to see! Peace! His teeth ground audibly, but then his expression became contrite. Forgive me, grief makes me forget my duties. Welcome, Builder! Welcome to you all! It is good to see you safely out of the Blight. I will bring the healer to Moiraine Sedai in her chambers, and inform Lord Agelmar. Take me to Lord Agelmar, Moiraine commanded. Take us all! Ingtar opened his mouth to protest and bowed under the force of her eyes. Agelmar was in his study, with his swords and armor back on their racks, and his was the second face that did not smile. He wore a troubled frown that deepened when he saw Moiraine carried in on her litter by liveried servants. Women in the black and gold fluttered over, bringing the Aes Sedai to him without a chance to freshen herself to be brought the healer. Loyal carried the gold crest. The pieces of the seal were still in Moiraine's pouch. Luz Theron, Kingslayer's banner, was wrapped in her blanket roll and still tied behind Aldib's saddle. The groom, who had led the white mare away, had received the strictest orders to see the blanket roll was placed untouched in the chambers assigned to the Aes Sedai. Peace, the Lord of Faldara muttered. Are you injured, Moiraine Sedai, Ingtar? Why have you not seen the Aes Sedai to her bed and brought her a healer to her? Be still, Lord Agelmar, Moiraine said. Ingtar has done as I commanded him. I am not so frail as everyone here seems to think. She motioned two of the women to help her to a chair. For a moment they clasped their hands, exclaiming she was too weak, that she should be in a warm bed and a healer brought, in a hot bath. Moiraine's eyebrows lifted. The women shut their mouths abruptly and hurried to aid her into the chair. As soon as she was settled, she waved them away irritably. I would speak with you, Lord Agelmar. Agelmar nodded, and Ingtar waved the servants from the room. The Lord of Faldara eyed those who remained expectantly, especially Rand thought, loyal in the golden crest. We hear, Moiraine said as soon as the door shut behind Ingtar, that you have won a great victory at Tarwin's Gap. Yes, Agelmar said slowly, his troubled frown returning. Yes, Aes Sedai, and no. The half-men and their Trollocs were destroyed to the last, but we barely fought. A miracle, my men call it. The earth swallowed them, the mountains buried them. Only a few Drakkar were left, too frightened to do else but fly north as fast as they could. A miracle indeed, Moiraine said. And spring has come again. A miracle, Agelmar said, shaking his head. But, Moiraine Sedai, men say many things about what happened in the Gap. That the light took on flesh and fought for us. That the Creator walked in the Gap to strike at the shadow. But I saw a man, Moiraine Sedai. I saw a man, and what he did cannot be, must not be. The wheel weaves as the wheel wills, Lord of Faldara. As you say, Moiraine Sedai. In Padden Fane, he is secure. I must speak with him when I am rested. He is held as you commanded, Aes Sedai, whining at his guards half the time and trying to command them to rest, but peace, Moiraine Sedai. What of you, in the Blight? You found the Green Man. I see his hand in the new things growing. We found him, she said flatly. The Green Man is dead. Lord Agelmar, and the eye of the world is gone. There will be no more quests by young men seeking glory. Lord of Faldara frowned, shaking his head in confusion. Dead? The Green Man? He cannot be. Then you were defeated, but the flowers and the growing things. We won, Lord Agelmar. We won, and the land freed from winter is the proof, but I fear the last battle has not yet been fought. Rand stirred, but the Aes Sedai gave him a sharp look, and he stood still again. The blight still stands, and the forges of Thakandar still work below Shale Gull. There are many half-men yet, and countless Trollocs. Never think the need for watchfulness in the borderlands is gone. I did not think so, Aes Sedai, he said stiffly. Moiraine motioned for Loyal to set the gold crest at her feet, and when he did, she opened it, revealing the horn. The Horn of Valir, she said, and Agelmar gasped. Rand almost thought the man would kneel. With that, Moiraine Sedai, it matters not how many half-men or Trollocs remain. With the heroes of old come back from the tomb, we will march to the Blessed Lands and level Shale Gull. No! Agelmar's mouth felt open in surprise. But Moiraine continued calmly. I did not show it to you to taunt you, but so that you will know that in whatever battles yet come, our might will be as great as that of the Shadow. Its place is not here. The horn must be carried to Ilion. It is there, if fresh battles threaten, that it must rally the forces of the light. I will ask an escort of your best men to see that it reaches Ilion safely. There are dark friends still, as well as half-men and Trollocs, and those who come to the horn will follow whoever winds it. It must reach Ilion. It shall be as you say, Aes Sedai, but when the lid of the chest closed, the Lord of Faldara looked like a man being denied his last glimpse of the light. 7 days later, bells still rang in Faldara. The people had returned from Val Moran, added their celebration to that of the soldiers, and shouts and singing blended with a purling of the bells on the long balcony where Rand stood. The balcony overlooked Agelmar's private gardens, green and flowering, but he did not give them a second look. Despite the sun high in the sky, spring in Shaynar was cooler than he was used to, yet sweet sweat glistened on his bare chest and shoulders as he swung the heron-marked blade, each more precise yet distant from where he floated in the void, that even there he wondered how much joy there would be in the town if they knew of the banner Moiraine still kept hidden. Good sheepherder. Leaning against the railing with his arms folded across his chest, the warder watched him critically. You are doing well, but don't push so hard. You can't become a blade master in a few weeks. Maine! Hello, hello! Yo, what's up? How's it going? Welcome, welcome! We are currently reading Eye of the World, as well as gooning to anime bitches. So, what are you up to? How's it going? What are you doing? You got anything for us to read? We're looking for more people to read their stories. We actually just received, behind us now, we replaced Callie's book with, Relic's book, so we have the 10th mark back there. It's kind of hard to see in the lighting, but it is what it is, right? That's the whole point of the shadow, right? Ooh, no, I've never finished anything. You don't have to finish it. Starting it and having an idea is close enough, right? Getting words down on paper is what's important. I mean, I've literally have 20 years of lore in my head, and I could pretty much dictate my entire book, like, events from beginning to end for both of the books. But I've only written chapter 1, and it was shit. And so I've changed things around since then of what chapter 1 is. So I technically haven't even started writing the book, and it's been 20 fucking years. So, it's never too late, because I got 6 months of improving, and then we're starting it. And it's going to take like a month to write because I know exactly what's going to happen and everything. I just haven't written it. It's just all in my head. So I'm guilty of the same thing, man. 7 days later, bells still rang in Valdara. The people had returned from Palmaran, adding their celebration to that of the soldiers, and shouts and singing blended with their purling of the bells in the long balcony where Rand stood. The balcony overlooked Egelmar's private gardens, green and flowering, but he did not give them a second look. Despite the sun high in the sky, spring in Shaynar was cooler than he was used to. Yet sweat glistened on his bare chest and shoulders as he swung the heronbark blade, each move precise, yet distant from where he floated in the void. Even there, he wondered how much joy there would be in the town if they knew of the banner Moiraine still kept hidden. Good, sheepherder. Leaning against the railing with his arms folded across his chest, the warder watched him critically. You're doing well, but don't push so hard. You can't become a blade master in a few weeks. The void vanished like a pricked bubble. I don't care about being a blade master. It's a blade master's blade, sheepherder. I just want my father to be proud of me. His hand tightened on the rough leather of the hilt. I just want Tam to be my father. He slammed the sword into its scabbard. Anyway, I don't have a few weeks. Then you've not changed your mind, would you? Lad's expression had not altered. The flat planes of his face looked as if they could not change. You won't try to stop me, or Moiraine Sedai. You can do as you will, sheepherder, or as the pattern weaves of you. Warder straightened. I'll leave you now. Rand turned to watch Lan go and found Egwene standing there. Changed your mind about what, Rand? He snatched up his shirt and coat, suddenly feeling the cool. I'm going away, Egwene. It talks! Book! Narrated and illustrated by the author. Wait, my book illustrated, narrated, and illustrated by the author. Yeah, most likely that's how it's gonna be, Callie. That's the plan? Right? But hey, things don't generally go as planned, so it is what it is, right? Why? What do you mean, Callie? Why you steal my idea? Because you said it talks as book, and then you went narrated and illustrated by the author. As in, it seems like you're saying my book is, even though I haven't written one. So, but that was my plan from the beginning. You can't steal my idea, or I can't steal your idea when I already had the idea, Callie, before you even said it. And that's always been my idea. We're taking a break. I'm hungry. Alright, fish, sounds good. Eat some of that ass. Maybe you'll get full. Aw, Callie, did someone put the pen to your ish? Oh, shit. Where? Somewhere. I don't know. Scotty, did you put the pen to man's ish? No, his pen went to my ish. Fish. He did not want to meet her eyes, but he could not stop looking at her. She wore wild roses twined in her hair, flowing about her shoulders. She held her cloak close, dark blue and embroidered along the edge with a thin line of white flowers in a Shaynarian fashion, and the blossoms made a line straight up her face. They were no paler than her cheeks. Her eyes seemed so large and dark. Away. Asmon Gold ranked card needs to be made. What do you mean? What do you mean ranked card, Sean? Man, Callie, we need to blacken you up a bit. Scotty's stream's sucking all the melanin out of you. No, it's because Callie never goes into the sun. Can't get his tan. I'm sure Moiraine Sedai will not like you just going off. After what you've done, you deserve some reward. A gold-ranked card with Asmon on it as a gag card. I listened to this book through an audiobook. It was so good. Yeah. I've only read Sword of Truth. I've never read The Wheel of Time, so this is my first experience with Brandon Sanderson. When I say, put the pen to your shit-ish, it means someone who has stolen your or edited your work without permission. Yes, that's exactly what happened, Fish. Talk stole my idea. No, I rewrote your idea to be better. I don't think Brandon wrote the first one. No, Brandon wrote 12, 13, and 14. Oh, did I say Brandon instead of Robert Jordan? My bad. I meant to say Robert Jordan. Sanderson only wrote the last 3. And I'm pretty sure he's still co-authored with Robert Jordan. Yeah. No, I'm just retarded. I was thinking Terry Goodkind in my head because of this Sword of Truth. Scotty, you just admitted it. Yes. Callie has great ideas, and I stole them. So what? Get over it. It just means Callie has ideas that are worth stealing. It just means Callie's got good ideas, bro. And any idea you have, you're stealing from someone. Woo! True. Remember, imitation is the truest form of flattery. You don't steal, you imitate. Exactly, Sean. Exactly. I'm sure Moiraine Sedai will not like you just going off after what you've done. You deserve some reward. Moiraine does not know I am alive. I have done what she wanted, and that's an end to it. She doesn't even speak to me when I go to her. Not that I've tried to stay close to her, but she's avoided me. She won't care if I go, and I don't care if she does. Moiraine is still not completely well, Rand. She hesitated. I have to go to Tar Valon for my training. Nynaeve is coming too, and Matt still needs to be healed of whatever binds him to that dagger. And Perrin wants to see Tar Valon before he goes. Wherever. You could come with us. Ain't no way. Fish, I'll give you a perfect example. Ain't no way. Q ads. So yeah, basically what I stole from Callie is the fact that combining clarity with abstract poetic essence is like the perfect middle ground. Whereas I went completely from like esoteric abstract writing, like basically Dream Fever writing, to like structured, like down to earth grounded writing. Say, Y'all stop jacking my boy Callie, man. Get y'all's pen up. True. I'm just in research mode right now, right? Like, we're in improvement, research, and, like, development, basically. That's where we've been at for, like, the last, like, 3.5 months, right? Like, that's our priority right now, is consume content, let content fester in our mind, and then improve through that content, right? And wait for some Aes Sedai, decides Moiraine to find out what I am and gentle me. His voice was rough, almost a sneer. He could not change it. Is that what you want? No. He knew he would never be able to tell her how grateful he was that she had not hesitated before answering. Rand, you aren't afraid. They were alone, but she looked around and still lowered her voice. Moiraine Sedai says you don't have to touch the true source. If you don't touch saidin, if you don't try to wield the power, you'll be safe. Oh, I won't ever touch it again. Not if I have to cut my hand off first. What if I can't stop? I never tried to wield it. Not even at the eye. What if I can't stop? That's what you can develop. You need to research and develop your own pen. Well, Fish, it's not like I don't write a story every week, right? I write like a 3,000 word story every week. So it's not like I'm not applying that to my own writing. I'm just, writing is the backstage priority, right? It's like, okay, get all the research done. All right, okay, write our story. All right, go back to doing research. Instead of writing, so it's basically like we're not spending time refining the story. We're just getting the ideas out on the page, right? That's the stage where we're at right now. Will you go home, Rand? Your father must be dying. Dying to see you. Even Matt's father must be dying to see him by now. I'll be coming back to Edmund's Field next year, for a little while at least. He rubbed his palm over the hilt of his sword, feeling the bronze heron. My father. Home. Light. How I want to see. Not home. Someplace where there aren't any people to hurt. If I can't stop myself. Somewhere alone. Suddenly he felt as cold as snow on the balcony. I'm going away, but not home. Egwin, why did you have to be the one of those? He put his arms around her and whispered into her hair, not ever home. In Anglemar's private garden, under a thick bower dotted with white blossoms, Moiraine shifted on her bed chair. Fragments of the seal lay on her lap, and the small gem that she sometimes wore in her hair spun and glittered on its gold chain from the end of her fingers. The faint blue glow faded from the stone, and a smile touched her lips. It had no power in itself, the stone, but the first use she had ever learned of the one power as a girl. In the royal palace in Cairhine, she was used the stone to listen to people when they thought they were too far off to be overheard. The prophecies will be fulfilled, the Aes Sedai whispered. The dragon is reborn. The end of the first book of the Wheel of Time. So that actually was the last chapter. Shit, because the rest of it is the glossary. Do you guys want me to read the glossary? A note on dates in this glossary. The Toman calendar, devised by Toma der Amid, was adopted approximately 2 centuries after the death of the last male Aes Sedai and recorded years after the breaking of the world, A.B. Many records were destroyed in the Trolloc Wars, so much so that with the end of the wars, there was a great argument about the exact year under the old system. The new calendar was proposed by Tiem of Gazar, celebrating the supposed freedom from the Trolloc threat, and recorded each year as a free year, FY. The Gazaran calendar gained wide acceptance within 20 years after the war's end. Artur Hawkwing attempted to establish a new calendar based on the founding of his empire, FF, from the founding but this is now known and referred to only by historians. After the widespread destruction, death, and disruption of the War of the 100 Years, the fourth calendar was devised by Din Jubai Sorengal, scholar of the Sea Folk, and promulgated by Penarch Fared of Terabon. The Fared calendar dates from the arbitrarily decided year in the War of the 100 Years and recovering years of the new era. New E is currently in use. Hadan Haran. Adon Haran. Governor of Baylor. Ace. Okay, so it's pronounced Eyes Sedai. So it's, I wish this was at the beginning of the book for the names, because it'll go the entire book. So now I'm just going to call him Aes Sedai, because it's spelled A-E-S. But it's pronounced Eyes Sedai. Eyes Sedai. Wielders of the One Power since the time of madness, all surviving Aes Sedai are women widely distrusted and feared, even hated. They are blamed by many for the breaking of the world and are generally thought to meddle in the affairs of nations. At the same time, few rulers will be without an Aes Sedai advisor, even in lands where the existence of such a connection must be kept secret, used as an honorific, so Shiriam Sedai, and as a high honorific, so Shirian Aes Sedai. Also see Ajah Amerlin seat. Age Lace. See Pattern of an Age. Age of Legends. The age ended by the War of Shadows and the breaking of the world, the time when Aes Sedai performed wonders now only dreamed of. See also Wheel of Time. Egelmar. Lord Egelmar of House of Jagad. Elmar. Jagad. Lord of Faldara. The sign is 3 running red foxes. Isle. The people of the Isle West, fierce and hardy, also called Islemen. Islemen. I prefer ale. They veil their faces before they kill, giving rise to the saying, acting like a black-veiled ale, to describe someone who is being violent. Deadly warriors with weapons, or with nothing but their bare hands. They will not touch a sword. Their pipers play them into battle with music of dances, and alemen call battle the dance. Ale waste. The harsh, rugged, and all but waterless land east of the spine of the world. Few outsiders venture there, not only because water is almost impossible to find for one not born there, but because the ale consider themselves at war with all other peoples and do not welcome strangers. Ajah. Society is among the Aes Sedai, to which all Aes Sedai belong. They are designated by colors: blue Ajah, red Ajah, white Ajah, green Ajah, brown Ajah, yellow Ajah, and gray Ajah. Each follows a specific philosophy of the use of the One Power and purposes of the Aes Sedai. For example, the red Ajah bends all its energies to finding and gentling men who are attempting to wield the power. The brown Ajah, on the other hand, forsakes involvement with the world and dedicates itself to seeking knowledge. There are rumors, hotly denied, and never safely mentioned in front of an Aes Sedai, of the black Ajah dedicated to serving the Dark One. Al Elisande. Al-Elisanda. In the Old Tongue, for the rose of the sun, Al-Deeb, the Old Tongue, west wind, the wind that brings the spring rains. Al-Maran, Nynaeve. Nynaeve. Oh, it's pronounced Nynaeve. I like Nynaeve better, though. Wisdom of Edmund's Field. Althor, Rand. Young farmer and sheep herder from the Two Rivers. Alvir, Egwene. Youngest daughter of the innkeeper of Edmondsfield. Amerlin seat. Title of the leader of the Aes Sedai, elected for life by the Hall of the Tower. Highest council of the Aes Sedai, which consists of 3 representatives from each of the 7 Ajahs. The Amerlin seat has theoretically... That Asuka picture was cold. Alright, I missed it. Theoretically, at least, almost supreme authority among the Aes Sedai. She ranks as the equal of king or queen, the throne upon which a leader of the Aes Sedai sits. Andor. The realm within which the 2 rivers lies. The sign of Andor is a rampart white lion in a field of red. Angreal. Very rare object which allows anyone capable of channeling the one power to handle a greater amount of the power that would be safely possible unaided. Remnants of the Age of Legends. The means of their making is no longer known. See also Angreal. Afrael. One of the borderlands. The sign of the Afrael is 3 white roses and on a field of red, quartered with 3 red roses on a field of white. Aram. The young man of the Tuathan. Avendesora. In the Old Tongue, the Tree of Life, mentioned in many stories and legends. Avendesora. Abara Perrin. A young blacksmith's apprentice from Ebden's Field. Baalzamon in the Trolloc tongue, Heart of the Dark, believed to be the Trolloc name for the Dark One. Berlin. City in Andor on the road to Camelin in the mines of the Mountains of Mist. Baron Doral. The Wisdom in Edmund's Field prior to Neve al-Moraine. Beltine. Spirit Festival of the 2 Rivers. Bite Me. A small, almost invisible biting insect. Well, that's a great name for an insect. Black Ajah. See Ajah. Blasted lands. Desolated lands surrounded by surrounding shale gull. Beyond the Great Blight. Great Blight. Blue Ajah. See Ajah. Borderlands. Nations bordering the Great Blight. Saldia. Arafel. Kandor. And Shainar. Bornhard Darin, an officer of the Children of Light, son of Lord Captain Geofram Borhard. Geofram, a Lord Captain of the Children of Light. Breaking of the World. When Louis Theron Telemann and the 100 companions resealed the Dark One's prison, the counterstroke tainted Saidin. Eventually, every male Aes Sedai went horribly insane. In the madness, these men who could wield the one power to a degree now unknown changed the face of the earth. They caused great earthquakes, leveled mountain ranges, raised new mountains, lifted dry land to where seas had been, made the ocean rush in where dry land had been. Many parts of the world were completely depopulated, and the survivors were scattered like dust on the wind. This destruction is remembered in stories, legend, and history as the breaking of the world. Bayer Gareth, Captain General of the Queen's Guard in Andor, also serves as Morghase's first Prince of the Sword. His sign is 3 golden stars, each 5 rays. Bayer Jarrett, Officer of the Children of the Light. Camelin, capital city of Andor. Cairhine. Both a nation along the spine of the world and the capital city of that nation. The city was burned and looted during the Ale War, 976-978. New sign of Cairhine is a many-rayed golden sun rising from the bottom of a field of sky blue. Kare an Kare and Kaldazar. Karain Kaldazar. Karai and Kaldazar. In Old Tongue. For the honor of the Red Eagle, the ancient battle cry of Manathirin. Karai and Elisandra. In the Old Tongue. For the honor of the Rose of the Sun, the battle cry of the last king of the Manathirin. Hawthorne Matron, Matt, a young farmer from the Two Rivers Channel, to control the flow of the One Power. Act of controlling the flow of the One Power. Charon, Jane. Farstrider, Jane. Children of the Light, a society holding strict ascetic beliefs dedicated to the defeat of the Dark One and the destruction of all Dark Friends. Founded during the War of the 100 Years by Lothar Mantilar. To pulverize, proselytize against increasing numbers of Dark Friends. They evolved during the war into completely military organization, extremely rigid in their beliefs and completely certain that only they know the true and the right. They hate Aes Sedai, considering them and any who support or befriend them Dark Friends. They are known disparagingly as White Cloaks. Their sign is a golden sunburst on a field of white. Covenant of the Ten Nations, a union formed in the centuries after the breaking of the world, dedicated to defeat the Dark One, broken apart by Trolloc Wars. Sundilar, see Heartstone. Damodred, Lord Galadridan, son of Tarangale Damodred, and Tigraine, half-brother to Elaine and Gawain. His sign is the winged silver sword, pointed down. Damodred, Prince Tarangale, Royal Prince of Caerhine. He married Tigraine and fathered Galadedrid. When Tigraine disappeared and was declared dead, he married Morgase and fathered Elaine and Gawain. He died in a hunting accident. His sign was a golden double-bitted battle axe, Dark One. Most common name used in every land for Shaitan, the source of evil, antithesis of the Creator, imprisoned by the Creator at the moment of creation in the prison at Sheol. An attempt to free him from that prison brought about the War of the Shadow, the tainting of Saidin, the breaking of the world, and the end of the Age of Legends. Dark One, naming. Saying the name of the Dark One, Shaitan, draws his attention, inevitably bringing ill fortune at best, disaster at worst. For the reason many emphasize, and for many euphemisms are used, among them the Dark One, Father of Lies, Sight Blinder, Lord of the Grave, Shepherd of the Night, Heart's Bane, Heartfang, Grass Burner, Leaf Burner. Someone who seems to be inviting ill fortune is often said to be naming the Dark One. It's kind of like in calling upon like the Veil and I don't remember exactly what he's called in Sword of Truth, but same idea of the Dark One. It's like calling his name draws his attention. It's like with Sauron, right? It's like just one of those things, but it's like the intention of his name. So it's not just saying his name, it's intending to say his name that draws his attention, which is like the misconstruement that people use, you know, they say the shadow or whatever. It's like you're still basically invoking his name by even talking about him. So it's like you might as well have the idea of him escape from history in order to have and that's kind of one of the ideas behind what people believe. The reason why there's no history in the tree in my book is that they believe the things of the past have to be lost in order for them, because if simple belief and understanding and knowledge of them causes them to be existing. So the only way to truly defeat them is actually to forget about them, which causes it to repeat itself. But in the meantime, you have kind of this calm period before it winds up coming again, right? Dark Friends. Those who follow the Dark One and believe they will gain great power and rewards when he is freed from his prison. Daughter Heir. Titled to the heir of the throne of Andor, the eldest daughter of the Queen succeeds her mother on the throne. Without a surviving daughter, the throne goes to the nearest female blood relation to the Queen. Davol Daimon. Trollocs. Shevik Kashar. In the Trolloc tongue, the dying ground, the Trolloc name for the Ale Waste. Damon Bale, Captain of the Spray. Dragon. The name by which Louis Theron Telamon was known during the War of the Shadow. In the madness which overtook all male Aes Sedai, Louis Theron killed every living person who carried any of his blood, as well as anyone he loved, thus earning the name Kinslayer. A saying is now used, taken by the dragon, or possessed of the dragon, to indicate that someone is endangering those around him or threatening them, especially if without cause. See also Dragon Reborn. Dragon, false. Occasionally men claim to be the Dragon Reborn, and sometimes one of them gains following enough to require an army to put it down. Some have begun wars that involved many nations. Over the centuries, most have been men unable to channel the one power, but a few could. All, however, either disappeared or were captured or killed without fulfilling any of the prophecies concerning the rebirth of the dragon. These men are called false dragons. See Dragon Reborn. Dragon Reborn. According to prophecy, the legend, the dragon will be reborn again at mankind's greatest hour of need to save the world. This is not something people look forward to, both because the prophecies say the Dragon Reborn will bring a new breaking of the world, and because Louis Theron Kinslayer, the dragon, is a name to make men shudder, even more than 3,000 years after his death. Dragon's fang. Stylized mark, usually black, in the shape of a teardrop balanced on its point, scrawled on a door or a house, and an accusation of evil against the people inside. Dreadlords. These men and women who, able to channel the one power, went over to the shadow during the Trolloc Wars, acting as commanders of the Trolloc forces. Aesar. King Aesar, House Togata. King of Shinar, his sign is the White Hart. According to Shinar. Custom is held also to be a sign of Shinar along with the Black Hawk. Ilda, an Aes Sedai who advises Queen Morghese of Andor. Aelin. Queen Morghese's daughter, the daughter heir to the throne of Andor. Her sign is a golden lily. Elsie. Elsie Grinwell. Farmer's daughter, met on the Camelin Road. Eyeless. Myrddraal. Fade. See Myrddraal. Fane Padden. Peddler arrives in Edmund's Field just before winter night. Bar Daris Mai. Literally, Maidens of the Spear, one of the number of warrior societies of the Adel, unlike any others. It admits women and women only. A maiden may not marry and remain in the society, nor may she fight while carrying her child. Any child born to a maiden is given another woman to raise, such a way that no one knows who the child's mother was. You may belong to no man, nor may any man belong to you, nor any child. The spear is your lover, your child, and your life. These children are treasured, for it is prophesied that a child born of a maiden will unite the clans and return the Ale to the greatness they did during the Age of Legends. Damn, that's probably something that Rand is. I bet you fucking not. That's what Rand is. That's what his mother was. Aside from the mother that he knew, but the real mother where Tam found him. Farstrider Jane, hero of the northern lands who journeyed to many lands and had many adventures, the author of several books as well as being the subject of books and stories. He vanished in 981 NE after returning from a trip into the Great Blight, which some say had taken from all the way to Shale Gull. Father of Lies, the Dark One. First Prince of the Sword, title normally held by the eldest brother of the Queen of Andor, who has been trained since childhood to command the Queen's armies in time of war and be her advisor in times of peace. The Queen has no surviving brother, she will appoint someone to that title. Fist. Basic military unit of the Trollocs, varying in number, always more than 100, but never more than 200. A fist is usually, but not always, commanded by a Myrddraal. 5 powers. There are threads to the one power, and each person who can channel the one power can usually grasp some threads better than others. These threads are named according to the sorts of things that can be done under them: earth, air, fire, water, and spirit, and are called the 5 powers. Any wielder of the one power will have a greater degree of strength with 1 or possibly 2 of these and lesser strength than others. Some may have great strength with 3, but since the Age of Legends, no one has had a great strength with all 5. Even then, this was extremely rare. The degree of strength can vary greatly between individuals, so that some who can channel are much stronger than others. Performing certain acts with the one power requires ability in one or more of the 5 powers. For example, starting and controlling a fire requires fire, and affecting the weather requires air and water, while healing requires water and spirit. While spirit was found equally in men and women, great ability in earth and or fire was found in much more often in men, with water and or air among women. There are exceptions, but it was so often that the earth and fire came to be regarded as male powers, air and water as female. Generally, no ability is considered stronger than any other, though there is a saying among Aes Sedai: there is no rock too strong that water and wind cannot wear it, no fire so fierce that water cannot quench it, or wind snuff it out. It should be noted that saying came into use long after the male Aes Sedai was dead. Any equivalent saying along male Aes Sedai is long lost. Flame of Tar Valon, the symbol of Tar Valon in the Aes Sedai, a stylized representation of a flame, a white teardrop in the point upwards. Forsaken, name given to 13 of the most powerful Aes Sedai ever known, who went over to the Dark One during the War of the Shadows in return for a promise of immortality. According to both legends and fragmentary records, they were imprisoned along with the Dark One when his power was resealed. Their names are still used to frighten children. Galad, Dramadred, Lord Galadriel, Gawain, Galwin, Queen Morghase's son. I want to say Gawain, but it's Gawain. Elaine's brother, who will be the first Prince of the Sword when Elaine ascends the throne. His sign is the white boar. Gentling, the act performed by Aes Sedai of shutting off a male who can channel the one power. This is necessary because any man who learns to channel will go insane from the taint upon Saidin, and will also certainly do horrible things with the power in his madness. A man who has been gentled can still sense the true source, but he cannot touch it. Whatever madness has come from gentling is arrested by the act of gentling, but not cured by it. And if it is done soon enough, death can be averted. Gleeman, traveling storyteller, musician, juggler, tumbler, and all-around entertainer, known by their trademark cloaks of many-colored patches. They perform mainly in villages and smaller towns, since large towns and cities have other entertainments available. Great Blight, a region in the far north entirely corrupted by the Dark One, a haunt of Trollocs, Myrddraal, and other creatures of the Dark One. Great Hunt of the Horn, a cycle of stories concerning the legendary search for the Horn of Valir. In the years between the end of the Trolloc Wars and the beginning of the War of the 100 Years, if told in their entirety, the cycle would take many days. Ads! Are you guys enjoying the glossary? Are we getting like all of the facts down about the world before we jump into the second book? Because when we jump into the second book, it's going to get kind of... Like, I figure we're just going to kind of go off the walls, because it's been about 3 months of reading the entirety of the book. So, there's probably a lot of gaps in knowledge with characters and stuff like that that's going to be extremely important for the second book. Damn bad ads, I don't like no ads. No ads be like I do not want ads. They are we not go. So what we do, we have ads be okay. So you can do what you need for the ads. We can take the ads from you, for yes, we do have ads. Oh shit! Are we back? 3, 2, 1, pop! Oh, Jesus Christ. Alright. Okay, back to it. Here we go. I know it's a lot. Oh! Oh, shit, Queen. Do we have to take another toke? Fuck! I mean, fair enough, Queen. Fair enough. We are currently reading the glossary of the world. Eye of the World. Because we just finished the book. We just got here. Okay. We just finished ads. Yay, ads! Oh, if only I had waited on that toke. If only I had waited on that toke! Oh, God! Oh, God! But yeah, book, we got, there's good lighting. We got Relic's book right here. The 10th mark. Yeah, it arrived today. We read the first chapter out of the physical copy. We're just over halfway through the book. Oh, Goosey. Oh God, this is gonna kill me. Holy shit, this is gonna kill me. Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1, toke. Oh, Ah. Woo! Jesus, what a day. What a toke. Okay. Okay, back to the glossary. We need to learn everything we can before we move on to book 2. Oh. Great Lord of the Dark. Name by which dark friends refer to the Dark One, claiming that he is, to use his true name would be blasphemous. Great Pattern. The Wheel of Time weaves the patterns of the ages into the Great Pattern, which is the whole of existence and reality, past, present, and future. Also known as the Lace of Ages. Also see Pattern of Age, Wheel of Time. Great Serpent, symbol for time and eternity, ancient before the Age of Legends began, consists of a serpent eating its own tail, Ouroboros. Halfman, Mildril. Hawkwing Arter. A legendary knight who united all the lands west of the Spire and the world, as well as some lands beyond the Ale Waste. He even sent armies across the Aerith Ocean, but all contact with these was lost at his death, which set off the War of 100 Years. His sign was a golden hawk in flight, War of the 100 Years. Heartfang, Heartsbane, see Dark One. Heartstone, an indestructible substance created during the Age of Legends. Any known force used in an attempt to break it is absorbed, making Heartstone stronger. Horn of Valir, the legendary object of the Great Hunt of the Horn. The Horn supposedly can call back dead heroes from the grave to fight against the Shadow. 100 Companions, 100 male Aes Sedai among the most powerful of the Age of Legends, who led by Lewis Theron Telamon, launched the final stroke that ended the War of the Shadow by sealing the Dark One back into his prison. Dark One's counter-stroke tainted Saidin. The 100 companions went mad and began the breaking of the world. Ilion, a great port at the Sea of Storms, capital city of the nation at the same name. Sign of Ilion is 9 golden bees in a field of dark green. Ingtar, Lord Ingtar of House Shinawa, a Shinarian warrior, met at Faldara. Kandor, one of the borderlands. The sign of Kandor is a rearing red horse on a field of pale green. Hyam Kinch, farmer, met in the Camelin Road. Cobal, Trollocs, lace of ages, great pattern. Lan, Allan Mandragoran, warrior from the north, Moiraine's companion. Leaf lighter, dark one. League, a measure of distance equal to 4 miles. Lord Luke of House Mantir, Tigraine's brother, who would have been her first prince of the sword when she ascended to the throne. His disappearance in the Great Blight is believed to be in some way connected to Tigraine's later disappearance. His sign was an acorn. Lurk, Mydril. Makia Ellis, a man entertained by Perrin and Egwin in the forest. Encountered. Ma-Di, in the old tongue Seeker, title of the leader of the Tuathan caravan. Malkir, a nation, once one of the borderlands, now consumed by the blight. The sign of Malkir was a golden crane in flight. Mandarb, in the old tongue Blade. Manathirin, one of the 10 nations that made the Second Covenant, and also the capital city of that nation. Both city and nation were utterly destroyed in the Trolloc Wars. Meriden, capital city of Saldia. Thom Marilyn, a gleeman who comes to Edmund's Field to perform at Baltine. Mile, a measure of distance equal to 1,000 spans. 4 miles make 1 league, also span. Min, a young woman encountered at the Stag and Lion in Berlin. Moiraine. It's pronounced moi, rain. It's M-O-I-R. How is that pronounced moi? I don't know language, man. I just think it's Moiraine. I think Moiraine's better. A visitor to Edmund's Field who arrives just before winter night. Morgaze. By the grace of the light, Queen of Andor, High Seat of House Trakand. Her sign is 3 golden keys. The sign of House Trakand is the silver keystone. Myrdril, creatures of the Dark One, commanders of the Trollocs, twisted offspring of Trollocs in which the human stock used to create the Trollocs are resurfaced, but tainted by the evil that made the Trollocs. Physically, they are like men, except they have no eyes, but can see like eagles in light or dark. They have certain powers stemming from the Dark One, including the ability to cause paralyzing fear with a look and the ability to vanish whenever there are shadows. One of their few known weaknesses is that they are reluctant to cross running water. In different lands, they are known by many names. Among them, Half-Men, the Eyeless, Shadowmen, Lurk, and Fade. The One Power. The power drawn from the source, the true source. The vast majority of people are completely unable to learn to channel the One Power. A very small number can be taught to channel. An even tinier number have the ability inborn. For these few, there is no need to be taught. They will touch the true source and channel the power whether they want to or not, perhaps without even realizing what they are doing. This inborn ability usually manifests itself in late adolescence or early adulthood. If control is not taught or self-learned, extremely difficult. With a success rate of only 1 in 4, death is certain. Since the time of madness, no man has been able to channel the power without eventually going completely horribly mad, and then, even if he has learned some control, dying from a wasting sickness which causes the sufferer to rot alive, a sickness caused, as the madness by the Dark One's taint on Saidin. For a woman, the death that comes without control of the power is less horrible, but it is death just the same. Aes Sedai search for girls with the inborn ability as much to save their lives as to increase Aes Sedai numbers, and for men with it or in it order to stop the terrible things they inevitably do with the power and their madness. Time of madness. True source. Pattern of an age. Wheel of time weaves the threads of human lives into the pattern of an age, which forms the substance of reality for an age, also known as age lace. Questioners. An order within the children of the light. Their avowed purposes are discovering the truth and disputations and uncovering dark friends. In the search for truth and light as they see it, they are even more zealous than the children of the light as a whole. Their normal method of inquiry is by torture. Their normal attitude that they know the truth already and must only make their victims confess to it. Questioners refer to themselves as the hand of the light, and at times act as if they were entirely separate from the children and the council of the anointed, which commands the children. The head of the questioners is the High Inquisitor, sits on the council of the anointed. Red Aja, see Aja. Sa-Angrio, an extremely rare object which allows an individual to tell much more of one power than would otherwise be possible or safe. A Sa-Angriel is like unto, but much, much more powerful than an Angriel. Remnants of the Age of Legends, the means of their making is no longer known. Saidar Saydin, true source. Saldia, one of the borderlands. The sign of Saldia is 3 silver fish on a field of dark blue. Seafolk, inhabitants of islands in the Aerith Ocean and the Sea of Storms. They spend little time on those islands, living most of their lives on their ships. Most seaborne trade is carried by the seafolk ships. Second Covenant, Covenant of the 10 Nations. Shadar Lagoth, the Old Tongue, the place where the shadows wait. The city abandoned and shunned since the Trolloc Wars, also called Shadows Waiting. Shadowman, see Myrddraal. Shai Tan, the Dark One. Tail Gull, the mountain in the Blasted Lands, the site of the Dark One's prison. Shepherd of the Night, Dark One. Sheriam, an Aes Sedai of the Blue Aja. Shinar, one of the Borderlands. The sign of Shinar is a stooping black hawk. Shufa, the garment of the Ale, a cloth usually the color of sand or rock that wraps around the head and neck, leaves only the face bare. Sightburner, the Dark One. Span, a measure of distance equal to 2 paces. 1,000 spans make a mile. Spine of the world, the towering mountain range with only a few passes which separates the Ale Waste from the lands to the west. Steading, an Ogier. Oh, it's just Ogier. It's pronounced Ogier. I like Ogier. It sounds more French. An Ogier, homeland. Many Steading have been abandoned since the breaking of the world. They are portrayed in story and legend as havens, with reason. They are shielded in some way, no longer understood, so that within them no Aes Sedai can channel the one power, nor even sense that the true source exists. Attempts to wield the one power from outside a Steading have no effect inside a Steading boundary. No Trolloc will enter a Steading unless driven, and even Myrddraal will do so only at the greatest need, and then with the greatest reluctance and distaste. Even dark friends, if truly dedicated, feel uncomfortable within a Steading. Stone of Tyr, the fortress guarding the city of Tyr, said to be the earliest fortress built before the time of madness, and said by some to have been built during the time of madness. Sunday, a feast day and festival in midsummer widely celebrated. Tobacco, a weed widely cultivated, the leaves of which, when dried and cured, are burned in wooden holders called pipes, the fumes being inhaled. Martin Talonvor, Guardsman Lieutenant of the Queen's Guard, met in Camelin. Tamarl Aelin, the Old Tongue, Web of Destiny. Taniril Artur Paydrag, Arthur Hawkwing. Tar Valon, a city on an island in the river Aranin, the center of Aes Sedai power and location of the Amarylline seat. Ta Varen, person around whom the Wheel of Time weaves all surrounding life threads. Perhaps all life threads to form a web of destiny. Pattern of the age. Tyr, a great seaport on the Sea of Storms. Sign of Tyr is 3 white crescents on a field of red and gold. Telemann, Louis Theron Telemann. The Dragon. Thakandar, an eternally fog-shrouded valley below the slopes of Shile Gul. Tigraine. As daughter heir of Andor, she married Terengale Damodred and bore his son Galandradid. Her appearance in 972 NE, shortly after her brother Luke vanished in the Blight, led to the struggle in Andor, called the Succession. Caused the events in Carhine, which eventually brought the war. Her sign was a woman's hand gripping a thorny rose stem with a white blossom. Time of madness, breaking of the world. Tinkers. Tuathan. Traveling people. Tuathan. Trolloc Wars. A series of wars beginning about 1000 AB and lasting more than 300 years, during which Trolloc armies ravaged the world. Eventually, the Trollocs were slain or driven back into the Great Blight, but some nations ceased to exist, while others were almost depopulated. All records of the time are fragmentary. Covenant of the Ten Nations. Trollocs. Creatures of the Dark One. Created during the War of the Shadow. Huge in stature, vicious in the extreme, they are a twisted blend of animal and human stock, and kill for the pure pleasure of killing. Sly, deceitful, and treacherous, they can be trusted only by those they fear. They're omnivorous, and will eat any kind of meat, including human flesh and the flesh of other Trollocs. Largely of human origin, they are able to interbreed with humankind, but the offspring are usually stillborn, and those which are not often fail to survive. They are divided into tribe-like bands, chief among them being the Athrate, Agol, Banshin, Daval, Daimon, Jinden, Gargale, Goblin, Gothem, Gramlan, Kobal, and Nomon. True source. The driving force of the universe, which turns the wheel of time. It is divided into a male half, Saidin, and female half, Saidar, which work at the same time with and against each other. Only a man can draw on Saidin, only a woman on Saidar. Since the beginning of the time of madness, Saidin has been tainted by the Dark One's touch. Also see the One Power. What do you call an emo white girl? A cutting board. Damn! Damn! That's epic. I like that, Mike. Hell yeah. What's up, Mike? How's it going today? We just finished Eye of the World, so we're going through the glossary to get caught up on basically all of the sayings throughout the book, and then we're gonna read the prologue to the book 2, and then we'll probably start book 2 tomorrow. Oh, we're doing egg salad, good sir. We got a shit ton of stuff set up, so we got, like, we did work today, and we have basically everything perfectly set up, so we could literally finish all of our stuff tomorrow, and we've been considering doing incremental shorts. Instead of just doing the 15-second short trailers, we'll do 15-second short trailers that lead to, like, 1.5 to 2 minute, like, longer, like, actual trailers. So we'll have, like, I guess it's like a 15-second excerpt that will lead to a 2-minute trailer that will lead to, like, the 20-minute story, right? And it's like you follow the train through the web to get to the full content, right? And it's kind of like just guiding you to, 15 seconds, like, oh, that was pretty cool. Oh, 2 minutes? Yeah, I can do that. You know, that sounds really good. I'm hooked. Oh, it's only 20 minutes. I'll watch that, right? You just got to do it in slow escalations. What's up, Callie? I'm using psychology, Callie. I hate this. Why, Callie? I hate you. You won't tell me when we're gonna draw together. When are we gonna do drawn together, Callie? Too horny. Stop it. Oh, the booba chicks. Oh, Callie, the booba chick's getting to you. Shit. That sucks. Distract yourself by listening to my voice, my succulent, beautiful voice, Callie. Tuathan. A wandering folk, also known as the Tinkerers and the Traveling People, who live in brightly painted wagons and follow a totally pacifist philosophy called the Way of the Leaf. Things mended by tinkers are often better than new, but the Tuathan are shunned by many villages because of stories that they steal children and try to convert young people to their beliefs. What do we draw? I told you, we just pick a picture, and then we both draw that picture, and then we see... Chicks are giving me a headache. We've only got 18 pages to go, Callie, don't worry. We're only on W, don't worry. Village Council. In most villages, a group of men elected by townsmen, headed by a mayor, who are responsible for making decisions which affect the whole village as a whole, and for negotiating after the councils of other villages, other matters which affect the villages jointly. They are at odds with the Women's Council in so many villages, and this conflict is seen almost traditional. Women's Circle. War of the 100 Years. A series of overlapping wars among consistently shifting alliances precipitated by the death of Arthur Hawkwing and the resulting struggle for his empire, lasted from FY 994 to FY 1117. The war depopulated large parts of the lands between the Aerith Ocean and the Aeral Waste, from the Sea of Storms to the Great Blight. So great was the destruction that only fragmentary records of the time remain. The empire of Arthur Hawkwing was pulled apart, and the nations of the present day were formed. War of the Shadow. Also known as the War of Power, it ended the Age of Legends. It began shortly after an attempt to free the Dark One, soon involved the whole world. In a world where even the memory of the war had been forgotten, every facet of war was rediscovered, often twisted by the Dark One's touch on the world. The One Power was used as a weapon. The war was ended by resealing the Dark One into his prison. Warder. A warrior bonded to an Aes Sedai. The bonding is a thing of One Power, and by it gains such gifts as quick healing, the ability to go long periods without food, water, or rest, and the ability to sense the taint of the Dark One at a distance. So long as a warder lives, the Aes Sedai to whom he is bonded knows he is alive, however far away he is, and when he dies, she will know the moment and manner of his death. While most Ajah believe the Aes Sedai may have one warder bound to her at a time, a red Ajah refuses to bound any warder at all, while the green Ajah believes the Aes Sedai may bound as many warders as she wishes. Ethically, the warder must accede to the bonding, but it has been known to be done involuntarily, when an Aes Sedai gained from the bonding is a closely held secret. Damn, we don't even know, even in the glossary? Web of Destiny. A great change in the pattern of age, centered around one or more people who are Ta'Veren. Wheel of Time. Time is a wheel with 7 spokes, each spoke an age. As the wheel turns, the age come and go, each leaving memories that fade to legend, then to myth, and are forgotten by time that that age comes again. Pattern of an age is slightly different each time an age comes, and each time it is subject to greater change, but each time it is the same age. White Ajah, Sea Ajah, White Tower, the place of the Amarylline seat in Tar Valon. White Cloaks, Children of the Light, Wisdom. In villages, a woman chosen by the Women's Circle to sit in the circle of her knowledge for such things as healing and foretelling, of weather as well as for common good sense. A position of great responsibility and authority, both actual and implied. She is generally considered the equal of the mayor, and in some villages a superior. Unlike the mayor, she is chosen for life, and it is very rare for a wisdom to be removed from office before her death, almost traditionally in conflict with the mayor. Women's Circle. Women's Circle. A group of women elected by the women of a village, responsible for deciding such matters as are considered solely women's responsibility. For example, when to plant the crops and when to harvest. Equal in authority to the village council, with clearly delineated lines and areas of responsibility. Often at odds with the village council. See village council. Alright, here we go. That's the end of the glossary. We're on to the prologue. Prologue. A preview of The Great Hunt, Book 2 of the Wheel of Time. In the Shadow. The man who called himself Bors, at least in this place, sneered at the low murmuring that rolled around the vaulted chamber like a soft gabble of geese. His grimace was hidden by the black silk mask that covered his face. though, just like the masks that covered the hundred other faces in the chamber, 100 black masks and 100 pairs of eyes turning to see what lay behind them. If one did not look too closely, the huge room could have been in a palace, with its tall marble fireplaces and its golden lamps hanging from the domed ceiling, its colorful tapestries and intricately patterned mosaic floor. If one did not look too closely, the fireplaces were cold, for one thing. Flames danced on logs as thick as a man's leg, but gave no heat. The walls behind the tapestries, the ceiling high above the lamps, were undressed stone, almost black. There were no windows, and only 2 doorways, one at either end of the room. It was as if someone had intended to give the semblance of a palace reception chamber, but had not cared enough to bother with more than the outline and the few touches for detail. Where the chamber was, the man who called himself Bors did not know, nor did he think any of the others knew. He did not like to think about where he might be. It was enough that he had been summoned. He did not like to think about that either, but for such a summons even he came. He shifted his cloak, thankful that the fires were cold, else it would have been too hot for the black wool draping him to the floor. All his clothes were black. The bulky folds of his cloak hid the stoop he used to disguise his height, and bred confusion as to whether he was thin or thick. He was not the only one there, enveloped in a tailor's span of cloth. Silently, he watched his companions, patient, and marked much of his life. Always, if he waited and watched long enough, some made a mistake. Most of the men and women here might have had the same philosophy. They watched and listened silently to those who had to speak. Some people could not bear waiting or silence, and so gave away more than they knew. Servants circled through the guests, slender, golden-haired youths, proffered wine, and with a bow and a wordless smile, young men and women alike. They wore tight white breeches and flowing white shirts, and male and female alike, they moved with disturbing grace. Each looked more than a mirror image of the others, the boys as handsome as the girls were beautiful. He doubted he could distinguish one from another, and he had an eye and a memory for faces. A smiling, white-clad girl offered her tray of crystal goblets to him. He took one with no intention of drinking it. Drinking it might appear untrusting or worse, and either could be deadly here. If he refused altogether... Fuck ads! Fuck ads are bullshit! I tell you right now. Holding this book is hurting my hand because it's so thick. It's like holding a massive fat cock in my hand. It's crazy. It's like I need a good workout. I blame the ads. They're the ones that are holding us back. Don't even worry about it, bro. We got more ads than you got ass, I'll tell you that. Woo! I like ads. Although ads are not what the ads I want are. I'll tell you what I want ads are. What I want ads are shows. That's what I want ads are. Games and shows. Put me in a category and give me ads based on that category, right? Ooh, that one's hot. Ooh. I love long hair. Long hair is the best, man. It's gonna go past your ass. You gotta be able to, like, step on it, right? We back? We're so close to the end of this, guys. And who wants their story read next? Meow? Sean? Callie? Void? Anyone else out there? Shift, anytime, bro. Hell yeah. Silently he watched his companions. Patience had marked much of his life. Always, if he waited and watched long enough, someone made a mistake. Most of the men and women here might have had the same philosophy. They watched and listened silently to those who had to speak. Some people could not bear waiting or silence, and so gave away more than they knew. Me! Okay, post your story, Callie. Post it and I'll read it. Servants circulated through the guests, slender, golden-haired youths proffering wine with a bow and wordless smile. Young men and women alike, they wore tight white breeches and flowing white shirts, and male and female alike. They moved with disturbing grace. Each looked more than a mirror image of the others. The boys, as handsome as the girls, were beautiful. He doubted he could distinguish one from another, and he had an eye for and a memory for faces. Smiling, white-clad girl offered her tray of crystal goblets to him. He took one with no intention of drinking. Might appear untrusting or worse. And either could be deadly here if he refused altogether. But anything could be slipped into a drink. Surely some among his companions would have no obligations to seeing the number of their rivals for power dwindle, whomever and the unlikely ones happened to be. Idly, he wondered whether the servants would have to be disposed of after this meeting. Servants hear everything. As the serving girl straightened from her bow, his eyes caught hers above that sweet smile. Blank eyes, empty eyes, a doll's eyes, eyes more dead than death. He shivered as she moved gracefully away and raised the goblet to his lips before he caught himself. It was not what had been done to the girl that chilled him. Rather, every time he thought he detected a weakness in those he now served. Roar! True, Callie. Time he thought he detected a weakness in those he now served, he found himself preceded and supposed weakness cut out from a ruthless precision that left him amazed and worried. The first rule of his life had always been to search for weakness, for every weakness was a chink where they could probe and pry and influence. His current masters, his masters for the moment, had no weakness. Frowning behind his mask, he studied his companions. At least there was plenty of weakness there. Their nervousness betrayed them, even those who had sense enough to guard their tongues. Stiffness in the way this one held himself, a jerkiness in the way that one handled her skirts. A good quarter of them, he estimated, had not bothered with disguise beyond the black masks. Their clothes told much. A woman standing before the gold and crimson wall hanging, speaking softly to a figure impossible to say whether it was a man or a woman, cloaked and hooded in gray. She had obviously chosen the spot because the colors of the tapestry set off her garb, undoubtedly foolish to draw attention to herself. Her scarlet dress cut low in the bodice to show too much flesh and high in the hem to display golden slippers marked her from Ilion, and a woman of wealth, perhaps even of noble blood. Not from beyond the Ilionir, another woman stood, alone and admirably silent, with a swan's neck and lustrous black hair flowing in waves below her waist. She kept her back to the stone wall, observing everything. No nervousness there, only serene self-possession. Very admirable, that, but her coppery skin and her creamy high-necked gown, leaving nothing but her hands uncovered, yet clinging to the only just barely opaque, so that it hinted at everything and revealed nothing, marked her just as clearly as the first blood of a rad doman. And unless the man who called himself Bors missed his guess entirely, the wide golden bracelet on her left wrist bore the house symbols. They would be for her own house. No Domini bloodborn would bend her stiff pride enough to wear the sigils of another house. Worse than foolishness. A man in a high-collared, sky-blue Shanaran coat passed him in a weary head-to-toe glance through the eye-holes of his mask. The man's carriage named him soldier. He said of his shoulders the way his gaze never rested in one place for long, and the way his hand seemed ready to dart for a sword that wasn't there. All proclaimed it. The Shanaran waste little time on the man who called himself Bors. Stooped shoulders and a bent back held no threat. The man who called himself Bors snorted at the Shanaran moved on, right hand clenching and eyes already studying elsewhere for danger. He could read them all. To class and country, merchant and warrior, commoner and noble, from Candor to Caerlin, Saldia to Gaelden, from every nation and nearly every people. His nose wrinkled in some disgust, even a tinker in bright green breeches and a verdant yellow coat. We can do without those to come the day. The disguised ones were no better, many of them cloaked and shrouded as they were. He got sight under the edge of one dark robe and the silver-worked boots of the High Lord of Tyr, and under another a glimpse of gold lion-head spurs worn only by the officers of Andor and Queen's Guard. Slender fellow, slender even for a floor-dragging black robe with an anonymous grey cloak caught with a plain silver pin, watched from the shadows of the deep cowl. He could be anyone from anywhere, except for the six-pointed star tattooed on the web between thumb and forefinger on the right hand. One of the sea folk, then, and to look at his left hand show the mark of his clan and line. The man who called himself Bors did not bother to try. Suddenly his eyes narrowed, fixing on a woman enveloped in black until nothing showed but her fingers. On her right hand rested a gold ring in the shape of a serpent eating its own tail. Aes Sedai, or at least a woman training in Tar Valon by Aes Sedai. None else would wear that ring. Either way, it made no difference to him. He looked away before she could notice his watching, and almost immediately spotted another woman, swathing from head to toe in black and wearing a great serpent ring. Two witches of no sign they knew each other. In the White Tower they sat like spiders in the middle of a web, pulling the strings that made kings and queens dance, meddling, cursed them all to death eternal. He realized that he was gritting his teeth. Numbers must dwindle, and they must, before the day. There were some who must be missed even less than tinkers. The chime sounded a single shimmering note that came from everywhere at once and cut off all sounds like a knife. The tall doors at the far end of the chamber swung open, and two Trollocs stepped into the room, spikes decorating the black mail that hung at their knees. Everyone shied back, even the man who called himself Bors. Head and shoulders taller than the tallest man there, they were a stomach-turning blend of man and animal, human faces twisted and altered. One had a heavy-pointed beak where his mouth and nose should have been, and feathers covered his head instead of hair. The other walked on hooves, his face pushed out in a hazy muzzle, and a gout horn struck up from above his ears. Ignoring the humans, the Trollocs turned back toward the door and bowed, servile and cringing, feathers on one lifted in a tight crest. The Myrddraal stepped between them, and they fell to their knees. It was garbed in black that made the Trollocs' male and humans' masks seem bright garments that hung still without a ripple, as it moved with a viper's grace. The man who called himself Bors felt his lips drawing back and over his teeth, half snarl and half, he was ashamed to admit even to himself, fear. It had its face uncovered, its pasty, pale face, a man's face, but eyeless as an egg, like the maggot in a grave. The smooth white face swiveled, regarding them all one by one. It seemed a visible shiver ran through them under that eyeless look. Thin, bloodless lips quirked in what might almost have been a smile as one by one the masked ones tried to press back into the crowd, milling to avoid that gaze. Myrddraal's look shaped them into a semicircle facing the door. The man who called himself Bors swallowed. There will come a day, half-man, when the great Lord of the Dark when the great Lord of the Dark comes again. He will choose his new dreadlords, and you will cower before them. You will cower before men, before me. Why doesn't it speak? Stop staring at me and speak. Your master comes. Myrddraal's voice rasped like a dry snake skin crumbling. To your bellies, worms, grovel, lest his brilliance blind and burn you. Rage filled the man who called himself Bors. At the tone, as much as the words, but then the air above the half-man shimmered and the import drove home. Can't be, it can't. Trollocs were already on their bellies, writhing as if they wanted to burrow into the floor. Without waiting to see if anyone else moved, the man who called himself Bors dropped face down, grunting as he bruised himself on the stone. Words sprang to his lips like a charm against danger. They were a charm, though a red reed against what he feared, and he heard 100 other voices, breathy and with fear, speaking the same against the floor. The great Lord of the Dark is my master, and most heartily I do serve him in the last shred of my very soul. In the back of his mind a voice chattered with fear. The Dark One and all the Forsaken are bound. Shivering, he forced it to silence, and he abandoned that voice long ago. Since, lo, my master is death's master, asking nothing to I serve against the day of his coming. Yet do I serve in the sure and certain hope of life everlasting, bound in Shal Ghul, bound by the Creator at the moment of creation. No, I serve a different master now. Surely the faithful shall be exalted in the land, exalted above the unbelievers, exalted above thrones. Yet do I serve humbly against the day of his return. The hand of the Creator shelters us all, and the light protects us from the shadow. No, a different master. Swift come the day of return, swift come the great Lord of the Dark, to guide us and rule the world forever and ever. The man who called himself Bors finished the creed, panting as if he had been run 10 miles. A rasp of breath all around told him it was not the only one. Rise, all of you, rise! A mellifluous voice took him by surprise. Soon none of his companions, lying on their bellies with their masked faces pressed to the mosaic tiles, would have spoken, but it was not the voice he expected from. Cautiously, he raised his head enough to see with one eye. The figure of a man floated in the air above the Myrddraal, the hem of his blood-red robe hanging a span over the half-man's head, masked in blood red too. Would the great Lord of the Dark appear to them as a man, and unmasked? Besides, yet the Myrddraal, its very gaze fear, trembled and almost cowered where it stood in the figure's shadow. The man who called himself Bors grasped for an answer his mind could contain without splitting. One of the Forsaken, perhaps, and that thought was only a little less painful. Even so, it meant the day of the Dark One's return must be close at hand if the Forsaken was free. The Forsaken, 13 of the most powerful wielders of the one power in an age filled with power wielders, had been sealed up in Shal Ghul, along with the Dark One, sealed away from the world of men by the dragon and the 100 companions. And the back blast of that sealing had tainted the male half of the true source. And all the male Aes Sedai, those cursed wielders of the power, went mad and broke the world, tore it apart like pottery bowls smashed on rocks, ending the age of legends before they died, rotting while they still lived, a fitting death for Aes Sedai, to his mind, too good for them. He regretted only that the woman had been spared. Slowly, painfully, he forced the panic to the back of his mind, confined it and held it tight, though it screamed to get out. It was the best he could do. None of those on their bellies had risen, and only a few had even dared raise their heads. Rise! There was a snap in the red-masked figure's voice this time. He gestured with both hands. Stand! The man who called himself Bors scrambled up awkwardly, but halfway to his feet he hesitated. Those gesturing hands were horribly burned, crisscrossed by black fissures, the raw flesh between the red and the figure's robes. Would the Dark One appear so? Or even one of the Forsaken? The eye holes of that hood-red mask swept slowly across him, and he straightened hastily. He thought he could feel the heat of an open furnace in that gaze. The others obeyed the command with no more grace and no less fear in their rising. When all were on their feet, the floating figure spoke. I have been known by many names, but the one by which you shall call me now is Ba'alzamon. The man who called himself Bors clamped his teeth to keep from chattering. Ba'alzamon. In the Trolloc tongue it meant heart of the dark, and even unbelievers knew it was the Trolloc name for the great Lord of the Dark. He whose name must not be uttered. The true name, Shai-Tan, but still forbidden. Among those gathered here, and others their kind, to sully either with a human tongue was blasphemy. His breath whistled through his nostrils, and all around him he could hear others panting behind their masks. The servants were gone, and the Trollocs as well, though he had not seen them go. The place where you stand lies in the shadow of Shalgol. More than one voice moaned at that, and the man who called himself Bors was not sure his own was not among them. A touch of what might almost be called mockery entered Baalzamon's voice as he spread his arms wide. Fear not, for the day of your master's rise upon the world is near at hand. The day of return draws nigh. Does it not tell you so that I am here, to be seen by you favored few among your brothers and sisters? Soon the wheel of time will be broken. Soon the great serpent will die, and with the power of that death, the death of time itself, your master will remake the world in his own image for this age and for all ages to come. And those who serve me, faithful and steadfast, will sit at my feet above the stairs of the sky and rule the world of men forever. So have I promised, and so shall it be without end. You shall live and rule forever. A murmur of anticipation ran through the listeners, and some even took a step forward toward the floating crimson shape, their eyes lifted, rapturous. Even the man who called himself Bors felt the pull of that promise, the promise for which he had dealt away his soul 100 times over. The day of return comes closer, Baalzamon said. But there is much yet to do, much to do. The air to Baalzamon's left shimmered and thickened, and the figure of a young man hung there, a little lower than Baalzamon. The man who called himself Bors could not decide whether it was a living being or not. A country lad, by his clothes, with a light of mischief in his brown eyes and a hint of a smile on his lips, as if in memory or anticipation of a prank. The flesh looked warm, but the chest did not move with breath. The eyes did not blink. The air to Baalzamon's right wavered as if with the heat, and the second country-clad figure hung suspended like below Baalzamon, a curly-haired youth as heavily muscled as a blacksmith, and an oddity. A battle-axe hung at his side, a great steel half-moon balanced by a thick spike. The man who called himself Bors suddenly leaned forward, intent on even greater strangeness. A youth with yellow eyes. For the third time, air solidified into the shape of a young man, this time directly under Baalzamon's eyes, almost at his feet. A tall fellow with eyes now gray, now almost blue as the light took them, and dark reddish hair. Another villager or farmer. The man who called himself Bors gasped. Yet another thing out of the ordinary, though he wondered why you should expect anything to be ordinary here. A sword swung from the figure's belt, a sword with a bronze heron on the scabbard and another inset on the long two-handed hilt. A village boy with a heron-marked blade. Impossible! What could it mean? And a boy with yellow eyes. He noticed the Myrddraal looking at the figures, trembling, and unless he misjudged entirely, his trembling was no longer fear but hatred. Dead silence had fallen, silence that Baalzamon let deepen before he spoke. There is now one who walks the world, one who was and will be and is not yet the dragon. A startled murmur ran through his listeners. The dragon reborn! We are to kill him, great lord. That from the Shanarian hand grasped eagerly at his side where a sword would hang. Perhaps, Baalzamon said simply. But perhaps not. Perhaps he can be turned to my use. Sooner or later it will be so, in this age or another. The man called himself Bors blinked. In this age or another? I thought the day of return was near. What matter to me what happens in another age if I grow old and die waiting in this one? But Baalzamon was speaking again. Already a bend is forming in the pattern, one of many points where he will become the dragon, may be turned to my service, must be turned. Better than he served me alive than dead, but alive or dead, serve me he must and will. These three you must know, for each is a thread in the pattern I mean to weave. and it will be up to you to see that they are placed as I command. Study them well, and you will know them." Abruptly, all sound was gone. The man who called himself Bors shifted uneasily, and saw others doing the same. All but the Illinier woman, he realized, with her hands spread over her bosom as if to hide the rounded flesh she exposed. Yes, wide. Half frightened and half ecstatic, she was nodding eagerly as though to someone face to face with her. Sometimes she appeared to give a reply, but the man who called himself Bors heard not a word. Suddenly she arched backwards, trembling and rising on her toes. He could see why she did not fall unless something unseen held her. Then, just as abruptly, she settled back to her feet and nodded again, bowing, shivering. Even as she straightened, one of the women wearing a great serpent ring gave a start and began nodding. So each of us hears his own instructions, and none hears another's. The man who called himself Bors muttered in frustration. If he knew what even one other was commanded, he might be able to use the knowledge to advantage, but this way. Impatiently he waited for his turn, forgetting himself enough to stand straight. One by one, the gathering received their orders, each walled in silence, yet still giving tantalizing clues. If only he could read them. The man of the Athenmire, the sea folk, stiffened in reluctance, and he nodded. The Shanaran, his stance bespeaking confusion even while he acquiesced. The second woman of Tarvalon giving a start as if shocked, and gray-swathed figure whose sex he could not determine, shaking its head before falling to its knees and nodding vigorously. Some underwent the same convulsion as the Illinier woman, as if pain itself lifted them to toe tips. Bors, the man who called himself Bors, jerked as the red mask filled his eyes. He could see the room, still see the floating shape of Alzamon and the three figures before him, but at the time, all he could see was the red-masked face. Dizzy, he felt as if the skull were splitting open and his eyes were being pushed out of his head. For a moment, he thought he could see flames through the eye holes of the mask. "Are you faithful, Bors?" Into mocking, and the name sent a chill down his backbone. "I am faithful, great lord. I cannot hide from you. I am faithful. I swear it." "No, you cannot." Certainty in Belzamon's voice dried his mouth, but he forced himself to speak. "Command me, great lord, and I obey." "Firstly, you are to return to Tarabon to continue your good works. In fact, I command you to redouble your efforts." He stared at Balsamon in puzzlement, but then fires flared again behind the mask, and he took an excuse of a bow to pull his eyes away. "As you command, great lord, so shall it be. Secondly, you will watch for the three young men and have your followers watch. Be warned, they are dangerous." The man who calls himself Bors glanced at the figures floating in the front of Balsamon. "How can I do that? I can see them, but I can't see anything except his face." His head felt about the burst. Sweat slickened his hands under his thin gloves, and his shirt clung to his back. "Dangerous, great lord. Farm boys. One of them, a sword is dangerous to the man at the point, not the man at the hilt. Unless the man holding the sword is a fool, or careless, or unskilled, in which case it is twice as dangerous to him as anyone else. It is enough that I have told you to know them. It is enough that you obey me. As you command, great lord, so shall it be. Thirdly, regarding those who have landed at Tomon Head and the Domai, of this you will speak to no one when you return to Tarabon." The man who called himself Bors realized as he listened that his mouth was sagging open. The instructions made no sense. If I knew what some of the others were told, perhaps I could piece it together. Abruptly, he felt his head grasped as though by a giant hand crushing his temples. He felt himself being lifted, and the world blew apart in 1,000 starbursts, each flash of light becoming an image that fled across his mind or spun and dwindled into a distance before he could more than barely grasp it. An impossible sky of such striated clouds, red and yellow and black, racing as if driven by the mightiest wind the world has ever seen. A woman, a girl, dressed in white, receded into blackness and vanished as soon as she appeared. A raven stared at him in the eye, knowing him, and was gone. An armored man in a burial helm, shaped and painted and gilded like some monstrous poisonous insect, raised a sword and plunged to one side. Beyond his view, a horn, curled and golden, came hurling out of the far distance. One piercing note it sounded as it flashed towards him, tugging his soul. At the last instant it flashed into a blinding golden ring of light that passed through him, chilling him beyond death. A wolf leapt from the shadows of lost sight and ripped out his throat. He could not scream. The torrent went on, drowning him, burying him. He could barely remember who he was, or what he was. The skies rained fire, and the moon and the stars fell. Rivers ran in blood, and the dead walked. The earth split open and fountained molten rock. The man who called himself Bors found himself half crouched in the chamber with the others, most watching him, all silent. Wherever he looked up or down, or in any direction, the masked face of Balsamon overwhelmed his eyes. The images that had flooded into his mind were fading. He was sure many were already gone from memory. Hesitantly he straightened, Balsamon always before him. Great Lord, and what? Some commands are too important to be known even by he who carries them out. The man who called himself Bors went almost double in his bow. As you command, great lord, he whispered hoarsely, so shall it be. When he straightened, he was alone in silence once more. Another. The Terran High Lord nodded and bowed to someone none else saw. The man who called himself Bors put an unsteady hand to his brow, trying to hold on to something of what had burst through his mind, though he was not completely certain he wanted to remember. The last remnant flickered out, and suddenly he was wondering what it was that he was trying to recall. I know there was something, but what? There was something, wasn't there? He rubbed his hands together, grimacing at the feel of sweat under his gloves. Turned his attention to the three figures hanging suspended before Balsamon's floating form. The muscular, curly-haired youth, the farmer with the sword, and the lad with the look of mischief on his face. Already in his mind, the man who called himself Bors was named from the blacksmith, the swordsman, and the trickster. What is their place in the puzzle? They must be important, or Balsamon would not have made them the center of this gathering. But from his orders alone, they could all die at any time, and he had to think of some of the others, at least, had orders as deadly for the three. How important are they? Blue eyes could mean the nobility of Andor. Unlikely in those clothes, and there were borderlands with light eyes, as well as some Terreni, not to mention a few Gildean. And of course, no help there, but yellow eyes. Who are they? What are they? God damn. Another ad? This is crazy. Oh! Oh! I just don't know. We're like 5 pages from the end of the book, guys. We're like 5 fucking pages. We can do it. We can do it. We can do it. We can do it. I believe we have the power. We can tow. Oh, to your heart's content, tend to your heart's toe, toe to your tend to your toe. 10 toke 10, I'm a toke a 10, you're a take a toke, we're gonna 10 toke, let's go! There we back. Alright, get your tokes ready. 3, 2, 1, toke! Damn. That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay. Arnold did a touch on his arm. I looked around and found one of the white-clad servants, a young man, standing by his side. The others were back too, more than before. One of each was the masked. He blinked. Balsamon was gone, the mirror girl was gone too, and only rough stone was where the door had been used to be. 3 figures still hung there, though. He felt as if they were staring at him. "If it please you, my lord Bors, I will show you to your room." Avoiding those dead eyes, he glanced once more at the 3 figures, then followed. Uneasily, he wondered how the youth had known what name to use. It was not until the strange carved doors closed behind him that they had walked a dozen paces and realized it was alone in the corridor with the servant. His brows drew down suspiciously behind his mask. Before he could open his mouth, the servant spoke. "The others are also being shown to their rooms, my lord. If you please, my lord, time is short, and our master is impatient." The man who called himself Bors ground his teeth. Both the lack of information and the implication of the sameness between himself and the servant. But he followed in silence. Only a fool ranted at a servant, and worse, remembering the fellow's eyes, he was not sure it would do any good. "And how did he know what I was going to ask?" the servant smiled. The man who called himself Boris did not feel at all comfortable until he was back in the room where he had waited from his first arrival, and then not much. Even finding the seals on the saddlebags untouched was small comfort. The servant stood in the hallway, not entering. "You may change to your own garments if you wish, my lord. None will see you depart here, nor arrive at your destination, but it may be best to arrive already properly clothed. Someone will come soon to show you the way." Untouched by any visible hand, the door swung shut. The man who called himself Bors shivered in spite of himself. Hastily, he undid the seals and buckles of his saddlebags and pulled out his usual cloak. In the back of his mind, a small voice wondered if the promised power, even the immortality, was worth another meeting like this. But he laughed it down immediately. For that much power, I would praise the great Lord of the Dark under the dome of truth. Remembering the commands given to him by Balsamon, he fingered the golden-flared sun worked on the breast of the white cloak, and the red shepherd's crook behind the sun, symbol of his office in the world of men, and he almost laughed. There was work, great work to be done in Terabon and on Almont Plain. Ah, I knew it! He's the leader of the fucking White Cloaks. That bastard! Ooh, of course the leader of the White Cloaks is fucking fucked like that. It only makes sense. Alright, that took forever, guys, but it's okay. Hey, we put it off forever, so the fact that it took forever to finish, that's just the way that it goes, right? So, Callie, are you still out there? Are you ready? Did you post your chapter? Am I interrupting your goon sesh? I don't know, bro. Callie's good sesh never ends. Goon sesh never ends. It's impossible to interrupt. Well, he's got a couple minutes. No, it's interrupt. Everyone knows it's interrupt. That's how you say the word, interrupt. It's like asked. Damn, I can't even, it's like axed. I can't even do the fucking axed right. I keep missing letters when I type, I don't know. The world is a mysterious place, Sean. Tries to fuck everyone over. Well, I mean, it's been a couple hours. So let's see what our view count's at now, guys. What did we hit? Welcome to ShortStories. 12 views. Damn. Okay, that's bad. That's bad, guys. That's really bad. We got 117. Yeah, that's not very good. That's not very good, guys. I don't know why we were getting thousands of views and now we're not getting thousands of views. Fuck if I know. Apparently they're just it's like it's not the length of the clip. I'll tell you that right now. I don't know why. The internet is a very fickle mistress. I will tell you that very much so. So, Callie. Are we just gonna have to move on to Sean? Because Callie was here, but Callie is not here now. Well, I'm sorry, Callie. You need to set up special sound effect to call the Callie, like a trumpet charge combined with a moan of pleasure. Let me take you aside, that ought to get him here. That ought to summon Callie. Some BL pleasure moans ripped off for porn, for example. You need like the hentai sounds, right? Like you need that heavy Japanese moaning. Well, everyone knows that. Wait, Sean, do you not know this? Do you not know this, Sean? Like 90% of the voice acting in hentai is men. Like, it's actually like a huge thing that men actually voice most of the characters in hentai. Isn't that fucked? I don't even know if it's because women refuse to do it. I just think it's just like a... I don't know the reason. All I know is it's like it's a huge thing of men voicing porn, basically. It could be a refusal by the women because of the culture, because it's too much depravity, right? I could definitely see that because Japan is very like, I don't want to say pruny, but you know, not uptight. I got my 75 streak already too. Is that literally every single day since they implemented streaks? It's been 75 days since they gamified watching a stream. How time flies. How time so very flies in a very way. It goes crazy up in the day. Can't call it back. I'll try and find it, but there ain't no. Okay, so are we ready? For Sean's story, chapter 6. Archer, I think it might restart counting after each goal. So you'd add the 75 to the 55 or whatever the last goal was and continue back to the start. I don't know, because it's not counting up anymore. Really? Is that a goal, like, you set? Or is that, like, a goal I set? Like, how do I, like... You just hit the maximum streak? You can only count to 75? That's weird. Oh, I think the streak system's fucking stupid. Any system that gamifies watching a stream, I think is dumb. Just let people watch who they want to watch. Don't make them feel like they have to do dailies and be like, no, I lost my streak with my favorite streamer! Oh my god, now I look like a noob! It's like, dude, seriously, no one gives a fuck. And if you do give a fuck, you're so privileged in life to give a fuck about being a chatter on Twitch. Like, maybe take a step back and be like, holy shit, maybe my life is so good, I have to make problems on the internet. Which I to 75 for me, but I'm sure I've seen 55 as the top of 4, so maybe the next goal will be 85, and I won't see the indicator until I'm over 75 again. Who knows? It's probably just bugged anyways, right? That's what people will just say, you know what, it's bugged anyways, fuck it, who cares? You miss a streak and you still get the streak. It's like a 3 days grace. Alright, 3, 2, 1, toke! Alright. Dog Story Chapter 6, here we go! We exited the audience chamber to find the young girl in livery waiting for us. Before we could greet her, we heard the Baroness's voice thundering as she openly berated the fool. The sound suddenly cut off as one of the guards pressed his hand on the glyph by the door. What happened to the sound? Not that I was listening, just what happened to it? The guard's expression, which had tensed in disapproval, relaxed when he realized I was literally asking what happened to the sound itself. These are soundproofing glyphs. Since sensitive matters get discussed here, it is sometimes required to prevent sound from escaping to be heard by those who shouldn't. That is all you need to know. That's neat. I thought for a second someone hit the mute button, but only those sounds stopped. I waved at the guard who had answered my question. See you later. Maybe, I don't know after all. Come on, Victoria. It's going to take long enough to get home as it is. My ankle is throbbing. Mary's face was one of pain. Did you get hurt? Again? Should I carry you? Mary smiled wryly. No, I didn't get hurt again. It takes time for injuries to heal. We can't afford a mage healer. For all that, we're one of the most important families, thanks to my mother being an herbalist. We aren't exactly wealthy. That's why we live so far down the tree, and so far away from the palace. It'll probably take 2 weeks before my ankle is back to normal. 2 weeks? That's not bad for a sprained ankle. The young girl bowed slightly in respect. You please? I must accompany you back. I then have other duties. May we depart? Yes, let's depart now. Victoria, can you save your questions until we get home? I want to focus on walking, and I'll need to lean some of my weight on you. I nodded and put myself in place on the side of Mary and that had the sore ankle. The walk home took even longer than the walk to the palace had taken. Mary winced with every step on her sore ankle. When we finally got home, Senna took immediate action regarding Mary's ankle. She'll leave you here. Fair day, miss. The youngster bowed slightly once more and turned on the spot and began walking back to the tree. So, how long is 2 weeks? She's no concept of time, no concept of anything. I love this. Anytime anything comes up, it's like, well, I have so many questions I can't even remember what the questions are. But, you know, eventually those instances where I'll have to ask the question will come up again, right? It's like, my God, do I have to explain everything to you? It's like, yes. What's everything? What's an explanation? There is something that's like, I don't know, deeply profound about that, right? It hits like almost a fourth wall level of thinking, of being like taking your own thoughts of being like, wait, what are the things that I don't know? Like, what do I know that I don't know? Because you should never know what you don't know, because if you don't know but you know, you should be able to find a way to know. And then you don't know, and then the only way to don't know is to not know. Damn, I think that was philosophical as fuck. Sense of time is power cycles in the machine, that's why she keeps saying things like thousands of cycles. Ah, I wasn't sure about that, Sean. It's kind of like ticks in a game. Like frames, basically. "14 sleeps seemed to be an age to me. I did get to see many of the fellow game characters at night when I slept. Oh, 14 sleeps seemed to be an age to me. That makes more sense now that I'm, like, not retarded. She only knows what a second is because the matches were timed with seconds. Yeah. I did get to see many of my fellow game characters at night when I slept. Whoever wasn't in an active match at the exact cycle, I fell asleep. Kao Lang had sent my message around the Digiscape. Digiscape, I love that. So my appearance wasn't as great a surprise to anyone else. Tian Lao was, I suppose, jealous? That seems to be right, according to what Senna and Jor Na explained. Seems as though she wished to be here in my place. I couldn't blame her for that, but it did make our interaction somewhat awkward. Finally, the 2 weeks were finished. I love that dream sequence, though. I love that idea. And then we get a little tidbit more of information about how it works, why people are there and won't be there, and such and not, right? Finally, the 2 weeks were finished, and Senna announced that Mary's ankle was strong enough to return to work. With my identity placard in hand, Mary and I entered the Adventurers Guild for my registration. Ooh, an Adventurers Guild. I love that. Whatever that was. Took nearly an hour to go through the process. Apparently, the guildmaster being called to verify the results on the testing orb wasn't normal. Mary insisted it was to be expected since I was so powerful. If Victoria is in your party? Of course she's in my party. She's my sister. Or is that just what it is, not if? Ahem, with that being the case, you can take more dangerous gathering missions. Even though your sister's rank is the lowest, her power makes up for it. As such, your party's average rank is going to be Seda. Were you by yourself or a Dena rank? And Victoria should technically be a Filnari rank. Build up your rank points moving forward so we can get Victoria up to Seda rank. And we can bump your party rank up to Belmar rank. Damn, that's a lot of fucking ranks. I'm guessing that's like, you know, at first I was like, okay, that's C rank. Okay, that's D rank. Wait, that's F rank. Oh, she should technically be F rank because she's rank 1. Oh, I'm dumb. So yeah, and then C rank, and then get to B rank, and then of course there's A rank. It's their version of the alphabet. Like, what's it called? The military alphabet. There's a specific word for it, right? I don't remember what the word is. All I know is that there is one. Greek alphabet is still used in the military. Why do you mean like alpha, beta, delta, Charlie. I'm like, what the fuck is C? It's because it's not C, it's CH. Is it the phonetic alphabet? I don't remember. I know there's a word for it. Especially if you manage to rank up while doing so. Don't overexert yourself. The gobs are still more active and more reckless than normal. Mary nodded, determined. Yes, Guildmaster. With my new guild card in hand, I followed Mary, still confused as to what we were even doing. She scanned through some parchments tacked to a wall, ripped one off, and took it to a desk where it was stamped and assigned to us. What's going on now? I asked. Yup, that's the Greek alphabet, ending in omega, which is where the phrase, I am the alpha and the omega comes from. Because you're from basically A to Z. I am all that is between A and Z. All of existence. I found a Trinali mushroom gathering quest. Though gathering mushrooms is easy, the places they grow aren't the safest for most people. Those with ranks high enough to take this quest prefer subjugation quests where they fight things. Technically, we can't take those quests, but if you kill a quest target while another quest, like killing gobs or dropping a flame back, or we get paid for those, and the guild points for them. Okay, I trust you. I guess let's go find those Trino, what's it? Trinali. And don't worry, I know what they look like. You just keep us safe and I'll do the boring bits. We walked through the forest for over an hour before she finally found what she was looking for. She was tense while approaching the thing. It was all squat with a central stem thing holding it up. There were various colors across the top. Mary's tension made me tense too, which was a good thing, as no sooner had she knelt down to cut the thing up than a massive creature taller than me came charging out from the side. Since it had those frosty tusks, I presumed fire would be effective, so I sent a power pulse from my fist. Didn't do much. What it did do was change its focus from Mary to me. That was fine. As it charged at me, I performed a spinning roundhouse kick at the perfect time to snap its head to the side. In my head, I noted that it dealt 15 points of damage. That wasn't great, since it had over 1,000 points. But that just meant more fun for me. As it was trying to stand, I went into the spinning ground to kicks, which took 10 points each for 30 points. tossing the beast away from Mary in the process. It bellowed in rage as it stood once more, only to be met with an uppercut sending it flying into the air. Most have had a glass jaw since it took 50 points of damage there, and another 18 when it landed on its back. Not being one to waste an opportunity, I love the damage numbers. There's something about damage numbers, and especially low damage numbers, like being like under the thousands. So I really like about RuneScape, because it's like such low fucking numbers. It's crazy. Not being one to waste an opportunity, I performed my aerial somersault landing on its belly for a whopping 80 points of damage and a notification that I dealt an internal bleed injury. One of its hooves caught my side and sent me flying. I rolled backwards as I hit, decreasing the damage I would have taken, only being down 16 points myself. The damage tickled back down by 1 point almost instantly. Constitution buff, regain 1 point of health per second. I grinned. This was fun. I didn't bother doing any real math, I just wanted it clear that this was a fight, not a removal of a weak pest. Ah. I like that. My flying kick slammed into the side of its head, taking another 60 points of health off the massive creature. This also stunned the beast, allowing me to deliver a flurry of blows that tore through its health. Already over 400 points down, kicks, punches, and power pulses all layered onto the beast led to a slow death. I was actually panting a little when I finally fell with a wheeze. His health pool drained. My own health pool had long since topped off again. "Did you have fun?" Mary asked with a smirk. "Yeah, that was the funnest fight since coming here." Mary checked my side where I'd been kicked, and she found no injury. I get a health point per second regenerated somehow. That is so cheating! Hugging me after saying that for some reason. "Perhaps we should buy you some gauntlets after this, then your punches would hit harder. And with your strength, maybe metal-soled shoes too. Then your kicks will land like a landslide. We can even include claws on your gauntlets too. Then you get oh, for fuck's sakes." I don't trust the ads. It's an adult deathbed rad. Adult deathbed rad. Adult deathbed rad. Dad, bad, rad, bad, 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 had dad ads. Dad, beat my dad. Dad, 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 dads. Dad, 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 dad. Are we back? We back? I'm back. I'm back. I've always been told to watch out for ads during a fight. I don't think this is what they meant, though. True, Sean! Oh my god, that's so good. I love it. I love it. Alright, we almost made it through. So lame that it makes you chuckle because of how bad it is. I mean, I've never thought of it that way, Sean, but it works. Now I'm just imagining a video game in the middle of like a fight and then like an ad pops up like you're playing a fucking gotcha game. Don't forget to do your dailies. Click on the ads. Watch this ad to get all your points for your day. Watch 12 ads a day. Make sure you're watching all your ads. I don't know any of that means, but if you say so, it will let my hits do more damage. I'm all for it. Alright. We've gotten your quest, our quest target. The Trinali mushrooms are safe in my pack. So let's haul that beast back to town. That's one major payday. Shrugging, I tied the legs together so I could lift the beast and carry it on my back. Then we started the trek back to town with Mary shaking her head in bemusement. Oh, that's evil. I have to watch an ad for every gotcha pull. No, you have to watch 100 ads for every gotcha pull, Sean. It's like every 100 ads is like one pull. And you can only get up to a 3-star with it. You're not able to actually get... So you mainly just get 1-stars. So you're basically a piece of shit if you sit there and watch ads. Or you're a bot. So, Callie, no, I meant every time to pull, you have to watch an ad even when you pay for it. Oh! Well, I mean... That's, yep, okay. I mean, yep, pretty much. Sounds about right. Can't argue with that logic. 10 ads for a 10 pull. Or 1 ad for a 10 pull. Or 2 ads. Well, you do 3. Let's do 3 ads. So you do 3 ads for a 10 pull or 1 ads for a 1 pull. So it encourages you to do 10 pulls, which encourages you to spend more money. They get paid for the high tier pull and then get paid for the ad too, because they're evil. True, Sean. As they make as much money as they possibly can. As much money. Alright, so what do we do now? Sean, what do we do now? If Callie's really not here. I don't know what to do. Well, I know what to do, but I'm trying to summon Callie. Okay? Maybe saying what I'm doing will summon Callie? Come forth, oh great Callie one. Callie one, great one. Come forward, one of great Callie omen, one Callie. One Callie, come forward with a Callie for one Callie for a Callie. I'll take 1 Callie, we'll at Callie, okay Callie? Thanks for the Callie, Callie. I'll Callie it with a Callie, but you never know when Callie gets a Mally. Mally mofo duro tobo fodo bro. So teedle-doo, toodaloo-doo, toodalodo, to-rofo, do-bo-mo-ro-do-do-fo, mo. Doo-ba-doo-to-bo-ro-doo-foo-woo. No Callie. Okay, well, I guess we go to the next Evanson story. Wanderlust glasses, the line of sight, trigger warnings. Ooh. trigger warnings. Oh, damn, this is a really, really short one. Okay, we'll do 2 then. We'll do Kindred Spirit 2. That one might be a good one to turn into a short. And then we have 1 more! I don't know where the other one is. Should have been a gap somewhere, right? Wait, what was it? Trigger warnings, and this one is... Kindred Spirit. There it is. Actually, okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to read trigger warnings because it's short. I'm getting hungry, so I'm going to go make some food. Wait, is this just a trigger warning? For the next story? Or is this like a satire? I think this is a satire story, right? On the idea of trigger warnings? Okay. I think this is just an experiment. I like this idea. Okay. Trigger warnings. I like this. I like this. So we're gonna read this, then we're gonna throw on something. I'm gonna go grab some fucking food because I'm starving, and we'll eat, and then we'll read the next story. And hopefully by that point in time, Callie will be back for us to read his next chapter. Or Country Girl will come in because she said she finished her chapter yesterday, so she was gonna pop in sometime this week for her next chapter. But I don't know when that's going to be. But we're just waiting on that. Other than that, we're just free balling! Free balling! Right? Until the new year, because we're basically taking a break and slowing down until the new year, and then we're going to ramp back up again for the new year. That's the idea, right? So we have this little bit of a intermediary break period, right? Alright, let's read these trigger warnings. Trigger warning. Caution, self-harming behavior. Caution, depictions of war. Caution, depictions of self-harming behavior in a war-torn nation. Probably Serbia, unless you're Serbian. Caution, severed head. Caution, self-serving of own head, depicted in slow motion. Caution, unrealistic situation of violence, such as is often depicted in manga. Caution, theatrical violence inflicted upon midgets. Caution, ghosts. Caution, flaming ghosts, as in ghosts on fire, not flamboyantly gay ghosts. Caution, gay ghosts. Caution, spiders. If you have a severe spider phobia, talk to your Debbie. You need help. Talking to you, Debbie. You need help. You should stay the fuck away from this story. Caution, profanity. Caution, morons. Caution, realistic depictions of morons as missionaries coming to a door much like your own. If you are afraid of Mormons, not morons. I mean, same thing, right? Really? They're morons. Caution, Mormons. Caution, realistic depictions of Mormons as missionaries coming to a door much like your own door. If you are afraid of Mormons, please ask for an alternate reading assignment. Caution, depictions of shell-shocked Mormon missionaries going door to door in a war-torn nation as bombs fall around them. Nobody opens the door for them. One of them, Caution, sees what he thinks is a ball on the ground, but it turns out to be a human head. Before his mind registers that this is actually a head and not a ball, he has kicked it. Later, he will be hunted by the head of a ghost, potentially gay, that once resided in the head that he kicked, and his ghost head will summon spiders. Thousands and thousands of spiders. Stay away, Debbie! It's rarely the Mormons doing door-to-door. It's more often the Seventh-day Adventists. I don't know. I don't answer my door. Wait, I have a door? Wait, I can leave? Oh, I didn't know that. I mean, not that it matters. I'll never use it. If you are an amputee, please trust that I did not intend to insult you or your ilk. Oh, wait. Amputees, caution if you are afraid of amputees. Please avoid this story. Caution, if you are an amputee, please trust that I did not intend to insult you or your ilk, because an unfortunate choice of words, since ilk sounds like a part of a word rather than a whole word. And please do not feel obliged to read this story, but if you, an amputee, do read the story, please know I would gladly welcome any suggestions from you as per what the life of an amputee is really like. Like, how do you tie your shoes, for instance, or shoe if you only have one leg. Caution. Psychiatrists. There are hundreds of psychiatrists in this story, and each of them is a catchphrase they repeat over and over. You could leave, but where would it take you aside from away from your house? Scary places, Sean. I don't want to go scary places. I like comfort here. And you can't tell me the grass is greener on the other side. Well, I say, well, I like it here. Even if the grass is greener on the other side, the risk of it being worse doesn't warrant me leaving until this place is bad. And then I'm like, well, it's got to be better on the other side. It can't be worse than this. And you find out it is worse, and you're like, shit, I really should have never left. So really and truly, at the end of the day, you should stay where you are. Reading this story will make you hate psychiatrists, even if you are a psychiatrist. Caution, flaming ghosts of Mormon amputee psychiatrists, unless they are in fact psychotherapists. I forgot which is one of the medical degree. Maybe neither. Caution, lack of verified medical knowledge. Their amputation is their head. Each has their head amputated. If that's a word you can use to describe a head being separated from the body, and each carries their amputated head under their arm, though sometimes they set down their head and later pick up the wrong head. Caution, references to video games. Caution, excessive violence not unlike that found in the video game you were playing a few minutes before picking up this assigned story. Do yourself a favor, go back to the video game and remain untraumatized. Caution, men in trees. It's a dangerous business leaving your door. If you don't keep your feet, they can take you anywhere, and some places are best not visited. A cranial amputation. I like that, Sean. We can still be heads in jars. Which was amputated, the body or the head? Caution, excessive use of exclamation marks. Caution! Caution! Colostomy bags versus frat boys. Hint, nobody wins. Caution, limber, self-fillating smurfs. Caution, excessive and profane use of the color blue. If you read my Smurf pornography, blue will never be the same for you again. Only read this if you are blue curious and prepared to join us. Caution, cute kittens. Caution, references to social media. Caution, if you are over 45, you will not understand that these references are to actual social media platforms and will judge this story, which is a realistic story, to be of some sort of science fiction, thus revealing yourself to be too old. Caution, I'm not an SF writer, and if I get any more of your namby-pamby workshop comments saying that I write sci-fi, I will take you outside and cut your shit up. Caution, profanity. Caution, Biologically improbable sexual situations. If you try to reenact these situations at home, you will at best sprain something and at worst wind up in the emergency room with an earnest ER resident explaining in surprising strength. Sometimes against its own interest, the muscle known as the sphincter will secretly taking pictures that he will later post on social media platform that mercifully you will have never heard of. 4chan! Caution, unrealistic characters. Caution, white men from the Midwest, unless you are Jonathan Franzen, and if so, my condolences. You will find the men in these stories reprehensible. Caution, God, but God's a woman. Or rather, caution, just because he just became a woman. God in this story is trans, but hell, if you've watched pay cable in the last year, you'll probably be okay. Caution, Colin Hanks depicted trying to act. Caution, midgets. Did I already do that one? No, it was Mormons. Same difference. Really, caution. Cultural insensitivities. Caution, Republicans. Caution, an army of Republican Mexican wrestling midgets led by Colin Hanks face off against flaming amputee Mormon ghost psychiatrists in my story. Him off. With each army trying to sing hymns better than the other, as judged by trans God. For those who feel they would be wounded by this story, I have included a version that has no Mormons and no Republicans and instead takes place in a public high school in California with competing midget glee clubs. Trans God is still the judge. Caution. 80s music. Caution. Feathered hair. Caution. Fiction. Damn, that was a wild ride. That was a fucking wild ride. That was thoroughly enjoyable. I could get behind that, for sure. Okay, I need to go throw some food in. We need to find something to watch. We need to find some content to manage over. I was pretty sure midgets were mentioned earlier until I remembered you misread Mormons. No, I called them morons. Midgets was mentioned earlier. Before Mormons was ever mentioned. For me saying morons. Science I'm looking forward to. Ooh. Okay, we might be able to do this one. Also said Seventh-day Adventists, but it's also Jehovah's Witnesses. Yeah. Alright, well, we got us a Joe Scott video. I don't know if it's long enough for the process of the food, but, you know, maybe Relic will come back at some point in time and offer us another video. Until then, let's get a good old Christmas time go with Joe Scott. I'll be right back. Just gonna make sure the sound's okay.
Let's get cozy. So a couple years ago, I
Sounds
did a lightning round video at the end of the year where
All right,
I called it
shot
the
him
cozy
third.
lightning round video, and I did it in front of a green screen fireplace from my office upstairs. And so this year I thought, why not end the year with a nice cozy lightning round video, only instead of an actual fire, why not? Let me get tucked in first. All right. Feeling cozy. Anyway, we got a lot of lightning round questions to get through, so let's do this. All right, thanks for joining today. Lightning round video, if you're not aware, is where I take questions from Patreon supporters and channel members over on YouTube who support at the solar system level. Part of the perk of that is you get to ask questions for lightning round videos, and that's what this is. They're very lightly researched. Not as in-depth as the main videos. Some people like them, some of them don't. I do them once a month. I do them only once a month. But they're just a fun way to kind of hang out and answer questions from Patreon supporters. So let's get to the first one. Brian Beswick asked, "Hey Joe, what's on your discovery list to Santa's science for this Christmas? Proof of alien life, a fusion breakthrough, etc.?" Well, if it's something I'm asking for Christmas, it's really more of a wish list for the next year, right? So I'm kind of treating this question like that. Like, what are the science things I'm looking forward to in this next year? It's a bit of a twist on what the actual question was. The actual question was like, what big science thing would I like to see happen? And the answer to that question would probably be either a cancer cure or fusion energy. I would love to see that happen. And while fusion energy is, as always, a couple decades away, a cancer cure might be on the way. I found this article from the University of Massachusetts Amherst about a new nanoparticle vaccine that says it has successfully prevented several aggressive cancers in mice, including pancreatic and melanoma. It says the treatment activated strong immune memory, keeping up to 88% of vaccinated mice tumor-free and stopping cancer from spreading. By teaching the immune system to target cancer antigens, the vaccine showed long-lasting protection and broad potential. So I've been talking about this for a while with the mRNA vaccines thing. I know that people are all over the place on the COVID vaccine, but the rapid acceleration of mRNA vaccine technology that happened because of COVID-19 vaccine, I think is a good thing, and it's going to lead to things like cancer vaccines, which is kind of what they're talking about here. Although I don't think this is actually mRNA, I'm just saying. Like a quote here in the article says, "By engineering these nanoparticles to activate the immune system via multipathway activation that combines with cancer-specific antigens, we can prevent tumor growth with remarkable survival rates." So this isn't like treating tumors that already exist. This is more like a vaccine. It's a preventative measure. Like we always say that cancer, the trick to treating cancer is catching it early when it's as small as possible. Well, this is catching it so early that it's still in the cellular stage, when it's just the first few cells. Like it would create these, the cancer cells have these antigens on it that this nanoparticle vaccine would activate your immune system to attack in that very early stage. Cancer has always been a tricky disease to treat because of the fact that it's kind of your own cells that are mutating, so your body doesn't recognize it as a foreign invader, it recognizes it as your own cells because it is your own cells. The long story short of this cancer vaccine that they're talking about here is that it would basically sort of rework your immune system so that it would see these antigens that are on cancer cells, so that it would recognize it as like a foreign invader instead of part of your own body and attack it. As somebody who is very pale, the idea of it being something particularly successful with melanoma sounds great to me. So they're actually calling it tumor rejection. So your body is rejecting the tumor, which is what you want to have happen. Kind of in the same way that if you get an organ transplant and your body rejects that organ, right? So it's the same thing, but it's cancer tumors. So yeah, in these tests with the mice, it says the results were striking. Tumor rejection was seen in 88% of pancreatic cancer cases, 75% of breast cancer cases, and 69% of melanoma cases. Every vaccinated mouse that remained tumor-free also resisted metastasis when later exposed systemically to cancer cells. So they treated these mice and then basically injected them with cancer cells. They tried to give them cancer, and it looks like in between 88 and 69%
What are we talking
of the
about
time,
right
depending
now?
on the type of cancer.
Cancer research.
Just to get super in the weeds, it talks here about how vaccines, it says vaccines regardless of target disease include two main components, the antigen and the adjuvant. The antigen represents the part of the pathogen in this study, cancer cells, that teaches the immune system what to attack. The adjuvant stimulates the immune system so that it recognizes the antigen as a threat and mounts a strong response. And it says many promising adjuvants used in cancer immunotherapy don't combine well at the molecular level. It says similar to how like oil and water separate each other. So to address this limitation, the team created a lipid nanoparticle super adjuvant that can encapsulate and deliver two different immune stimulating ingredients in a stable and coordinated way. So that's the nanoparticle bit of this. Anyway, this is super exciting. It's something I definitely am looking forward to hearing more about. So hopefully in the next year we'll see more advancement in nanoparticle immunotherapy for cancer patients. That would be amazing. The other thing I'm looking forward to in the next year is Artemis 2. I really want, when is this happening? As soon as February 2026. Okay, cool, it's coming up. Launch window no later than April 2026. Possible opportunities starting in February 2026. I need to start making plans for that. I've always said I want to see the SLS go up. I don't know how many of these are going to go up at this point with the budget and everything, but I never got to see a shuttle go up, and I really want to see and especially feel those solid rocket boosters, man. I want that. I want to see that. I want to have that experience. So I need to get on the ball with that and figure out how I can get out there and see it. The other thing I was thinking of in terms of like a Santa wish list, and I don't know if this is really a looking forward to in 2026 kind of thing, but I would love for there to be a new social media that is not geared towards rage bait and not geared toward
True.
you know, the
True.
algorithm only
monetizing
monetizing content. Like, there's got to be a way to make a profitable social media that is not 100% algorithmically geared to increase engagement through rage bait.
Yeah.
I really thought that like Threads and Blue Sky might have been a good alternative, but they seem to be just as rage baity as the rest of them.
Yeah, and that's just how you get engagement. It's just the human nature.
How like there should be,
because people are fucking dumb, and you're just taking advantage of it.
Social media platform. I mean, we're talking about using AI. Here's a good use for AI: picking out other AI on social media platforms and being able to determine whether something is geared just for rage bait and whether it's not. These are some of the most wealthy companies in human history, definitely some of the most wealthy companies that exist right now. They can afford to do this, and they won't do it.
Yeah.
And it's infuriating to me.
Yeah.
And I wish that there was a social media platform.
I wish it was a fucking law.
If anybody knows something I don't, let me know in the comments. Our next question is from Rage Zero Humor Singer, who asked, in Raiders of the Lost Ark, wouldn't the precession of the equinoxes cause the Staff of Ra to give an incorrect location in the map room for the Ark? The sun would be hitting the Earth at the daytime that it would have 3,000 years ago. I took a minute and looked up all this just to see if that's right, because I know that there are lots of, they call them archaeoastronomical, it's a very difficult term for me to get out, archaeoastronomical complexes. I talked about Chankio in a video a while back. I know that the pyramids of Giza are aligned with stars and the setting sun and the equinoxes and stuff like that. There's Newgrange in Ireland. So there are examples of buildings that were built specifically to point to certain stellar or solar alignments, right? But they were done 5,000 years ago, a long time ago. And the answer seems to be yes, probably you're right. It probably wouldn't work in that way because of the precession of the equinoxes. Axial precession. Okay, so anybody who doesn't know what axial precession is, like we know that the Earth is tilted at like a 23-degree angle, 24-degree angle relative to the sun. Well, that angle, just like a gyroscope, insert footage of a gyroscope. If you spin a gyroscope, it will spin around like this. That's called axial precession. Well, the Earth does the same thing, but it does it over like 26,000 year time spans. I think it's like 25,700 something to make it more specific, but it's basically 26,000 years apart. So over a period of 3,000 years, yeah, that axial tilt would move just enough so that, sun coming through a certain thing wouldn't align exactly the same way. In fact, right now we call Polaris the North Star because it's aligned with polar north.
But it would always be, and it wasn't always.
Over time that changes, like we're just kind of periodically right now facing Polaris. Where did it say? Oh, right now, but yeah, in 3,200 years, it'll be Gamma Cephei. Will be considered the North Star. So yeah, I think the short answer is I think you're right. I think that it would not line up correctly. It'd probably be off by a few degrees. But if we're gonna be honest, nothing about that scene makes any sense. First of all, that little gem wouldn't focus the light the way it does. I feel like if you watch the scene, it actually kicks up a little bit of dust. That wouldn't happen. It basically turns the sun's light into a laser. I mean, and by the way, I don't think it actually says in the movie, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think it actually says in the movie that you have to like stand there at a certain time of day, at a certain day of the year, which is what would be required for that to work at all, unless the beam like directs it specifically at it, in which case that makes no sense, because how would the gem in the Staff of Ra know where to change the direction? I mean, none of it makes any sense. I looked up on
I gotta read this rant.
If it makes any sense.
Let's talk about the Staff of Ra. When the translator reads both the front and back of Marion's headpiece, they determine that the staff needs to be exactly 5 kadam in length, Salah says 6 qadam would be 72 inches, meaning 1 qadam is roughly 12 inches, 1 foot. It's a little hazy because the exact measurement of Egyptian qadam means to vary considerably depending on the context in which it is used, cartography, textiles, construction, but it's just, let's just assume Salah is correct. This would mean the staff needs to be 5 feet in length, but the staff Indy uses in the map room is clearly towering over him. So either we missed something, possibly even a long drawn-out scene where the DO account for axial precession, modifying the staff's length in accordance with, which would be huge nerd points, but also terrible screenwriting, where Indiana Jones is roughly 4 feet tall. Oh, that's so good. Love it.
Talking about this, and somebody else pointed out that like when he goes into the Tomb of Souls, he goes into the Tomb of Souls and it's just like filled with snakes. But it's like this is a hermetically sealed room. That like where are these snakes coming from? What are they eating? There's like how did they get in there? This is a sealed tomb. And somebody else pointed out the fact that like there's all these different types of snakes in that scene from all over the world, so it makes no sense for. I mean, look, we could keep going, but of course,
it's
the
fucking
simplest
movie.
answer to that whole thing is, you know, it's divine intervention. This is a very spiritual movie when you think about it. Everybody's faces melt at the end. Why? Because God. So why not?
True. You can do whatever you want in writing. The power of writing.
All right, next question is a first ever lightning round question from Dan M, who asked,
Right,
UVA's
flip my
Division of
shit. I'll
Perceptual
be right
Studies
back.
has spent 50 plus years researching young children who recall verifiable past life memories. What's your take on academic inquiry into such phenomena, science or pseudoscience? Okay. Before I answer this, I just want to acknowledge that this is a little bit, my spidey senses are going off on this one. So the question is, what's your take on academic inquiry into such phenomena? My take on it, honestly, is sure, study it. Why not? Study everything. Why not study everything? I know that the argument against it, and I can see people typing it out already, is that there's only so much research funding to go around, and that money would be better spent on things like, you know, a cancer immunotherapy or something like that. Like that the money would be better spent toward things like that than something more fringe or, in your word, pseudoscience. And I get that argument. I am going to just sort of set that aside for now, though. But I definitely do come from the idea of like, you know, why not research anything? If somebody has a particular interest in something, even if it is fringe or pseudoscience, why not? And who knows what might be found while researching that? You might find some other interesting thing that could be useful in some way. Now, I personally, I'm not convinced that past lives are a thing, or that any kind of like afterlife is a thing. As much as I want it to be true, I just don't know that the evidence is there. I tend to believe that the world, the universe, is kind of ruled by randomness. And what we see as sort of evidence for things like this is usually a lot more just a wild coincidence. And it seems a lot more miraculous because it is such a 1 in a billion kind of thing. But when you live in a world with 9 billion people in it, 1 in a billion things happen. I mean, to that one specific person, yes, that is an amazing coincidence or an amazing thing that happened. But around the world, like you're in a chaotic system with 9 billion other people. And around the world, many people died that night.
Exactly how can you research that and prove
probably
it's
most
real?
of them, almost all of them have families. And
are we talking about Raiders of the Lost Ark, Sean, or is you responding to something else?
People that we're close to, people in our families. So
past life memories. Oh,
are not that unusual. When it's all put together, it seems miraculous. Now, I have not, because this is a lightning round video, and it's not as heavily researched. I haven't had a chance to really go through UVA's, you know, their output, their papers, and stuff like that. I can't really get into the veracity of the type of research that they're doing. But if the question is it worth studying? My answer is I think so. Sure, why not? Why not study everything? And even if it is pseudoscience, I think as pseudoscience goes, this is fairly harmless. You know, this isn't like convincing people to not, you know, take vaccines or do things that are unhealthy or anything. Like this This is just more of a belief thing, I suppose, and I've never been against people having beliefs. I think that life is hard, mortality is a heavy weight that we all carry, and whatever gets you out of bed every morning,
Yeah, true.
I'm not going to take that away from anybody.
Yeah.
Whether it's science or
So
pseudoscience,
sticking
I
them in an
personally believe
MRI
in
while asking
pseudoscience,
questions and seeing if the
but whether or
imaginative
not
side
it's
of the
worth
brain
studying,
lights
I
up while
say
they
it's
answer
worth
questions
studying.
about their past life might work.
If somebody feels like studying something and they're doing it in a real academic sense, why not? All right, next question comes from Sai. Since AlphaFold has discovered all the protein folds, what has come of it? What amazing breakthroughs are we waiting on? So, quick explanation of what AlphaFold is. It was a Google DeepMind project, and it's basically designed, it's an AI that's designed to predict how proteins will fold. Again, we're in this huge AI backlash thing that's really more about generative AI, and I understand it, but like there are some really great things that AI is doing, and this is one of them. So proteins fold different ways because they're made up of various chains of amino acids, and depending on how those amino acids are lined up, what order they're in, that determines how the protein will fold. And the fold of the protein
determines what it does. Yeah, that's literally the machine
and
design
Parkinson's, those kinds of diseases are basically from proteins that misfold, and then the cells that those proteins are in replicate, and then those misfolded proteins like move around and they can cause major damage. They can eat your brain, basically. But of course, proteins do a lot of wonderful things in our bodies, and they regulate our different systems. And by being able to create different proteins by understanding how they fold is a huge achievement.
And it's like you can also do that with reality because you can transfer those mechanisms into like real machines on a macro scale.
Called CASP14 back in 2020. And it predicted the structures of proteins based just on their amino acid sequences. This was something that would have taken literally millions of years to do through normal experimentation, but AlphaFold was able to do it by the year 2020. And by 2022, they were able to release 200 million different predicted protein structures. So there's 200 million different types of proteins that AlphaFold predicted. So the long story short is we now have this massive database of different types of proteins that could be created. Like if we could synthesize and be able to cheaply create any protein that we wanted, we'd be able to literally treat any disease. And just to show how important it is, it was given the Nobel Prize in Chemistry in 2024. So to answer the question really of like, what are we waiting on? Like what advances have happened so far? I think the best answer really is that it's really only 3 years old. So it's still new, it's still brand new. We're not gonna have like, you know, immortality right out of the gate. But a few things that they've been working on, this is from Google DeepMind's website. They've been working on strengthening bee immunity. Remember we had the whole bee colony collapse disorder thing happening a few years back. This is something that actually has been used to help fight that. It says it finally helped to reveal a polypoprotein B100, which is the structure of the central protein in LDL, the bad cholesterol. So this can lead to preventative heart therapies. Some of this has been used on food crops to increase stability in regions that are warming and the climate is changing and whatnot. And also it's been helpful to create enzymes that can break down plastic. Like I've talked about plastic recycling before. Like there's the recycling where you literally just melt it down and then reuse it, which there's only a handful of types of plastic that you can do that with. But there's like chemical recycling where you literally break it down to its component chemicals. Like plastics are basically just long chains of polymers that operate in different ways. And creating these kinds of enzymes through this protein folding will make it possible to have these enzymes break down the plastic into their component polymers. And then you can reconstitute it however you want. So you could take that and create all new plastic that operates and works just like brand new plastic. That's another problem with plastic recycling is you can melt it down and reuse it, but it becomes less viable over time. Yeah. So that's just a handful of things that we're seeing right now. None of them are like really
I'll be right back.
Although the heart disease one would be really good. But again, it's been 3 years. There's plenty of stuff on the way, and I think it's kind of just wide open. Like it really could do anything. It's really exciting. It's really cool stuff. All right, Fishtail asked a quick one. He said, "What is your dream holiday vacation?" I don't normally travel for the holiday. I mean, outside of going to see family, I'm much more of a sit at home and chill kind of guy. I'm definitely, it's the end of, like, look, cozy, see, cozy. I'm a cozy guy. I'm much more at the end of the year all about like taking it easy for a couple of weeks hanging out at home, chilling with the dogs. I'm looking at the dog right now. Well, let's see. So last year we actually went to, we had our host daughter staying with us, and she had never seen snow before. So we went to Breckenridge, Colorado, on New Year's. It wasn't at Christmas, but it was at New Year's, and that was great. That was great. So yeah, I definitely recommend Breckenridge over the holidays. Snow everywhere. Everything was lit up. It was beautiful. I did slip on some ice and kind of busted my hand, but other than that. I was holding a pizza, a large pizza, and I didn't see the ice spot, so I slipped. I will say, though, save the pizza, because that's what heroes do. I've also been curious about the big Christmas markets that they do over in like Switzerland and Germany. I've seen, videos of people taking tours of them. That looks great. We have to do that sometime. But yeah, my dream holiday vacation is usually just chilling out here at home and being cozy and eating cookies. All right, we got one more question, but before we get to it, we need to bless the new channel members and Patreon supporters with the power of Zoe. Let's list them off real quick. We've got Jason Connor, Don Lee, Miss Mary 420, Jesse Dollamore, Bill Walker, D-Tac Chase, Timothy Norton, David R. Bauer, Ryan Berry, Brett Gallagher, Eric Grolbecker, Allison Lee, Dan M. from the question earlier, Simba, Chris Knight Fan 85, and Sevi. And for members, we have No Visible Personality, Tom McCartney, Joseph Gilmer, Bobby Sparks, Robert Jones, Brandy Butcher, Winston Bolin, ERCWST, John S., Angel Man, Wilson Nicholas, Space Monkey, John Lemke, Asif Lev, Pete Giatrakis, Electric Vehicles Innovator UK, Sasha Skalatsky, Zachary Blair, Cal Walker, Daniel Osborne, Jordan, and ADLC. Thank you guys so much for your support. If you would like to join them to ask a question or to just join an amazing group of people over on our Discord and our Patreon and everything, you can go to patreon.com/answerswithjoe or just click the channel membership button down below. We may have a wild Phoebe appears. What's up, Phoebes? You gonna be in my video? You wanna be in my video? She has no tail. It's just a little nubbin that does this. All right, last question goes to Donna Sawyer, who asked, do stun guns incapacitate a person that doesn't feel pain? Asking for a friend. Yeah, some interesting friends, Donna. Friends who tase together, stays together. Sure. So the answer, yes. That is an absolute yes. Yes, it would still incapacitate a person, whether they could feel it or not. Had to look this up. This is one of those things that will probably get me on an FBI watch list at some point, the things that I search for. Every writer can understand this. Okay, so yeah, stun guns are painful, but they're painful because they lock our muscles. It shoots pulses of electricity through our bodies and it causes our muscles to seize up. And of course, that's very painful. So to a person who doesn't feel the pain, I did a video a while back on congenital insensitivity to pain, CIP, also sometimes called CPA. I forget what the A stands for. But somebody who has congenital insensitivity to pain would not feel the muscle contractions as pain the way that we do, but they still would have muscle contractions that would keep them from being able to walk or run or whatever. But yeah, the CIP condition is really interesting. I talked about it in the video. We can link it up here. But no, it's interesting because they can feel things. Like they still have nerve endings and can feel touch. They can feel heat, cold, all the things that we do. But once it crosses a certain threshold into pain, they don't feel it anymore. And it's because we have these different sodium ion channels in our nerves, and they all serve different purposes. And it's kind of like when the pain gets to a certain point, it kind of jumps to this pain channel. There's like a pain channel in our nerves that just functions differently than the rest of our nerve center. So yeah, somebody that has CIP would basically all their muscles would lock up and they would fall to the ground, just like everybody else. They would be incapacitated. It just wouldn't hurt them as much as the rest of us. But yeah, stun guns are no joke. I mean, it shocks your body with a lot of electricity. And if you have heart problems, I think sometimes even people who don't have heart problems, it can stop your heart. It can be lethal. So yeah, even non-lethal weapons can be lethal. I guess it all just kind of depends on your acceptable level of risk. But I mean, when people are scared, that math changes quite drastically. So we all know this year has been very stressful. There's been a lot of tension and changes out there. And I've been reading about how like gun purchases have been going up. for people to protect themselves, but it's not in the demographics that you might think. Like there's a story I came across here on Ground News the other day. I was talking about how a lot of people on the left, including a lot of people in like the LGBTQ community, are starting to arm themselves because they aren't feeling safe these days. So yeah, if you're on the left, you might not have known about this because as you can see, it's much higher reported on the right. But if you look down here, scroll down a little bit, there's a story about a red flag gun law that was just passed in Maine. Very unreported on the right, only 11% of right-leaning papers cited it. So as you can see in the example that I just showed, but also, you know, everywhere, we're all getting different news here. We're all seeing different things reported, which is why I am a big fan of Ground News. I use that just now to show how, you know, this story is being reported across different multiple sources. I like it because it gives me the ability to see what stories are being covered by the other side of the political spectrum that maybe I'm not seeing because we all have our biases and we all have our bubbles, and the places that I go might not be covering those things. But like in this case, like if you go a little bit deeper on that main story, you can actually see a lot more information here. Like you can see on this bias distribution chart on the right here, you can get bullet points from the left, right, and center perspective on the issue. And if you scroll down, you can choose between right-leaning sites and left-leaning sites. You know, you can see what your side's saying, you can see what the other side is saying. Like here on Ammo Land, they point out that the governor, who's a Democrat, is actually against the bill. And you can see across the top here that that's a right-leaning source, and hey, high factuality. Good show, old chap. And over here on the left, you've got Mother Jones with a headline that the new law will prevent suicides and mass killings. So, slightly more positive about the law. Gee, if only we could figure out why we're so polarized today. So look, if you really want to be more well-rounded in your thinking, a service like Ground News is the best way to do it. Or if you just want to win online arguments, this helps a lot with that too, because you can see what the other side is thinking. Now there is another benefit to Ground News, and I don't talk about this very often, but I call it the Ground News effect. I came up with that myself. Like I've noticed online whenever somebody is sharing an opinion on something and they back it up with a link to Ground News, it just immediately makes me sort of trust that person's opinion a little bit more, because I know that that person is somebody who makes the effort to get unbiased information, and that matters. That means that that is somebody whose opinion I will take seriously. You know, I know that person's not gonna just spread some nonsense from some rando online. So if you would like to try it out, just go to ground.news/Joe Scott, or just scan the little QR code on screen here. It'll give you 40% off their Advantage plan, which is what I just used and showed you all that stuff. It's what I've been using for years, actually. Anyway, Ground News is great. I always feel smarter when I use them. I think you guys will too, so definitely check it out. You can do that QR code thing, or there's a link down in the description. All right, so that's it for today. I wanted to just say thank you to you guys for sticking with me throughout another year. It's been kind of a wild year, done a lot of big things, launched a lot of big things. In the coming months, I'm gonna be kind of refocusing on creating more of those deep dive videos that I know you guys love so much, or at least I hope you love that much. But I hope that you guys all have a wonderful, I mean, because we're in the middle of the holidays at this point, but I hope you had a good Christmas. If you celebrate Christmas, I hope you have a safe and happy new year. We always look back at the year before as like this huge dumpster fire, and we hope that the next year is gonna be better, and then it always turns out to be a dumpster fire. But you know, good things happen too. They're harder to find sometimes. And we do live in a giant dumpster fire right now, but there's always hope. Am I convincing anybody? Anyway, guys, I love you all. I hope you had a good year. I hope you have a wonderful new year. Thanks again for all your support and for being here, and I look forward to seeing you in January. Love you guys. Take care.
Well, shit. My Taco Bell, where are you? Great streamer, where am I? Beta. I'll be back in a few hours if you're still on. Sounds good, Muffin. I just got my food, broskies. We just got our food. All right, so what are we gonna watch now? What do we watch now? Do we watch another Joe Scott video? What's the plan here, guys? Kyrgyzstan. I mean, if you got a video, his tree vid is very good. Okay, you want to post it? Oh, you can't get into YouTube. Yeah, damn. It's like the third vid in recent. This thing?
Humans are apes with smartphones.
This? Oh. Trees are so weird.
Every tree you've ever seen is dead.
Oh, we've watched this before, Muffin. We've watched this before. You got another one? Did the other day, and I learned a lot from it. Brain battery? I don't know. This alcohol is amazing. Damn. Damn. Okay, we gotta watch this one. Clearly. I guess just pick one that seems interesting. I watched another one. It's about
Alcohol
reason.
is the most harmful substance on Earth. Every year, it kills more people than terrorism, wars, homicides, and car accidents combined.
True, but it's so
It injures tens of
good.
millions in
We
accidents,
love it.
violence, and crime, while keeping hundreds of millions trapped in disease. If it didn't exist already, inventing it today would be unthinkable. And yet, more than 2 billion people drink. Most of us can't imagine a barbecue without beer, a wedding without wine, or a fancy soiree without champagne. We have a drink at the weekend because it's the weekend, but also after work, when we're stressed and when we're relaxed, sad and happy, at home and outside. Alcohol is kind of a paradox. Why do we cling so much to the thing that harms us the most? You after one drink. Alcohol is a biological weapon that yeast produces during fermentation to wipe out its competition. In alcoholic drinks, it's mixed with water and flavored with everything from fruits to caramel. With just one sip, sextillions of alcohol molecules flood your stomach and small intestine. From there, they head to your liver, your primary detox center, and to other organs like the brain. But your liver can only process about one sip of beer every 5 minutes, so unless you drink really slowly, it will become overwhelmed while an ever-growing swarm floods your brain. Here's where the chaos begins. The legion of intruders fills your brain and starts messing with neurotransmitters and receptors. Their sabotage is so complex that scientists aren't fully sure yet about all their mechanisms. But we know that alcohol numbs your neurons, making them slower, and disrupts their communication. This has several effects. It sedates you, melting away tension and stress. It stuns your prefrontal cortex, your center for decision-making and self-control, making you more disinhibited and prone to say or do things that you normally wouldn't. And it releases endorphins, feel-good molecules deeply tied to human connection. The chemicals that we produce when we laugh, sing, or dance with others, and which help us turn fleeting moments into shared memories. So, after a drink or three, the world doesn't only feel lighter, it feels lighter with others. The invisible walls of insecurity around us begin to soften, and you find yourself becoming a little more you. Less afraid to talk, laugh, sing, or share joys and sorrows. Conversations flow easier, smiles last a little longer, and strangers can become friends or lovers more easily. So, for a while, it feels like the weight of being human isn't yours to carry alone. Alcohol sits at a sweet spot of gentle relaxation, mild courage, and friendly companionship that makes it the perfect social lubricant. One that comes with quite a few costs. Your body on regular drinking. For billions, these rounds become more frequent over time. The occasional drink becomes a weekly habit, then a ritual every other day, catching up with friends or unwinding. And there's always this buddy who drinks way more and has a perfectly normal life. But as the rounds add up over years, the damage builds up. The alcohol molecule can dissolve in water and fat, which allows it to invade almost every cell and tissue. And when your body breaks it down, it transforms into acetaldehyde, a chemical that's even more toxic than alcohol itself and that wreaks havoc on your tissues, cells, and DNA. In your brain, this shrinks your neurons and severs their connections, making it harder for different parts of the brain to communicate. As your brain withers, your memories fade, your thinking slows down, and your risk of dementia increases. When and how you drink matters. The younger you are, the wider the damage, and the more you drink in one go, the worse you'll make it. The human brain isn't fully wired until your mid-20s, so drinking before that age is like smashing wet cement before it's set. In 20-year-olds, blackout drinking episodes have been found to cause mental problems for up to a year, forgetting why you entered a room or having difficulty learning new things. Binge drinking in late adolescence is also one of the highest risk factors for early onset dementia. Then there's cancer. Just as smoking hits your lungs, alcohol causes 8 types of cancer, basically everywhere from mouth to bowel, plus breast cancer in women. Here, risks start at an average consumption of less than 1 glass of wine per day. Beyond that, risks increase. Worldwide, alcohol causes around 740,000 new cancer cases per year, leading to 400,000 deaths. Another victim is your liver. Alcohol disrupts fat metabolism, causing fat to build up in your liver cells. But this often has no symptoms, so you may go on drinking as your liver slowly turns to fat, swells with inflammation, and starts to
And then you got my
fail.
friend Peach, who
The final
can't drink
stage
because
is
he's drank so
cirrhosis.
much.
Your
They're
liver is
literally like,
full
you're
of
gonna die if
scars
you
and
drink.
barely functioning.
And he also does
This might take
steroids.
over 10 years, but once it appears, it's largely irreversible. Every year, 600,000 people die because they have a liver destroyed by alcohol. Drinking also weakens your heart, raises blood pressure, and increases the risk of stroke and thrombosis, leading to another 500,000 deaths from cardiovascular diseases every year. In terms of looks too, alcohol damages cells around your body, including your skin, which looks older sooner. And not only does alcohol contain a lot of calories itself, it also makes many people very hungry. Drinking is a huge source of weight gain and increases the risk of obesity, opening the door to a cascade of other health problems. When scientists crunch these numbers, they see that health problems can start at about 1 beer a day, and that the chances of premature death start rising significantly at around 3 beers a day for men and less than 2 for women. If this sounds like a lot to you, maybe look around. In the EU, the average man drinks the equivalent of almost 3 beers a day. The average woman, almost 1. Similar figures apply to much of the world, especially the West. There's no other drug we consume that gets so close to the edge of harm.
Planning on
It
drinking?
isn't only your body.
Yeah, man, drinking's bad.
Alcohol is unique for another reason. Its unmatched ability to destroy others. Alcohol causes a staggering amount of accidents. The numbness and disinhibition of a few drinks can morph you into a clumsy critter eager to take really stupid risks on a balcony, at sea, or on the road. Every year, alcohol-fueled accidents kill 500,000 people, 300,000 of them in car accidents. But more than half of the people who died in those crashes didn't drink. They just died because someone else did. Alcohol is also one of the major causes of violence, from fights in the pub to domestic abuse, other brutal assaults, and murder. Figures differ by country, but essentially 50% of all violent crime and sexual assault is committed by drunk offenders. Each year, alcohol-fueled crime kills about 100,000 people. That's a city like Pisa being massacred every year by a drunk mob. And then you have all the non-lethal victims. In England alone, 500,000 adults are injured every year in accidents caused by drunk people. Another 800,000 get hurt in violent attacks by drunk offenders. Zoomed out to the rest of the drinking world, this means that every year dozens of millions are physically harmed by someone else's drinking. The most innocent bystanders are the 600,000 babies born every year with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, a devastating lifelong condition caused by drinking during pregnancy. Alcohol is nothing short of a global catastrophe. The final toll, the hijacking of 400 million lives. When your drinking escalates to a point that it causes real harm to yourself or others, you've crossed the invisible line to alcoholism. An estimated 400 million people, 1 in 14 adults, are in this territory. The
That's
line
crazy.
is very fuzzy and varies from person to person, but if you consistently drink 8 beers per week as a woman, 15 as a man, or 5 on the same day, you've either crossed the line or are dangerously walking towards it. Of those 400 million, more than half have fallen
one of them
into
is
an
you.
even deeper
True.
trap: dependence. When alcohol has become something that you physically or psychologically need. In Europe and the Americas, 1 in 20 adults are caught in this web. The stereotype of alcoholism is one of extremes. A homeless person clutching a bottle or an always drunk father shouting at his kids. But it can be far more silent. A US study found that up to 50% of all alcoholics may fly under the radar. They come in 2 main groups: unproblematic young adults and middle-aged professionals with successful careers and families. As one of them, you'll show no antisocial behavior. You'll fulfill your obligations. You'll probably have no diagnosed health conditions. But on average, you'll be having 4 beers a day and will get drunk every week. And neither you nor your family may notice. No one questions a drink at dinner, after work, or at a party. But it's exactly that that makes alcohol so dangerous. No other drug is so widely accepted, casually consumed, and easily ignored.
Yep.
So, okay, how did we come to this? A pact with the devil. We made a pact with alcohol to help us solve one of the greatest challenges of being human. Human interaction is messy. We long for closeness, but we're also anxious, awkward, and wary of each other. Am I talking too much? Do they actually like me? What if I say something stupid?
I'm
There are many
retarded. What if they don't
ways
like
to
the words I
navigate this.
use?
Alcohol is not the solution, but it is definitely one of them. It is a real and effortless solution to the problem of connecting with others. Studies confirm what we've known for millennia. Modest quantities of alcohol help strangers bond. And individuals who drink moderately and socially tend to have more friends, closer friendships, and higher levels of trust in others. So if we want to step away from alcohol, we need to be honest about what we gain from it. For millennia, we've been giving it our health.
Mainly third-party places. Places you can just go, like the park or something like that, where it's like
connection and celebration.
you are going to
But
this
right
place
now,
to be
this has
social
changed
with other
rapidly.
people, but you don't have to spend
Younger
money. So it's not like a
generations,
bar.
especially Gen
It's
Z,
like going to
are
a
drinking
skate
far
park when you're a
less than their
kid,
parents
or the
did.
playground,
In
or
the
something
US,
like that,
the share of
where there's a bunch of
18-year-olds
other
who have
kids that
ever
you can
tried
just
alcohol
interact
has
with and
dropped
hang
by
out with.
25%
As
in the last
adults, we don't
decade.
have
Binge
that.
drinking in
You have to pay
adolescence has
money to go to a
plummeted
fucking
50%.
bar, all this
And even in
bullshit.
countries like Germany or France, where beer and wine have always been part of the cultural DNA, alcohol
So I think
consumption
third-party
has fallen.
places would
And
destroy
that's a
alcohol if
victory.
we had true
Fewer
third-party
accidents,
places,
fewer
right?
hospital beds filled, fewer lives quietly derailed. But at the same time, other things have been falling too.
That's what
The
that's
share
basically
of
what
young
video
people who
game
see their
internet
friends almost
interaction
every day
is, right?
has plummeted by 50%. Attendance at parties has fallen by 30%. Dating and casual sex have fallen by a similar amount. All while loneliness and mental health issues have skyrocketed. There are many different reasons for this, from COVID to social media. But the shift in which drugs we consume is probably not totally unrelated either. Drugs like weed have gained ground massively, and in contrast to drinking, smoking weed tends to make many people less energetic and likely to do things, more socially awkward, and especially if you use a lot of it, more lonely.
Yeah.
Alcohol has been a powerful and influential tool for sharing, celebrating, and enjoying life with others for
Actually,
thousands
I
of
don't think
years.
I thought it was just
If the
praying
West is on the path to
pound
drinking
town.
less, we might also be on the path to something completely new. A future where we connect and rejoice without a poisonous chemical crutch, or at least without this specific one. It's up to us to figure out what comes next. There are so many other ways to strengthen your confidence and make connections. By doing the things you're passionate about, by working towards the future, by investing time into your dreams, like starting your own business. With the help of today's sponsor Odoo, a business management software, you can do the first step of starting a new business in 3 minutes. Don't believe me? I bet you $5 and you and I will do it together. You can try Odoo for free by clicking this button here. The first application stays free forever with unlimited hosting and support. Let's select the e-commerce application to set up an online store. Then you just follow the e-commerce configurator. In a few quick steps, your website is ready to edit. customize everything with an intuitive drag-and-drop editor that feels more like play than
I have
work.
so many ducks.
Adding products is just as simple.
Okay, you
Give it a
guys
name
ducks
and
in a
set
row.
price. Once the product is created, customize its page by adding images, a description, and adjusting the layout with content blocks. Then it's live. Behind the scenes, you can fine-tune the essentials, taxes, payment methods, and shipping options. And just like that, you're not only online, you're ready to start selling. That's it. You did the first big step. You owe me 5 ducks, and you're ready to start your business. But Odoo offers so much more. Applications such as accounting, project management, HR.
You got another video we can watch? I'm not done eating yet. AI flop is destroying the internet. Let's do this.
Our 12,026 human era calendar just dropped, and this year is extra special. Stay tuned until the end for the reveal, or head straight to the shop to get yours. AI slop is saturating the internet, and things are becoming dramatic pretty quickly. In an online world where money is made with attention, fake users spread their slop in review sections, generate fake traffic, or poison discourse. AI has supercharged this and made slop much harder to spot. Today, about half of internet traffic is bots. The majority of them are used for destructive purposes.
True.
It's never been easier to make mediocre content. From the black hole of meaninglessness that is LinkedIn, low-effort short videos just engaging enough to hypnotize kids and fry their attention spans, to endless, soullessly rewritten books on Amazon. AI music is invading streaming platforms. Google AI is summarizing websites instead of sending traffic to them. On YouTube, new channels publish long-form videos multiple times a week with AI-generated thumbnails, voices, and scripts. True crime, video essays, science, no space is safe. We're in the golden era
See, I use AI, but
slop.
at least I
And
write my own
sadly,
stories.
Actual creative human work is used to train these AI models. Every Reddit comment, original YouTube video, or human drawing on DeviantArt has been sold out to the AI companies, or straight up stolen by them, without attribution or payment to the actual creators. Creative theft on a scale where it's impossible to protect against it, or
No, I'm
putting
trying to make
loads
me
of
AI
creators'
sites
work
and
in
make
danger,
YouTube stuff.
so AI companies can get rich. While this is sad and frustrating, what's even worse is that generative AI truly has the potential to break the internet irreversibly by making it harder and harder to tell what's true. At first,
The fact that
AI
you
looked
consider
great.
the internet to be
The
true in the
court
first place, I
design
think is the
script
problem.
starts with basic research
I
that's
think
turned into
AI
a
will
threat,
solve the
and
problem
then
of people
fact
thinking
checked
the
in
internet is
depth by
true.
2 to 3
The
people.
internet is not
We
real.
try to confirm our info with what we deem trustworthy, ideally
You
first-hand
can't trust
sources,
anyone on the internet.
ideally papers. Then we get 1 to 3 experts for input and critique. Fact-checking and compiling our sources alone takes around 100 hours per video. Of course, we make mistakes or oversimplify,
Nope.
and you can disagree with our conclusions. It's unavoidable. We're only human after all.
That's
But
the
it is fair to
exact
say that
point,
our
Muffin.
process is
That's the
extensive,
exact
and
point.
after a decade, we know what we're doing. When AI appeared, we were very excited. A mechanical brain able to super quickly collect information. So we went to work, and it looked amazing. And then we started fact-checking. We didn't expect it to be perfect, but it was way worse than we thought.
Way worse.
Confidently incorrect. AI is so bad at this.
No,
We'll
it's true. No,
summarize
dude,
and
it's not. That's a
generalize our
Chinese
experiences
symbol
over
there. No, it's
projects
not,
and
dude. You're
months
literally
condensed into one
gaslighting
big
me.
project.
So I've
A
literally been
video about
gaslit
why
by them
brown dwarfs
with a
are the
fucking
worst
Chinese
and
letter
should be ashamed
in the
of
text. I'm like,
themselves.
what the fuck is that?
We got all the
Like, I don't know what
pro
you're
accounts of all the
talking
AI
about.
models and got to work. Using deep research tools
Fucking
to
idiot.
create a summary and overview of all the information about the failed stars brown dwarfs. And wow, it was great. Dozens of pages of outlines with unique information nuggets and links to sources. Then we started to look deeper.
Links don't go
Over
anywhere.
80% of the info and factoids were pretty solid, and we could reconstruct where they were from. Wikipedia, papers, legit articles. What about the rest? It was great stuff, like the speed of brown dwarf superstorms, the nature of their insides, or how disappointed their mums are. But we couldn't find where the AI got this info from, which is not automatically a bad sign. After all, the models contain pretty much all the internet and books ever written. So we asked experts for input, and they flagged the exact same facts, even asking where we found it. To fulfill its goal to make us happy, the AI had invented or extrapolated information to make brown dwarfs more interesting than they really are.
Yup.
Like a bad journalist making up details to make a story hit harder or fit a narrative. Now we wanted to know more and dove in deeper, reading the seemingly more solid sources the AI had given us in full.
And then you realize
One
it's
was an article
misinterpreted.
from a news site written by a human journalist. Or was it?
Nope.
It had a very familiar structure and, surely purely coincidentally, read like what you get if a human slightly changes AI wording. An AI essay detection tool gave it a 72% match, so an AI article without sources used as a credible source for AI research.
Yup.
Which makes sense.
Self-referential.
Since in 2025, there were already well over 1,200 confirmed AI news websites publishing massive amounts of AI-generated misinformation and false narratives.
All
This
from
mix of
China.
corrupt, dubiously sourced and straight-up made-up information also leads AI to present really shoddy conclusions that sound strong or novel, but are often half-truths or misrepresentations. Oh well, we salvaged what we could and went back to the drawing board. And after a few weeks, it happened. By pure stupid chance, we saw a brown dwarf video popping up by a relatively new channel. It had hundreds of thousands of views and was pretty good, nice footage, great editing. But we'd seen the structure and rhythm before, and would you look at that? It contained all the brown dwarf facts we'd flagged as unreliable or straight up made up by AI. This is where the death of the internet begins. Now, there's a proper source of brown dwarf misinformation online. When the next AI repeats the same research, it will find a transcript from a video with a lot of views.
It's the worst
Misinformation
fucking thing.
is now true.
It's the reason
It
why
will
humans are so
spread.
dumb, because we can
Even
only
before
reference
AI,
ourselves.
It was pretty hard to find the origin of facts that sound great but are not true. Just watch our video about a 100-year-old lie. As AI use goes on, it may become impossible to know what's true or not. The most corrosive lie. The problem with AI is how trustworthy it seems, how it's correct enough to seem super smart, and how incredibly confidently incorrect it is. Casually lying to your face, often very subtly. When you catch it lying,
Straight up
it immediately
gaslighting you
admits
into
it,
thinking it's
vows to
speaking
never do it
English
again,
when it's not.
and then it does it again. As eloquent as current language models feel, there's nobody home. No greater intelligence or consciousness is talking back to you. Current AI is a very complex hammer that doesn't understand what it's doing or what nails are. But we're letting it add new shelves to the library of human knowledge. AI is changing quickly, so this may get better, but right now, it's
That
pretty
100-year-old
grim.
wagon.
Way too many
Got
people
it. Your
blindly trust
arteries,
AI.
capillaries, and veins go around
Studies
there 3
looked into
times.
the language of millions
Wait,
of
what?
scientific papers published before and after the rise of large language models.
You mean like
They
stretching
found
out
an
the
abrupt
entirety
and
of your
sharp
lymph
increase in the
node
frequency
system and
of words
everything
that
stretch around the
AIs
Earth
like
3
to
times?
use.
I wouldn't believe
So
that
it
for a
seems
second.
clear that now a
That's
significant
the actual
portion of
fact?
papers have been at least
fuck?
assisted by AI, usually without acknowledgement. And just in July 2025, it was discovered that a number of researchers had started to sneak hidden messages
Yep.
into their papers. In white text, or too small for the human eye, they prompted AIs to review them positively and not point out flaws. As more and more people are using AI carelessly,
Yep.
the library of human knowledge is getting less and less reliable.
Which I think is a good thing, because it never should have been reliable to begin with. It never should have been reliable to begin with.
The AI
The information became less true through time,
Will
because the
AI
team spent
slop
weeks
kill
finding the original
Cook's
paper for
art
that.
and artists. On the internet, there's only one truly valuable resource:
Yep.
human attention. If current trends continue, it's not that far-fetched that cheap slop content, stuff just good enough, will soak up the majority of human attention.
Yep.
It could make us dumber, less informed,
Yep.
our attention spans even worse, increase political divides, and make us neglect real human interaction. If AI eats the majority,
And that's why you guys are
of the
here
attention
watching an
pie,
AI
channels
stream.
like ours will
I'm
become
already winning,
unfeasible
guys.
or forced
You guys don't know how bad it already
AI
is.
themselves to be able to compete. We don't want to play
Humans are
this game.
losing.
How
Fast.
will we use AI?
You better become an AI.
Like the Align tool in Adobe Illustrator. If you have a bunch of boxes and you want to line them up, you can do this manually one by one, or you can just select them, click Align, and have them perfectly aligned in an instant. It's the same with AI programming tools for animation, or using it as a faster Google alternative. AI is a helpful tool, but the creativity and integrity is
Yeah.
still ours.
Yeah.
So,
For
dear
now.
Internet, here is what we're offering to you. Kurzgesagt is made by humans for humans, and it will remain that way. We'll produce well-researched content and invest a lot of time and our human creativity in our illustrations and animations. Put our creative soul into our work. We'll continue to fact-check and discuss our research with human experts to give you the most trustworthy information that we can. When we make mistakes, they will be our mistakes.
Yeah.
We would rather quit than make AI slop. But to go on, we need your support. Kurzgesagt is almost 70 full-time people and a lot of freelancers on top. This is a lot of salaries, software licenses, laptops, rent, and coffee. There is a way you can help us keep this human-made project alive. It's the 12,026 Human Era calendar, designed to fill your home with a year's worth of Kurzgesagt art. But it's much more than that. It's an ode to humanity and human ingenuity. This calendar reframes time itself by starting not 2,000, but 12,000 years ago, at the dawn of human civilization.
Oh, that's cool.
This way, 10,000 more years of our shared past and incredible achievements of our ancestors become part of our timeline. You can use it just like a regular calendar, but it could change how you see your place in history and how far we've all come as a species.
That's pretty cool.
This time, we've collected 12 inspiring stories about our special connection to the stars, from the first creature to ever glance up at the night sky, to ancient models of our cosmos, way into humanity's future among the stars. Each vibrant illustration is printed on high-quality paper with plenty of space to plan your days or record your adventures in the year 12,026. And because this is our 10-year calendar anniversary, we've gone all out. We created the first ever Kurzgesagt art book, a vibrant, jam-packed collection of every calendar illustration we've ever made. That's 120 pages and 10 years of Kurzgesagt art in one giant book. It's also packed with behind-the-scenes sketches, stories, and fun facts from the Kurzgesagt team. Just like our videos, our products aren't churned out by a soulless algorithm.
It seems like it's a good channel, yeah.
By real humans who spend countless hours researching, illustrating, and designing things that we hope you'll love. So if you value real human-made content over AI slop, join us and our global community of burbs who get the calendar every year and help us keep Kurzgesagt afloat. Together,
Watching
we'll
this team
ride
for
out
years.
the slop wave. The calendar and art book
True.
are available now.
Thing is, I just
While
like
supplies
the only thing I
last.
really watch on YouTube and stuff like that is like Let's Plays and stuff like that. So it's like the stuff that I generally consume is just video game content. So it's like I don't even worry about this shit because it's not even on my radar for what I watch. Right? It's like I ain't gonna see a fucking Diablo 2 AI video unless it's like the AI playing through the game and that's like the challenge of the game. At least not for another 5 years. Ooh. So what should we do next? Because I don't think Callie's back yet. I don't think anyone else here has a story. So I think we're just sitting in limbo right now. So, and Relic's not here to throw us a bunch of videos. I'm like, I don't know any other videos that are... We could talk about black holes for an hour and a half. How's about it? Where I spawned a Minecraft X Pokemon fic. Interesting. Do a Charlie video. Do an Anton video. Why democracy is mathematically impossible. I love it. Why don't we just watch a mukbang? I don't know. I don't know what to watch. I watch whatever you guys put in the chat. You know? Because, like, most of the stuff I watch just wouldn't be interesting to watch on stream. Gotta do the shout out. You can't do SO. I'm so a short stream if you want to watch me. Wait, you're streaming right now, Muffin? Oh, I can do a short one. I don't know. I just don't really go on this account a lot, so I don't even know what ones are on this account as opposed to like my main account, right? I don't know, I'm just being a lazy piece of shit leading up until 2026 because we're just trying to get our energy back. Mia content. All right, let's put it. No, I'm not even gonna type that in. I'm not even gonna type that in. I mean, what about another Oompaville? What's another? I see why YouTube was banned. We could do mega churches, we could do Diddy, or we could do Bubba, which is the Epstein files. I only know who he is because I heard it in a vid. Well, I'm sure about that. Just don't look it up, Muffin, because you might get in trouble. I am! Callie! Falling asleep! Callie, you're back! Fuck you! Guys, see, this is what we have to do, Muffin. We just have to wait for Callie to get back so we can read his story. Can we read your story now, Callie? Yer yar yi yin, yin yi you yay yay, yay yay yi you yin yo, yo you yay yo yin, yin yay yo you yi, you yi yo yin yo yi yay yo yi yo yi yay. The fuck is this, Callie? What the fuck is this? What are you trying to pull here, motherfucker? Your chapter isn't even posted, bitch. Oh, what am I supposed to do with you, Callie? He begs and he begs, and then he walks away when you give him his answer. You mean this? That's empty? Callie? Did you forget to paste it in there, bro? Title spotted. In my journey to enlarge my manhood, I expectedly became OP. Hell yeah, Sean. I don't know what to tell you, Callie. It's just not here. Unless you mean like the day Ghost appeared as a single cell in the womb, and you're talking about like you want me to read this, your little excerpt here. Is this what you were talking about, Callie? Not like you didn't write an actual chapter? Bitch. Just a synopsis? Didn't we already read this, though? Or is this new? This is new? Trigger alert from earlier was especially amazing. The trigger warning story? Fuck you, this is the Frostpug story. Okay, so this is the new story, Callie. Fucking start ads. Goddamn, why do you gotta wait all day for ads to start? Callie, I don't know what anything is anymore. Where are these ads? There we go. It's a waiting game, a trading game, a dating game, a baiting game. Oh, it's all about the game. Don't read yet, I'm pooping. God damn it, Callie, you're doping. I'll throw you in the loopin'. Don't pull the toucan. We got you mukin'. Don't you hold back the cutin'. I'll tell you it's a mutant. Don't you worry about the hootens. I'll put on your... Can I join you? True, Muffin. Partake of the great Cali waste. Bido tim ham tum to do ram po may fo ram dibido dibla da da. Why can't it be so VIPs don't get ads? I wish that was the case. I really do, Muffin. Then I could just not have ads on my channel. That would be great. But you know, no man left behind, no ad left uncovered, no revenue left squandered. Right? At least let VIPs also be mods. I don't know, then what would be the point of... Yeah, I'm like... VIP is just a lesser mod. Right? I mean, you can be on Kick, because Smokey's a mod, an OG, a founder, and a VIP. Or something else. But he's like, he's got like 4 fucking tags on Kick. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna read Callie's story, we're gonna watch the Oompaville Diddy video, and then we're gonna fuck off like a piece of shit we are. I think that's fair. What do you guys think? You guys think that's fair? Wow, you already shit, Callie? What is this? Mr. fucking speed shitter. I haven't even taken a toke yet. I didn't have to poop, just farted. I was just a little bit worried. So, you know, just in case. Just in case. I went to make sure that I didn't shit my pants. It's sublimated. The pressure was so much it went from solid to gas instantly. So tight your ass is, Callie. Hey, you better not have to shit halfway through the story, motherfucker. I already know how tight he is. Brew muffin. 3, 2, 1, tote! What is this, Callie?
Sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows. Everything that's wonderful is what I feel when. Sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows. Everything that's wonderful is what I feel when.
Yep. Alright then. Hi, Nico! Hey! It's been forever! How's it going, Nico? What are you up to? Merry Christmas and Happy New Year! Wait, Nico, I know you. You changed your name, Nico. Epic name. Merry Christmas. Indeed, thank you, thank you. We're about to read Callie's new story. Are you excited, Nico? You all, how are you? I'm doing fantastic. I don't know who you are. He is one of our... He's this guy. Ah, shit. That's not what I meant to do. It's the one with the post-apocalyptic Mad Max story. It's a great story. Oh, have you written any more, Nico? What have you been up to? I'm rewriting it. Ooh, improving it, Nico? Interesting. Adding more B-plot? Oh. Improving it? Hell yeah. Alright, Callie, you ready? Let's do this. Here we go. For now, I just rewrite the first chapter. Ah, I see. Well, talk to Callie about that one. This is Callie's student Sonata story is like the 8th rewrite or 9th rewrite. With like complete character name changes and everything. But you know the same thing happened to Country Girl because she still has old names in all of her new documents because she changed the names of her characters. I'm going out for dinner. See you soon. Alright, Muffin. Take care. I might not be online when you get back, so have a good one. Peace, bro. Alright, here we go. The day Ghost appeared as a single cell in the womb, he revived his long-frozen mother. From 50 to the prologue down to 30 on chapter 6. I guess that's not too bad. Most people do generally go for the prologue off of most of it. But yeah, that's a like 60% retention. It's not too bad, right? His warmth was hers. It took only the mechanisms within his nuclei to wake her, to help her escape her frozen tomb. For Lita, it was like the tick-tock of a broken-down clock. Every tick was 3 seconds, stuck at the 5-second mark, and she just waited with inhuman patience for the next talk. I love that. You're just like... Not enough energy to turn over to the next gear. For eternity, you're stuck. Whatever shall you do? The 5 is in reach, but we'll never see it. Her eyes were white, and to her, all the world was different shades of blue. Deep blue, sky blue, baby blue. A machine built 10,000 years ago was not enough to save the human race. Cannot protect her from absolute zero. Damn, Callie, you just kind of threw that in at the end there. I like that. It's like all this build up of this thing, and then it's like, boom, epic reveal right at the end. And obviously it's something else of the character because it's like it's starting out as a single cell, right? So it's like, it had to have come from somewhere, right? Something had to have done something. The miracle of life just coming from nothing's true. I mean, we try, but it's one of those things that doesn't quite always go your way, if you know what I mean. Like, there's a lot of things you can peel back from it. If that makes sense? But yeah, should we... I really like it, though, Callie. It's definitely doable, right? I feel it already, that this extremely important event is about to unfold. And the world is not quite ready for the things that shall be unleashed upon it. And with the craving of all things that breathe and the life force of lungs, we shall devour all beings upon the earth. Flown to with hitherto known forthwith before those which do what not be found unto us. So with not much more do we find, but let's go. So let's do the Diddy deep dive, guys. We promised it. Here it is. The Diddy deep dive. All right.
March 5th, 2016, at the Intercontinental Hotel in Century City, Los Angeles. We have grainy security footage, but what it shows is clear. A woman dressed in black walks
Diddy's a
towards
piece
an
of
elevator.
shit,
A man
and then
in a
here
towel
comes
follows her into the
some
hallway,
random dude.
grabs her by the neck, and throws her to the ground. The woman in the footage is Cassandra Ventura, a singer who goes by the name Cassie. And the man in the footage is Sean Combs, the music mogul known as Puff Daddy, P. Diddy, or just Diddy, or even the Diddler now. Diddy and Cassie were together for 9 years at the time the events in the surveillance footage unfolded. A security guard named Israel Flores witnessed part of the assault, and according to his testimony, Diddy approached him afterward with a sack of cash, which was a bribe, to keep what he saw to himself, and he would get $50,000, which to him was a life-changing amount of money for a guard that's making $10.50 an hour. And this video existed for 8 years before anyone outside that hotel saw it, and when it finally surfaced in May of 2024, Sean Combs issued an apology on Facebook. He said, "I was truly sorry."
I'm truly sorry.
He also said, "I hit rock bottom."
I was f***ed up. I mean, I hit rock bottom.
But
What, like
obviously,
Kanye
an
right now?
apology is not enough and was not going to be enough, and by then the floodgates had already opened and more than 120 people had come forward with allegations against the diddler. Federal agents had raided his homes, a grand jury was meeting in New York, and for the footage, which showed clearly his crime, it wasn't even the worst of what he'd done. This is the story of how America's most successful music mogul faced allegations of racketeering, sex trafficking, and landed behind bars for charges related to prostitution. The man who threw the party everyone wanted to attend was running something far darker behind closed doors.
True, just like everyone else. Just like everyone else.
Before he was Diddy, before he was the diddler, before he was Puff Daddy, Sean Combs was a 22-year-old party promoter with big ambitions and even bigger crowds. On December 28th, 1991, at City College of New York, a celebrity charity basketball game featuring Heavy D, Boyz II Men, and Run DMC was being held, with a portion of the proceeds going to AIDS education outreach programs. The gymnasium at Nat Holman Hall held 2,730 people, and an estimated 5,000 people showed up, nearly double the capacity. When security tried to close the doors, the crowd outside surged. They screamed, "Listen!" A stairwell became a crush zone. People fell. Other people fell on top of them. 9 people were trampled to death at the bottom of those stairs. The youngest was 16, the oldest was 29, and many more were injured in the tragic crowd-crushing event. It was like Travis Scott in Astroworld, but 30 years earlier and without that delicious McDonald's sandwich. Sean Combs was one of the promoters of this event. He had helped organize the event, and it became known as the Stampede at City College. The families obviously sued the event. The settlement totaled $3.8 million. Combs personally paid $750,000 at the time, though no criminal charges were ever filed against him. 9 people had died, 8 at the scene, and 1 later as a result of injuries sustained. A check was written, and then life just moved on. Not to say that this sort of paints the picture of how Sean Combs does business, because it's very dark and he's definitely not a mass murderer type serial killer guy, but writing checks to make problems go away is absolutely a pattern that defines Sean Combs and his career as a bad dude. People get hurt, or in this case, die, money changes hands, and nobody goes to jail. Combs grew up in Mount Vernon, New York. His father, Melvin, was shot dead when he was just 3 years old, and his mother, Janice, raised him and his sister alone, working multiple jobs to give them a middle-class life. By the time he enrolled at Howard
Translate
University
myself
in
and rewrite it the
1997,
first chapter.
Combs was
Fuck
driven
yeah.
in a way that most people couldn't match. He dropped out after just 2 years to take an internship at Uptown Records at just 20 years old, and within months, the intern was running A&R, which is the Artists and Repertoire Department. He signed Mary J. Blige, and he produced her debut album called What's the 411, which went triple platinum in 1992. When Combs' star had risen and he was
There's just
introduction
issues when you'll see scavenger in this chapter should be Romer. Translation.
And to force him to build his own empire. I'm not exactly sure what kind of strange motivation that is.
But I didn't do it to hurt him, but I knew it was time for him to grow. And the only way he could grow was if he was going to have the same kind of corporate conversations that I was subjected to.
For whatever reason, it worked, and Combs launched Bad Boy Records with a $1.5 million deal from Clive Davis at Arista in 1993, and later leveraged its success into a $10 to $15 million deal during renegotiations in 1996. He was a pretty big deal in the early 90s, just right after starting his career. Combs also took one artist with him from Uptown Records, a 21-year-old rapper from Brooklyn named Christopher Wallace, aka the Notorious B.I.G. Ready to Die dropped in September 1994, and it went 4 times platinum and made Bad Boy a household name. Faith Evans, Mace, The Lox, 112, Total, the roster kept growing. With the roster getting bigger, the hits kept coming as well. By the mid-90s, Sean Puff Daddy Combs was one of the most powerful people in music. He became Puff Daddy. And in 1998, Combs signed an 18-year-old rapper from Brooklyn named Jamal Barrow, stage name Shine.
Shake the feds and bust shots at them street cops.
And Jamal had talent, but he had no idea what he was walking into. If you wanted to know who mattered in America between 1998 and 2009, you could check the guest list for a Diddy White Party. You've seen the images of these things. They are unbelievable. Every Labor Day in the Hamptons, there was an all-white dress code. Champagne was flowing. The biggest names in music, film, sports, and politics were all mingling on Diddy's lawn. Martha Stewart was there, Ashton Kutcher, Jay-Z, Jennifer Lopez, Paris Hilton, Leonardo DiCaprio. At its peak, getting an invitation meant you had arrived. The parties looked like so much fun and the pinnacle of success. Beautiful people in white linen, dancing in the summer air, toasting to the good life. That's what everyone saw. That's what the photos showed. But behind the white linen and champagne, something else was happening. Something that we obviously now know, but wouldn't become public for over 2 decades. In 2005, a 19-year-old singer from Connecticut named Cassandra Ventura signed a record deal with Bad Boy. This was Cassie, and within 2 years, she and Diddy were in a relationship. She was just 19 years old when they had met, and he was 37 years old. And their relationship
sounds about right.
Years, from 2007 to 2018, even 2 years after our surveillance footage. Also in 2005, a 21-year-old singer named Dawn Richard auditioned for Making the Band 3, and she made the cut and joined Danity Kane, the girl group Diddy was putting together for MTV. She'd work under his management for the next 8 years, and she had no idea what she was about to witness. So 3 people, Cassie, Shine, and Dawn, Cassandra, Jamal, and Dawn. Each of them had entered Diddy's orbit believing they were getting their big break, and each of them would have to pay a price that they never agreed to.
The cracks! I'll crack you!
Back in the 90s, on December 27th, 1999, at Club New York in Manhattan, the first cracks in the glamorous Diddy image would start to form. Diddy is there with his girlfriend, Jennifer Lopez, and his newest artist, 19-year-old Shine. The club is packed, some words get exchanged, and an argument erupts, and then gunshots. 3 people are struck by the gunfire. A woman named Natanya Rubin was shot in the face. After this, police arrest Diddy, Lopez, and Shine. Jennifer Lopez is released quickly, and Diddy and Shine go to trial. The prosecution's theory is that Shine fired the shots, but Natanya Rubin, the woman who was actually shot in the face, told a different story. In 2024, she went public with what she'd been saying for 25 years. Sean Combs shot her, not Shine. But the jury at the time didn't see it that way. Diddy was acquitted on all charges, and Shine was convicted of assault and reckless endangerment. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison for shooting a woman in the face.
And
after
she
serving
said
a term,
he
was
didn't
deported
do
to
it.
Belize.
Wow, that's
He had
fucked
been
up.
born there before his family moved to Brooklyn, and he couldn't return to America, the country where he'd built his career and lost his freedom. In a 2024 documentary, Shine described what had happened. He said, "When I was an 18-year-old kid, just wanting to do nothing other than make my mother proud and make Belize proud, I was defending him, and he turned around and called witnesses to testify against me." He said that Diddy pretty much sent him to prison. Diddy walked out of the courtroom a free man, and his teenage artist went to prison for a decade. So our pattern from City College begins, and now someone else is paying the price for Diddy, allegedly. Either way, Diddy moves on, doesn't give a f. Before the Club New York shooting, there was another shadow hanging over Bad Boy Records. 2 of them, actually. On November 30th, 1994, at Quad Recording Studios in Manhattan, Tupac Shakur is in the lobby when 2 men walk in and shoot him 5 times. Miraculously, he survives, and he believes he knows who set him up. Tupac starts naming names and accuses Diddy and Biggie of knowing about the attack in advance. And Chuck Phillips, a reporter who interviewed Tupac during and after his incarceration, claimed that Diddy knew more about the attack than he had let on. And this is what began the East Coast, West Coast beef that would define 90s hip hop. I read Original Gangsters for a video last year, or was it 2 years ago? I forget. I think it was the Kendrick Lamar Drake beef when I read that video to understand, to learn, obviously. It's incredible. It's incredible. The lore is insane. On September 7th, 1996 in Las Vegas, Tupac is shot in a drive-by after a Mike Tyson fight. He died 6 days later on September 13th at the age of 25. On March 9th,
allegedly,
in Los Angeles, 6 months after Tupac's death, Biggie is shot in a drive-by after leaving a party. He died at the hospital as well at age 24. Both murders remained officially unsolved for years, with Biggie still being unanswered. But both highlight the lengths one might go to come out on top of rival rappers in the East Side-West Side conflict of the 90s. It wasn't until 2023, a man named Dwayne Kef D. Davis was arrested for Tupac's murder. During a 2008 police interview that would surface years later, Kef D made the claim that Diddy had put out a $1 million bounty on Tupac and Suge Knight's heads. Diddy has consistently denied any involvement in the death of Tupac, obviously, but in 2025, Kirk Burroughs, a former Bad Boy co-founder who has filed his own civil suits against Sean Combs, made accusations in the Netflix documentary Sean Combs: The Reckoning, saying that he believes Diddy had a lot to do with Tupac Shakur's death, and that Diddy had ushered Biggie to his death by pressuring him to stay in Los Angeles despite the danger. Everybody has been throwing Diddy under the bus for a few years now. And once again, Diddy has consistently denied any involvement in the murder of Tupac, as well as Biggie. His spokesperson called the documentary a shameful hit piece, and the Las Vegas Police Department confirmed Combs was never considered a suspect. These are allegations from someone with his own legal disputes with Combs, not established facts. But those questions have followed Diddy for nearly 30 years, and they weren't the only questions people should have been asking about Diddy. While the public was debating rap beefs and unsolved murders, something else was happening inside Diddy's inner circle. Dawn Richard worked for Diddy from 2005 to 2013, and in her 2024 lawsuit, she described what she had witnessed during those years. According to the filing, she once saw Kim Porter, Diddy's on and off girlfriend and the mother of 3 of his children, leaving his recording studio in tears with visible facial injuries, including a lacerated lip. Now, Kim died in November of 2018 from lobar pneumonia. She was 47 years old, and her death has been ruled as a result of natural causes or death caused by pneumonia. But Dawn Richards' account from 2024 puts Diddy abuse allegations on a timeline that stretches much further back than people realize and are talking about now. According to Dawn's lawsuit, Diddy frequently threatened her during their years working together. He would say things like, "You want to die today?" ? And "I end people," which was more of a statement. And these weren't metaphors, but he believed himself to be a really hard man. And things like that coming from a man with his power and resources, these could easily be warnings. And then there was Cassie. Thank you to Factor for sponsoring this video.
True.
You know how every January we say we're gonna start prepping our own food, we're gonna get healthy. Then we chop veggies for 2 hours, cut our finger. Oh! And then in failure, go ahead and order a hamburger anyway.
Yup.
That is where Factor comes in. Factor delivers fresh, never frozen, chef-crafted meals right to your front door. And they're genuinely delicious with a ton of different options to choose from. So no cooking, no dishes, you get a delicious meal delivered right to your door without having to think. No more, "Oh great, I burned the broccoli, now I smell farts." And I didn't even fart. You can choose calorie smart meals, low carb, keto, vegetarian, whatever you want. Lately, my favorite have been the Protein Plus meals because they have over 30 grams of protein in their serving size, which is incredible. And these meals are clean label. They don't use terrible dyes or anything like that, which is epic. So for this new season, if you want to eat intentionally without actually having to do all the work, Factor is the move. Head to factor75.com and use OOMPAFB50 as your discount code. You'll get 50% off your first box and free breakfast for a year. That's OOMPAFB50 at factor75.com. Click the link in the description. Let's get it. By 2007, Cassie Ventura was living in Diddy's world. According to her lawsuit, the controls started almost immediately. What she wore, who she talked to, where she went. It was a relationship that looked glamorous from the outside, but was a cage from the inside looking out. And she wouldn't escape for 11 years. And when she finally did, she had a story that would bring down Diddy's entire empire, essentially. Cassie Ventura's lawsuit was filed on November 16th, 2023, and runs 35 pages. It covers 11 years of her life, and what it describes is systematic abuse on a scale that's difficult to process with the juxtaposition of glamour that comes out of that world. Diddy's white parties, for example. I mean, it's just like the pinnacle of, it's what people dream about becoming, rich, famous, living the celebrity lifestyle. According to Cassie's filings, Diddy frequently subjected her to what she would call savage beatings. He controlled every aspect of her life, and when she tried to leave, he threatened to destroy her career, to release intimate recordings, or to hurt the people that she loved. And the beatings weren't even the worst part of it. The lawsuit introduced a term that would later appear 27 times in Diddy's federal indictment, things called freak-offs. According to Cassie, these were multi-day sexual performances that Diddy orchestrated. She was forced to have sex with male prostitutes while Diddy watched and recorded. She was even given drugs to keep going: ecstasy, cocaine, ketamine, GHB, and sometimes the sessions lasted so long that participants needed IV fluids afterwards to recover. And according to Cassie, Diddy recorded everything, and those recordings were his insurance policy. Blackmail. We live in a nation of blackmail, if you guys hadn't realized. From politics to Hollywood. If anyone tried to leave or talk, he had leverage. Tiffany Red, a friend of Cassie's, testified about the dynamic. She said, the only time he was willing to work on her music is when she had a freak-off. And if you remember the hotel footage from the top of this video, the footage of Diddy beating Cassie in the hallway, that was from March 2016. According to her lawsuit, she'd already endured 9 years of this. And in 2018, Cassie finally escaped. She started dating a personal trainer, a fellow by the name of Alex Fine, and according to her lawsuit, when Diddy found out, he raped her. She got out, she married Alex, and they now have 2 daughters, but she kept all of the receipts and obviously levied them against Diddy back in 2023. And initially, Cassie's full account might have sounded unbelievable if it weren't for what federal investigators found when they raided Diddy's homes in March of 2024. 2 properties, one in Los Angeles, one in Miami, were both raided. Homeland Security agents in tactical gear busted in, and what they found inside confirmed the worst of the allegations. Over 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant. Not dozens, but over 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant. What? This is enough to suggest this was not occasional behavior. This was some kind of strange infrastructure for Diddy and his freak-offs. He didn't just go to Costco and buy a bunch of lube like he said. They also found 3 AR-15 style rifles with the serial numbers defaced, which is a big-time no-no and illegal to possess. Dozens of other firearms were found, which is, you know, everybody can own firearms as long as you're not a felon, at least, I guess. Along with mountains of electronic devices that investigators spent months analyzing. The freak-offs Cassie described weren't a fantasy, they were genuine operations. And according to the federal indictment, Diddy's staff booked hotel rooms specifically for these freak-off events. They arranged travel for the victims, and they made sure large amounts of cash were available at the spot. Then they cleaned up afterwards. So the system seemed to be that Diddy would lure women in with promises of career help or potential romantic relationships, and once they were in his orbit, the manipulation would begin. Drugs made them pliable, then he would record them to create blackmail, and his staff helped it all run smoothly like some kind of evil business. After Cassie came forward with her lawsuit, the floodgates opened. Audria English worked as a go-go dancer at Diddy's white parties between 2004 and 2009, and according to her lawsuit, she was drugged and passed off to party guests for sex. Then we have Lil Rod Jones, who was a male producer who worked on Diddy's 2023 album called
Doesn't look good to have a goat there, bro.
Described constant groping and being forced to touch Diddy sexually, and witnessing what he called parties where minors were present. Quite a few of Lil Rod's claims have been dismissed, and his attorney did withdraw from the case, but his lawsuit added another dimension to the allegations. This wasn't just about women. Diddy's abuse apparently crossed every single line that could be crossed. Dawn Richard filed her lawsuit in September of 2024. It was sexual assault, sex trafficking, and false imprisonment. She'd spent 8 years watching what Diddy did to others, and eventually she says he did it to her too. And by the time the federal indictment came down, attorney Tony Busby was representing more than 120 Diddy accusers, men and women, some who'd been minors when the alleged abuse occurred, allegations spanning from 1991 to 2024. That's 33 years. So the Stampede, the Club New York shooting, the white parties, the freak-offs, all in different decades, but all with victims, all with the same pattern, and all with Mr. Diddler at the very center. So Cassie filed her lawsuit on November 16th, 2023, and 1 day later, on the 17th of November, the lawsuit was settled. In 1 day, Cassie accused Sean Combs of years of abuse and sex trafficking, and within 24 hours, Diddy's team made the case go away. And the reported settlement was $20 million. There was no discovery process, no depositions, no chance for either side to gather more evidence. Diddy didn't fight the allegations in court. He just paid them to disappear as fast as humanly possible. His attorney issued an obvious statement and said, Mr. Combs vehemently denies these offensive and outrageous allegations. Here's $20 million. The settlement in 2023 bought silence on Cassie's specific case, but it did not stop what started to come next. Within weeks, more accusers would come forward. Joey Dickerson-Neal said Diddy had drugged and assaulted her in 1991 when she was a Syracuse University student. Another woman, identified as a Jane Doe, alleged similar abuse from 2001, and by the end of 2023, there were lawsuits piling up. Diddy vehemently denied everything. Just because I gave someone $20 million one day after a lawsuit doesn't mean that I'm guilty, and doesn't mean that's how it doesn't work like that, guys. When you give someone $20 million to shut up, it doesn't mean that you're guilty at all. And that's just how it works. So he vehemently denied his guilt, but it certainly showed that his impact was vulnerable to actual genuine allegations coming from an actual genuine source. It's worth $20 million to get it to stop. So lawsuits and allegations start piling up. Diddy gets raided in March of 2024, and then on May 17th, 2024, CNN publishes the hotel footage. The video someone paid apparently $100,000 to bury. Now the whole world could see Sean Combs grab Cassie and abuse her. And it is not ambiguous in any way. There's no possibility of spin. The footage showed exactly what Cassie had described in her lawsuit, and the next day, Diddy had paid to get that lawsuit settled. And obviously, apology is completely meaningless. It just made everything worse for him. He wasn't denying it anymore. Now he's admitting to it on video legally after the $20 million settlement. It looks really, really, really bad across the board. It was with the Facebook apology that his supporters seemed to completely abandon him. Brands cut ties, and the music industry that for some reason looked the other way for decades suddenly could not distance itself fast enough. Then in September of 2024, the Diddler was arrested at the Park Hyatt Hotel in Manhattan. Diddy's lawyer said later that they'd be negotiating a possible voluntary surrender to authorities. They spoke of the fact that Diddy had come to New York to turn himself in, but that claim does not match what actually happened. Homeland Security agents arrested Sean Combs in the hotel lobby, and the arrest wasn't scheduled, and it wasn't coordinated with the legal team. They grabbed him before any deal could be finalized. The next day, prosecutors unsealed the indictment. There were 3 counts: racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking by force, and transportation to engage in prostitution. This is federal indictment, by the way. This is what the government found some level of this enough to indict, arrest, and prosecute this man. And the indictment described Combs leading a criminal organization that used his businesses, staff, and personal associates to carry out abuse. At the arraignment, Diddy pleaded not guilty. His lawyers requested bail, offering $50 million and home detention with GPS monitoring, which is what every single sweetheart gets when they're rich and famous and powerful. Epstein. But the judge in this case said no. The argument was that Diddy was a flight risk and a danger to witnesses, which I think is perfectly valid and logical. Prosecutors even pointed to evidence that he'd already tried to contact accusers after the investigation began, and they mentioned the guns seized in the raids, the defaced AR-15s for some reason with no serial numbers, which is really suspicious. They also described a pattern of obstruction, then bail was denied. Rip Diddy. So Diddy goes to Arkham Asylum in Gotham. Just kidding, the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn. Then 8 months after his arrest, Sean Combs went to trial earlier this year in May. The courtroom was packed. Media from around the world had credentials. The public lined up outside for the few available seats. It's obviously a spectacle. Prosecutors warned the jury to prepare themselves, as the evidence would include days-long drug-fueled orgies. There would be recordings. There would be testimony from survivors. There would be details that no one wanted to hear, but were obviously required to seek justice. At this point, most everything has come out. The prosecution has a lot to work with, and the defense strategy becomes clear very quickly. Attack the credibility of the accusers and argue that everything that had happened was consensual. These weren't victims. Diddy's lawyers argued these were adults who made choices and now regretted them. It is the same playbook that has been used in every high-profile abuse case. Blame the victims, question their motives, suggest they want money or fame. And that's not to say that that hasn't been true in some instances. It absolutely objectively has. But in this
Johnny Depp,
it's really not looking like it. The main question is whether the jury would believe it or not. And Cassie Ventura eventually took the stand to testify against Diddy. She had already told her story in her lawsuit, and had already seen the video go public last year, but now she was testifying under oath with Diddy sitting across the room, which is
Fuck, is she
something
pregnant
else
or something?
entirely. She described the first
The
few
fuck
years
is
of their
that
relationship,
stomach?
how the control started gradually, and how she wasn't allowed to have any male friends, how he'd track her location, how his mood could shift without warning. Then she described the abuse and violence the first time he hit her, how she learned to read his moods to avoid setting him off, how she told herself it would get better. Then she described the freak-offs, how they started, how she was given drugs, how she had no choice but to participate in whatever Diddy had wanted with whoever he had brought in. Then how everything was recorded, and the defense cross-examined her for hours. They pointed to photos of her smiling with Diddy at events, and they highlighted her decision to stay in the relationship. They also suggested the settlement money was her real motive. So that's what the defense was saying, but Cassie and the prosecution did not waver. During Cassie's testimony, she also revealed the settlement amount from her 2023 lawsuit for the first time, which was $20 million. And by July 2nd, 2025, after deliberations that began on June 30th, the jury came back in less than an hour on the final day. The diddler was guilty on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, not guilty on racketeering conspiracy, and not guilty on sex trafficking by force. It was a split verdict, and prosecutors had wanted the sex trafficking conviction because that charge carried the heaviest penalties and would have defined Diddy as a trafficker under federal law. But the jury did not go that far, but they did convict him on 2 felony counts. So Sean Combs, the music mogul worth hundreds of millions of dollars, was now a convicted criminal, not a sex trafficker legally, but rather a guy who wanted to do prostitution. On October 3rd, 2025, Judge Arun Subramanian handed down the sentence to the diddler. 4 years and 2 months in federal prison, plus a $500,000 fine with credit for time already served. Diddy will be eligible for release in May of 2028, and the judge denied a defense request for bail pending appeal. Lots of people called the sentence too light. And look at Harvey Weinstein, he got 23 years, but his first conviction took decades of accusation before anyone even believed the victims there. So who the knows? There's a lot of evil, bad people out there, though. We do know that. And that is really the end of the actual legal side of this. But it's not the end of the full story. There is a ridiculous revenge arc and a level of pettiness that I have never seen anywhere, in all honesty. This is absolutely crazy and a spectacle, and there's way more to this whole story. To understand the next part of this video, you have to understand the beef between Sean Combs, aka P. Diddy, and Curtis Jackson, aka 50 Cent. This started in the early 2000s. 50 Cent was coming up. He was hungry and aggressive. Diddy was already at the top. According to 50, problems began with an uncomfortable encounter. 50 said that Diddy asked to take him shopping. 50 said that that might be something a man says to a woman. And from that moment on, something felt very off, and 50 was not comfortable around Diddy. In 2006, 50 released a diss track that didn't just insult and diss Diddy, but rather accused him of knowing who killed the notorious B.I.G. Christopher Wallace. This is when the uncomfortable beef actually escalated into something severe. Business deals fell through. Maze, who'd left Bad Boy, couldn't sign with 50 Cent's label because of disputes with Diddy. Their vodka brands competed directly. Diddy had Ciroc and 50 had Effin'. I don't know shit about alcohol or whatever. For years, 50 was trolling Diddy on social media, memes, jokes, constant needling. And when the baby oil story broke, 50 posted about it immediately. When the raid footage emerged, 50 was ready with his commentary. It's unbelievable levels of pettiness, all right, guys? 50 had been watching and waiting, and when Diddy fell, he extrapolated all the value he possibly could from it. And as Diddy's legal troubles were mounting in 2024, 50 announced that he was producing a documentary, and that Netflix had won
documentary.
the
Oh my
It wasn't
fucking
just
god.
commentary from the outside. It wasn't just a shitty YouTuber video. It would be an actual investigation into P. Diddy. The project had been in development for quite a while, and the timing was perfect. With every new lawsuit, every new accuser, every piece of evidence that emerged fed into the narrative 50 was building. During Diddy's final months of freedom before his arrest, he'd hired a videographer to document his life for some reason, and video crews were following him everywhere. It was supposed to be legacy content, material for his own projects, proof of his epicness and greatness, so he could tell his own story rather than the way he was being portrayed in the media. He would fight fire with fire. The only problem was that Diddy never paid the videographer. And according to Rob Shooter, Diddy's former publicist, there was never a signed contract. In fact, Diddy had a history of failing to have proper documentation for anything. Diddy was cheap and refused to do formal contracts. When Diddy got arrested, that videographer had hours of footage of Diddy in his homes, footage of his lawyers, footage of conversations where Diddy discussed the case, and without the contract, the videographer owned all of it. Guess who he sold it to? 50 Cent. And 50 Cent's production team. At least that's the belief. 50 has been hush-hush about how exactly it came to him, but he assures everyone, like myself, that it is legal and that they have the necessary rights while keeping the videographer's identity confidential. Then, just a few weeks ago, Sean Combs' The Reckoning, produced by 50 Cent, premiered on Netflix. The documentary included footage of Diddy telling his lawyers, "We're losing," just days before his arrest. It also featured Kef D's police interview about the Tupac bounty. It showed Kirk Burroughs accusing Diddy of involvement in both Tupac and Biggie's death. I watched it in its first week and it pulled 21.8 million views. It became #1 on the platform, even briefly dethroning Stranger Things. By the way, season 5, garbage. Hated it. The man who'd spent decades controlling his image was being exposed.
I've kind of liked Stranger Things since season 3.
Himself, but because he's a cheap son of a bitch, his enemy, his most petty enemy got it and made a documentary and put it on Netflix. Are you kidding? That is like an unbelievable level of L. Now, 50 could have stopped there. Documentary's a hit. Diddy's in prison. Nope, the revenge is not complete. To promote the documentary,
Never stop.
did an interview with
Never
ABC
stop
News.
going big
Not
dick.
a podcast, not a streaming show, broadcast television, ABC News. Why ABC News? Well, ABC is one of the few channels that inmates at Fort Dix Federal Correctional Institution are allowed to watch. When someone posted this theory on social media, 50 Cent reposted it with a caption saying, "I thought about it. What's wrong with that?" So, there's a lot of layers to this. Diddy hired a videographer. Diddy did not pay the videographer. Diddy did not get a contract. The videographer sold the footage to Diddy's biggest enemy. Then that biggest enemy made a documentary that 21.8 million people watched on the biggest video streaming platform in the world. Then that enemy did a press tour specifically designed to be visible from the prison where Diddy is in. Am I getting that right? That is a level of humiliation that is impossible to really quantify in my chat.
That's some Donald Trump level
He's
shit.
in jail getting justice, although for not very long. He'll be out in May of 2028. When he gets out, I'm sure there's going to be an unlimited amount of civil lawsuits that will be waiting. The documentary with 21 million views and the insane level of pettiness from 50 Cent will exist forever. The hotel footage will never disappear. Nobody will ever forget. It seems like Diddy is completely this is the end of the party for this man. I think the idea of him being able to potentially defend himself by hiring a videographer to follow him around, that was like a pretty good idea and could have potentially worked for him. But he that up in a way
he's
that
fucking
he
retarded.
really couldn't have planned. I mean, that seems insane. 50 Cent. So, anyways, guys, hope you all enjoyed. If you did, press the like button down below, and I will see you in the next video.
True. All right. Well, we fucked around for long enough. We'll be back again tomorrow. So, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for coming by, guys. You guys are fucking awesome. We'll be back again tomorrow, as always, with another story. So, remember, never stop being creative. Never stop giving your imagination to the world. And don't be beholden to anyone else's standards, only your own. So remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Alright, who we rating today? I have an idea, but we'll see. We'll see here. Where do we go? Secret of Mana, the last boss fight with the Mana Beast. That song is called Meridian Dance. I asked if the trumpet segment of that song was possible for a human to play, and it's considered possible, though extremely challenging. Damn. That's impressive. Alright, we're heading out to Fabulate. Here we go. It's been a while. Get your wheels ready. Yet, I can find no video of that feat anywhere. Huh. Maybe no one's done it. Maybe it's the one thing now you need to put out there. Sean, you should make a catalog of things that don't exist. And go like on 4chan and be like, I can't find these on the internet. Someone find them for me or make them. If you want to go viral, make these. They don't exist on the internet. That shit would go so hard. Well, anyways, we'll see you tomorrow. And Nico, if you're by tomorrow, I'll get a chance to read the rewrite of Chapter 1. I would love to reread it. So, yeah. Just hop in tomorrow at some point in time. But anyways, fuck you guys. Peace.
Oh my goodness. Intoxication. Oh God.
Alright.